All right, I think we are ready to go. Am I coming through loud and clear, people? Could anyone give me a thumbs up so I can see what's up? Yes, very good. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. I don't know about you. I got up at around 6, I think, this morning, then started getting my kids ready for school. It's easier said than done, I have to say. My youngest one only leaves the house at the moment in these really tight spandex shorts with thick blue socks that she pulls all the way up to her knees. It's a style that she has copied from her daddy, as you can imagine. And then the oldest one is typically knitting or reading in the morning, so it can be quite difficult to get her out of her comfort zone as well. But we managed somehow. I dropped them off at school, had some time to have a coffee afterwards, tried to read, do some writing for an hour, and then I hopped onto this call. So that was everything that preceded, basically. Good morning. I am, as I said, very pleased to see you all. My name is Arne de Boever. I'm the director of the MA Aesthetics and Politics program, which is housed in the School of Critical Studies at CalArts. I want to thank the school, in particular our Dean Amanda Beach, for making today's event possible. Many thanks also to REDCAT for co-hosting today and Monday's evening lecture with Maggie Nelson as well. Critical Studies visiting artist coordinators Rosa Evangelina and Moan Pangum and REDCAT's Pete Pace have been instrumental in facilitating both events' last-minute shift to remote delivery. Now, the instigator for this event, as you may know, is Maggie Nelson's residency in our program this January, and in particular, Maggie's new book on freedom, 4 Songs of Care and Constraint. It's always a little tricky, I think, to invite Maggie into discussions about care and repair, because if you put those notions out there as your event's keywords, people tend to assume that you're somehow going to be cheerleading for them. But if you've read on freedom or any of Maggie's other work, I'm thinking in particular of The Argonauts, which many of you will know, or also her Art of Cruelty book, you know that's hardly how Maggie relates to care. On freedom, in fact, starts by making the case, or at the very least considering it, that artists should not care about their critics when they are making art. And one could argue, I think, as Maggie does in the chapter titled Art Song in On Freedom, that this is precisely why the critics should care about artworks and artists, because they assert themselves in that not caring as figures of freedom that, as such, surely deserve our care, even if they may also trouble or even hurt us occasionally. Now, this is a tricky argument, I think, to make today, as Maggie acknowledges in the opening pages of her book, because the argument for freedom, including in some cases aesthetic freedom and what some may also call aesthetic autonomy, has become a pet project of the political right. Think about the argument about freedom of speech, for example, even if it's not the same as the one about artistic freedom. Today, it's often the so-called woke left mob and their cancel culture that are being presented as being against freedom. So if, like Maggie, you're carving out an argument for freedom, that's a shift you're going to have to consider, the potential complicity of the freedom argument with the political right. One of the other risks I see here is that if, like Maggie, you want to take it up for aesthetic freedom and make the claim that perhaps artists should not care about their critics when they are making art, then you need to think about how you're going to characterize those critics as well, right? To say that those who are critical of aesthetic freedom point out the artist's responsibility, etc., including at the moment of making art, are somehow equal to the state or the police also means, I think, to miss the mark, because it's not because you question aesthetic freedom that you become the state or the police. And that's definitely not so, I would argue, at a time when the right has taken up the cause of freedom once again with renewed intensity. So there's a lot to consider here. Repair, our other keyword for today, shows up in Maggie's work by reference to one of her teachers, Eve Sedgwick, who famously distinguishes between paranoid and reparative modes of reading, notions that I'm sure we'll talk about again this afternoon. But at a time when the so-called reparative turn in the humanities has become associated with post-critique, a notion that I know Maggie's been thinking about since she gave our students a text by Rita Felsky to read, Repair too has come under fire. In Patricia Stulke's recent account, The Ruse of Repair, for example, the turn to repair and post-critique become inscribed in neoliberal history, a history in which care too, and specifically the imperative to take care of yourself so the government doesn't have to do it, is also wrapped up. This also relates, I think, to the present moment and our institutions telling us to self-care, while not in fact creating the conditions that would allow for less and more meaningful work, structural care, if you will, rather than this neoliberal imperative to take it on ourselves under ever worsening labor conditions. So with both care and repair, we have much to think about across aesthetics and politics. We may not be addressing all of the issues that I've mentioned here specifically today, but everything you're going to hear about and the performances that you will see and in some cases also take part in will in one way or another address both care and repair at the crossroads of aesthetics and politics. Speaking of the performances for which your participation is solicited, I wanted to mention at the opening of the day that Amy Howden-Chapman and Mireya Lucio, who are performing this afternoon, are still looking for 2 readers for this afternoon's performance, The Apologies, at 5 p.m. So speakers performance present here. If you're interested, maybe you can send Amy or Mireya a direct message in the chat. To start off the day today, as you know, if you have taken a look at the program, we're going to have a conversation with Theresa Ambo and Kelly Stewart. Welcome to both of you about land acknowledgement. This is a conversation that's facilitated by an alum from our program, Manuel Shvartzberg Carrío, who is now assistant professor in the Department of Urban Studies and Planning at UC San Diego. But before we go there, and as a way to set the stage for the conversation, there will be a brief performance by the visual artist Lucinda Trask. At various moments throughout the day, Lucinda is going to be performing a work titled Platform with 3 Sides to add a certain rhythm to the day to allow you to arrive in the present and anticipate what's to come. So Lucinda, over to you. Thank you so much, Lucinda. Manuel, Theresa, Kelly, over to you.
Thank you, Arne, and thank you to the program and to REDCAT and to all of you. It's a pleasure to be back with you after so long. Well, we're going to be talking about on land acknowledgement, and I just wanted to briefly introduce our co-panelists, Theresa Ambo and Kelly Lee Stewart, and I'm going to read out their bios and then we're going to get started. So Dr. Theresa Stewart Ambo, who is Tongva Luiseño, serves as an assistant professor of education studies and co-director of the Indigenous Futures Institute at UC San Diego. Her research explicates the role of higher education in native nation building through an examination of historical and contemporary community-university relationships between native nations and universities in California. Theresa holds a PhD in education from the University of California, Los Angeles, and was a UC President's Postdoctoral Fellow from 2017 to 2019. And her work has been published in the American Education Research Journal, the Journal of Higher Education, the International Journal of Qualitative Studies in Education, and the Journal of Social Text, among others. And I would highly recommend for people to check out an article that Theresa co-wrote with Wei Yang, a professor of ethnic studies and provost at UC San Diego, called Beyond Land Acknowledgement in Settler Institutions, which came out last year. And it's a very impressive and useful text, I think, for introducing people to the issues involved. So moving to Kelly Lee Stewart, who is also Tongva Luiseño, is a doctoral student in the joint degree program in educational leadership at the University of California, San Diego, and California State University, San Marcos. She earned a Master's of Arts in American Indian Studies from the University of California, Los Angeles, and a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology from California State Polytechnic University, Pomona. Building off her master's thesis titled Rewriting and Rewriting California Indian Histories, Legacies of St. Boniface Indian Industrial School, 1890 to 1935, Kelly is currently working on her doctoral dissertation that will examine the legacy and educational experiences of California Indians who attended or are descendants of Catholic-run mission Indian boarding schools in Southern California. Her previous research explored her family's experiences at St. Boniface Indian Industrial School. As a doctoral student, Kelly's research will expand the narrative of St. Boniface to explore California Indian knowledge transmission practices and colonial schooling during the Spanish mission, Mexican land grant, and American boarding school eras. Specifically, Kelly aims to examine the ways in which California Indians have retained, adapted, and revitalized indigenous knowledge transmission practices in light of exposure to three waves of colonial schooling practices. So those are the formal bios. And I should say that I know Kelly and Theresa fairly well after that we're collaborating on a number of projects together through the Indigenous Futures Institute at UC San Diego. I'm recently came on board in a project that Theresa started, which is to do with trying to address UC San Diego's history of colonialism and the relationship to the Kumeyaay Nation, because UC San Diego, like so many other institutions, is built on unceded lands, native lands. So the university has a fairly terrible, completely terrible history, ongoing legacy of colonial dispossession. And so that's a very interesting project that I'm very fortunate to be a part of. I come at it from the architecture field, particularly from architectural history. But we are working with a number of Kumeyaay scholars and indigenous members on this project that is, in my mind, has been very educational because of the fact that it's very much the opposite of the rote performative ways in which land acknowledgement often happens, in the sense that it's truly an attempt to build a real relationship with everything that means in terms of failures and difficulties and complexities and the the ways in which it takes a certain amount of time and so forth. So just to say, that I'm a settler here, not a native person, and it's a very educational experience to be in such a project and to be in conversations such as this one. I myself am originally from Argentina and Spain, so many generations of settler families in my own family. So I'm not new to that level, but I am fairly new to recognizing my own complicity and my own positionality within those histories. So with that, I think that we are going to be discussing more specifically around, obviously, the Tongva Nation, which is where we are located in Los Angeles. And Kelly and Theresa, maybe you would like to kick us off. I know you prepared an amazing video for us, so I don't know who would like to speak next.
We will let the video speak for itself. If by any chance you cannot hear my sound, please let me know.
Today, you are a guest on Tongva land, on Tovangar.
Something simple is what we want, but they don't want to give.
In the Tongva language, Tovangar means the world and represents both the spiritual and geographic center of Tongva creation. These lands are where creation, ancestry, and sustenance converge.
Betrayed in our own land, sometimes they treat us like strangers in our own land.
We are still here. We never left our home. You are Kuyang, a guest. You are a visitor. You are uninvited, but you are in our home.
What do I have left to give for them? They took everything from we.
Do you know what happened on these lands? Enslavement, violent removal, forced assimilation, residential schooling, destruction, development, erasure, dismemberment, occupation, genocide.
And what do we have left to give for them? They don't want us happy. They try to take everything and send us back to our little piece. Do they want us to be, ever really be free?
Take a moment to consider where you are and all that has taken place across time and space.
Freedom to us, it's probably not the same thing it is to you. Instructions of how to live don't include money, they are spiritual. How to live in balance with all of creation. If we don't do that, it's destruction of our nations. Betrayed in our own land, we're always treated like strangers in our own land.
We do not have mutual understandings of acknowledgements. For us, acknowledgements are relational. They are introductions to the land, our relative. They are a form of welcome. Acknowledgements are land-based practices, ancient protocols of recognition, diplomatic exchanges. We are not obligated to welcome you.
First they took the land and kids, now minerals, water, I don't know.
Your acknowledgements are recognitions. They name us as traditional stewards. They name ancestral lands. The intent is to demonstrate respect, to express gratitude and appreciation. Maybe you are seeking absolution, trying to assuage yourself of guilt for being complacent, for being complicit.
Same process of colonization that's been destroying every indigenous nation. Your money is made off our destruction.
Your acknowledgement runs the lines of performative, scripted, a gesture that is hollow and empty, an attempt at reconciliation.
I don't know. What do I have left to give for them? They took everything from we.
An apparatus of your colonial comfort, a distraction from the violence and the harm.
They try to take everything and send us back to our little piece.
How do we move beyond? How do we find comfort in the discomfort? How do we repair? Consider your actions, your intentions, your relationships, your responsibilities.
It makes me wonder, will we ever be free again?
How are you reciprocating? How are you dismantling and upending systems of colonization? How are you ending endless oppression, erasure, violence, exploitation, extraction? Ask yourself, how can one offer a meaningful acknowledgement while occupying stolen lands? How can I be in better relationship with the land and its first peoples?
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was very powerful. Ask yourself, how can you make a meaningful acknowledgement while you're living on stolen land? That's really resonates. So I prepared a few short kind of like open-ended questions. So I'll just launch those. So first of all, who are the Tongva for people who are unaware, and what is Tovangar? And can you tell us a little bit about this land before colonization and what it is like to live in it now as a land that has been so actively ruined and disrepaired as an indigenous person? And how does that relate to, in a way, the images and the kind of tone and the approach that you took for this video, if you want to comment on that too?
Well, hello, good morning, everybody. I really want to thank Manuel for the invitation to speak with you all today and to be able to collaborate with my sister, if you didn't put that together, or if Manuel didn't say. And so I'll start us off by answering the question that you posed for us, Manuel. And the video was a bit of an offering for you all, not being in physical presence of each other, not being two individuals that are not speaking on behalf of, but come from the Tongva community. We always think it's really important to share with people images of our community members, especially our elders. And being that we are in our boxes, in our homes, wherever that is, we also thought it was really important and because we're not at REDCAT today, we also thought it was important to share with you all images of Los Angeles. Its beauty, its natural state, but also the development that has occurred to what is now this city. And so to your question, Manuel, who are the Tongva and what is Tovangar? The Tongva people are the first people of the Los Angeles basin, simply put. And before contact, we did not refer to ourselves as Tongva people. We had a lot of different names that really associated with us, with our families and our villages. But Tongva or Gabrielino is a word that has been adopted to identify by some Tongva people. To identify us as a community. And so that's who the Tongva are. We're indigenous or Aboriginal or native to Los Angeles, the Los Angeles basin, which is, pretty expansive. Tovangar is not a village. It really describes our point of creation, where we emerged and, the lands that we inhabited. It's a spiritual reference point, but it's also a geographic reference point that really presently encompasses, this land and this territory that we've inhabited. And so hopefully that gives you an understanding. Today, a lot of people have adopted the expression Tovangar to refer to the Los Angeles basin. And so you might see it at different places. But I think one thing that's important to mention, and then I'll let Kelly answer the next part of the question around, what was it like before and what is it like to live as an Indigenous person in this place? I think it's really important to recognize that there are a lot of places in LA that still have Tongva names. And so downtown Los Angeles used to be called Yongna. And then today there's still places across LA County that hold Tongva words or hold Tongva names like Azusa, Topanga, Kahungna, and Rancho Cucamonga, Mungna are some of the places that still have our names of original villages. And so I'll give the mic to Kelly.
Theresa and I are working on an article together about UCLA's land grant history, and one of the placeholders we have in there is what was the land and life like before colonization. And Theresa has a line in there that says, Tongva people, we were here living our best life before settlers came. And it's something that really stands out to me. I've talked to her about, like, we have to leave this in the paper. But I think it's important to know that coastal California has some of the most diverse ecology in the state. I mean, within 90 minutes, you go from the ocean to being inland to being in the mountains. And it was, our parents like to say that it basically was the Garden of Eden, is what California was like before colonization, just beautiful. And thinking about what is it like to, I'm just not even just LA, but Southern California in general. Like, I've lived in just the outskirts of downtown LA, all the way inland to San Bernardino, and now all the way down into San Diego. And I've seen just the way that the state has developed, the presence of, for me, driving around, I see a lot of presence of colonialism. The Spanish style buildings in all of the cities that I've lived in really stand out. And it's really hard to commute to different places and see this present, this constant reminder. And there are times when I'm driving up to LA and I will express to people that when I drive through San Juan Capistrano, off the 5, you see all of these Spanish style apartment buildings, and I feel this physical presence of, like, weight being pushed down on me of oppression. And it's really sad. I have a lot of moments where I think, what would my ancestors say if they could see the land the way it is today? Because this is not how it probably was meant to be.
And if I could, well, no, I think that's wonderful, Kelly. And if I could add to that, working with Manuel has made me more attuned to architecture, right? And how architecture is a part of the settler colonial project, and is a technology or an apparatus to erase Indigenous people and remake lands into what we want them to be and how we envision that they should look. And so something I also want to add to what Kelly was saying is, yes, it is incredibly oppressive to traverse our homelands. I'm still in my home territory up here in northern San Diego County, because we're also Luiseño. But one thing I want to emphasize is that like what we see oftentimes is something that other people will never see. We still see our relative, our Mother Earth, the original landscape of Tovangar and the LA or Southern California area. While people see Hollywood and the motion picture industry and Los Angeles as a place to remake yourself, we see the indestructibility of the mountains, right? Everyone complains about traffic in LA, and I like to think that traffic is so terrible because the freeways are awful because they couldn't break our mountains and build through them. We still see the ocean, even though it's been destroyed, through climate change and through other ways. We still see the beauty of the ocean and our relatives there. And so I think while there are a lot of elements, and you can often feel very erased in a city like LA or in a place like Southern California, we still have this connection to our ancestors and to the land. And a strong connection there, and understanding that this is the place that we've been since creation and since time immemorial.
That's very, very beautiful. It makes me think that part of what you're pointing to is, and part of the pain, I think, comes from that knowledge that you come from a people and a culture that is truly has been around a long time, right? And this is true of a lot of indigenous peoples and cultures around the world. And part of that is to do with certain practices with the land, right? Of just acknowledging that there are better approaches to be with the land and honoring them, right? And so the fact that you're here and the fact that you're able to express that pain is also a sign of victory, in a sense, of the fact that those traditions do continue. And also I'd say that while it is very, some of those images of the crass developmentalism that, we live around and we're participating in, it's pretty thin in the geological record, right? And even in the kind of civilizational record, it's a very thin layer, actually, even though it looks so destructive. And it, some of the effects, the worst effects of climate change are going to be geological in scale. Indigenous knowledge and survivance shows you, an acknowledgement of certain practices shows you a way in which you can go beyond that, right? Go beyond that level of destruction and kind of go beyond that very thin layer of concrete. I wanted to turn to that other question, which involves acknowledgement, and the question of, I guess, goes to a little bit more of the question of repair, which is the differences you point out in your video regarding settler land acknowledgements and what you describe as indigenous land acknowledgements. So you state, and I'm just quoting here a few of your words, we do not have mutual understandings of acknowledgements. For us, acknowledgements are relational. They are introductions to the land, are relative. They are a form of welcome. Acknowledgements are land-based practices, ancient protocols of recognition, diplomatic exchanges. So that's seemed very central to this whole conversation to me, in the way that it's trying to contrast the difference in depth and in also qualitatively in terms of settler acknowledgements versus these indigenous acknowledgements that are much more intergenerational. They're much more just more expansive in terms of how they operate with the land and with people. So I wonder if you could talk a bit more about the history of and contemporary practice of this deeper mode of acknowledgement, and how what we see in settler institutions is a kind of betrayal of this. And I'm particularly thinking about something we talked about in preparation, which was the notion of Kuyam that Charles Sepulveda has pointed to in terms of recognizing settlers as visitors and getting settlers to recognize themselves as visitors rather than as guests, because guests obviously implies a kind of invitation. And so there seems to be some unearthing there of that mode of relationality that is required for us to get to a place where we're actually in more diplomatic relation, right? In this more relational approach. So any kind of thoughts on, or anything else you wanted to speak to in terms of indigenous acknowledgements and Tongva acknowledgements in particular?
You can read a bit about this more in the Beyond Land acknowledgement, where we start to tease out indigenous protocols or indigenous acknowledgements and settler acknowledgements. Something I'll say is, like, there are indigenous people across the globe, and we all in different ways had diplomatic exchanges and ways of welcoming and inviting and entering each other's homes. And so what I always like to tell people is, when you visit somebody's home, you won't enter their home without a proper invitation or without a welcome, right? And so although we didn't have borders, but we had boundaries, we understood people's home territories, and we didn't enter that territory without a welcome or an invitation or permission. We didn't hunt other people's lands. We didn't gather from gather plants or food from their areas that we knew were theirs. And so a lot of indigenous practices of acknowledgement aren't only deeply embedded in this understanding of our relationship to place, but they're also tied to this understanding of people's territories and respecting their homes, and respecting our rights to be in their homes. And it really is diplomatic. What oftentimes you'll see an Indigenous person do an acknowledgement, and it is really tied to this relational understanding of our relationship to our homes, our entry into somebody else's home. And so a lot that, although the practices in many ways aren't the same, that contemporary acknowledgements that Indigenous people do are more of a contemporary form of this traditional protocol and diplomatic exchange. It's important to recognize that why Indigenous people do acknowledgements is very different than, and it's more rooted in relationality than why settlers are doing acknowledgements. And I think that the work of Charles Sepulveda, who proposes this like philosophical or paradigmatic shift of how we're considering ourselves in relationship to place for settlers, is really critical in the conversation, because Charles is asking for settlers or visitors to reconsider their relationship to the land primarily, and asking us to consider ourselves as visitors as opposed to guests, or as opposed to making ourselves into Native people and saying like, I'm a Native Angelino, or I'm a Southern California Native. He's asking for us to shift our understanding dramatically in terms of what's our relationship to the place that we're living. I'll let Kelly answer some.
Oh, I was also thinking these traditional practices are our way of letting people know who we are and where we come from. As Theresa was saying, our relationship with the land. We're also, the practice is also letting other tribal communities in the area know like how we are related to them. If our clans have married into, or we'll say someone from our village may be married into someone from a neighboring village, it's how we introduced ourselves. And I do think it's really important that we challenge these perspectives of like Theresa was saying, I think it's probably one of my pet peeves when I hear someone say I'm a native Californian, and I'm like, no, I'm a native Californian. My ancestors have been here forever, since creation. And just thinking, going from thinking of being a settler to being a visitor to being a guest, like guests are treated very hospitably. Or like at Theresa's house, she has in her guest room, she has all your toiletries all set up, and you really, really care and take care of that person. And that's not what happened here in California. Like people just came and squatted on our land and never left. We did welcome and did give a lot in that welcoming process, but it was with the intention of like, these people were going to go back home, and that never happened. And I think it's really important to, in thinking about the relationships with the land, to ask ourselves, like, how are we being a good visitor? Are we caring for this land that even us as Tongva people, like we are of this land, but we are not going to be here forever. And we need to care for the land while we're here.
Thank you so much, both of you. I don't know if we have time for us to continue, Arne, or do we need to open it up?
We are, hi everyone. Thanks so much for this conversation. You know, I can think of many ways to contribute to it, participate in it, but you can certainly keep going for a little while. We can also say that this is a moment where we're opening it up and people can join if they have any questions, clarifications that they're having, ways in which they like to contribute. I did see in the chat a question showed up I don't know, Theresa Kelly, if you have the Beyond Land Acknowledgement article handy, if you could drop that in the chat for the students who are in the meeting here, everyone who's interested in reading it. I think, Manuel, we initially started our conversation around that article because I just read it, I think, when I reached out to you, and then we sort of exchanged some thoughts on that. So I have it somewhere on the computer, but I'm too focused on this to now find it. But I don't know if you, Theresa Kelly, Manuel, maybe you have it handy, you could drop it in a chat. That would be great. The students are asking for it, so it would be lovely to see that. So yeah, if anyone wants to jump in, or if you would like to add some thoughts still, Theresa Kelly, Manuel, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I can drop in the article if you want. We did have another question that we had thought could be relevant for this particular conversation, given that ostensibly it's hosted by REDCAT, which is part of and CalArts as well, as part of the Disney kind of history. One question that emerges out of that is, in a sense, what is the relationship between the contemporary discourse around land acknowledgement and its kind of performativity and its limitations? Also, in that article that Theresa and Wayne wrote, they do point to the positive dimensions, right? One of the, I think, big takeaways for me reading it was how it depends, right? It depends on the level of the degree of self-consciousness that an institution has with regards to its settler status, whether or not performing a rote land acknowledgement has any value or not, right? If it's an institution that has zero consciousness, right? And sorry, Theresa, if I'm misconstruing the argument, but this is just one of the items that I remember, right? That it is a qualitative thing, and so that's all to say that how culture plays into it is also very qualitative and very specific, as well as very material, right? Like the way that Los Angeles developed materially in space, geographically, is very tied to the development of the culture industries. So one question I had was if you could talk a little bit about Disney in terms of, in particular, and maybe the arts more generally, but in terms of the reproduction of this mythology of this land in terms of so-called manifest destiny, right? This myth that this was kind of empty land, and not just empty, but that it contained a kind of invitation for white people, and specifically to come and make it more productive. Paradoxically, to make it into this Garden of Eden that it was actually destroying, right? And so, in what ways does a culture itself nowadays and previously maybe feature a kind of land acknowledgement, either an acknowledgement of manifest destiny, a kind of ideological projection of it, or more positively maybe attempts to try to at least have some honesty, right? Have some authentic recognition of the fact that this is an ongoing violence, right? This is an ongoing project of dispossession. So I'm thinking regarding questions of co-option that might happen through the incorporation of such discourses in our culture, but also whether there's any positive aspects. I know that you had a couple of images in the video of this City of Ghosts, the Netflix show, which is an animation show, where there are a few, I think it is ostensibly about the Tongva as well, right? There's at least one episode. So there's a lot of moving parts to this question of culture, and I was wondering if you had any comments on that.
I think one thing to know is we are daughters of a motion picture industry employee. Our dad he still is a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 40, put a shout out to them, and our brother-in-law and our nephew are all members of IBEW. So we grew up around motion pictures. Our dad worked at it was originally MGM Studios, and then became Lorimar, then Columbia and TriStar, and now is Sony Picture Studios. So we grew up seeing Hollywood, going on movie sets, telling all our friends about how we went on the pirate ship for the film Hook before it was even painted. And we saw Tom Hanks when he was doing Castaway. It was really exciting to see those things. But then also what came with it is seeing the representations of Native people. So growing up, it's like we see this really idyllic view of Hollywood and how cool it is to get this sneak peek to what movies look like, but then to see movies and television on the screen and see Native peoples in the past. Because I can't think of, as a child, any representations of Native people, or even specifically California Indians, in film and television that portrayed us in a positive way. I never saw anything where Native people looked like me. It was always this Plains Indian image that is far from what California Indians look like, and our traditions are not the same. And I think now, specifically with the City of Ghosts, the City of Ghosts is a Netflix show geared towards children, but is actually really entertaining for adults, and it explores Los Angeles. And episode 4, which is called Tovangar, explores the Los Angeles area from a Tongva perspective. And some of the, I don't want to say characters, but the people in the episode are actually elders from the community and activists and artists from the community sharing their perspectives and their knowledge. And I can remember I watched it like 4 or 5 times because it was the first time in my entire life. And I'm 40 years old. So to see a positive representation at 40 just gave a lot of hope of like what the future is going to look like for our nephews and our nieces, and to see yourself reflected in a positive light. I'm sure Theresa has something to add on to this.
What I'll add is when I think about the visual and performing arts, and when I think about acknowledgements, it's important to recognize that this conversation has been going on for quite some time. And arguably this has been in the visual and performing arts is where land acknowledgement really emerged as a discourse in the US. In other countries, it came out of truth and reconciliations and national apologies. And so in writing the article, but also in thinking about acknowledgement as a practice, you can't untie that from the role of visual and performing arts. Which feels like so appropriate with regard to thinking about care and repair and this convening today. And so something I do want to mention is there are a lot of remarkable, brilliant, talented Tongva artists and California Native artists. A few of their names are River Garza, Mercedes Duarme, Tina Calderon, Jessica Calderon, Megan Duarme. You notice there's replications in names because these people are also relatives. And so I think artistry runs in their blood. Kelly Caballero, Bishoito Alvitri. And so these are wonderful people who I encourage you to turn to their work. Not only are they unpacking some of the things that we talked about today in terms of like, how do you reconcile these tensions of being Indigenous and living in a city like LA, of having that ancestral and umbilical connection with the land and seeing its beauty, but also seeing its destruction. I know some of them have worked in cultural resources, and they have had firsthand experiences of seeing development and construction in Los Angeles and seeing our ancestors ripped from the earth. And that's like really deeply informed the work that they do. It's really deeply informed their commitments to working in Los Angeles and really giving space and place and voice to other artists through this platform. I lost track of what I wanted to say, but I do think that when we think about acknowledgements and visual and performing arts, we also have to think about like there's this critique around performativity, right? which kind of seems appropriate for the field. But this critique of performativity is threaded through a lot of the discourse on land acknowledgement, in thinking about, how are land acknowledgements shallow and how are they empty and how do they become gestures, or how are they gestures? And something that we really push for in our article, but also just in our work in general, is this idea of moving beyond land acknowledgements as a form of performance, but more so as a way of materializing resources and relationships. And so over the last few years, and I'm watching time, over the last few years, Tongva people have received a lot of visibility in the motion picture industry. When Anne Hathaway received her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, she gave an acknowledgement. Taika Waititi did a land acknowledgement of the Tongva at the Academy Awards a few years ago to an audience of over 5 million people, which was less than usual years. But we've gotten this visibility. And something I was talking with Kelly about was like, yes, the acknowledgements are wonderful. It's a critical part of demonstrating care and trying to acknowledge the community. And a lot of our community members talk about how acknowledgements are a part of this reparations or repairing process. But at the same time, we experience this tension because it hasn't necessarily materialized any sort of changes for our community. We're still non-federally recognized. We still don't have a land base. We still don't have a lot of resources to really exercise our tribal sovereignty in a way that we should be able to. And so I think when we think about acknowledgements, we also have to recognize when you are performing them, like what are the limits of them and how can you actually push beyond that to really enact meaningful change for the community.
It makes me think a little bit, Theresa, about the work that you're doing as co-director of the Indigenous Futures Institute. Just to connect this question around art and creativity and performativity in the most positive sense in terms of a literal construction of futurity. Right, in the sense that it doesn't have to be a symbolic, meaningless, superficial thing if it's something that emerges from the imagination, let's say. But in fact, it's a precondition for creating those shifts in power, right? In the sense that you need creativity at all levels. You need creativity at the levels of, like you were saying, really strategic relationships to government entities and really strategic relationships towards the medical establishment, towards science and technology, towards being very strategic with law and with using all kinds of levers, weapons, in order to construct this future, right? Where there would be a land base, where there would be reciprocal relations restored, and so forth. So I guess I'm curious as to whether there's what you're implying is just a different, a more in a way profound, a more radical mode of performativity, right? Does that make sense in terms of what you were saying? I just want to maybe to talk a bit about the Indigenous Futures Institute.
It does make sense. I think something to talk about the Indigenous Futures Institute a little bit, using settler colonialism as a lens for looking at things is a wonderful theory, and it's a wonderful tool to examine things, but we're just diagnosing a problem that we know exists. And so settler colonialism, in the way that it's deployed in terms of our thinking and our analytics, it's wonderful because we're starting to nuance these conversations in different ways that we hadn't before. But for me, Indigenous Futurities, which comes out of Afrofuturisms, it is really a way to dream beyond settler colonialism, right? We are, in many ways, if we only use settler colonialism as a lens of examination or understanding or of talking about our current condition, we kind of get stuck, right? And so Indigenous Futurities or Indigenous Futurisms is a project of thinking beyond that. And it allows us to dream up futures that we desire to have for our communities. Arguably, as well, Indigenous people have always been futurists. In a lot of Indigenous communities, there's different philosophies, not only around relationality, but of intergenerational relationality, right? And so like that, we think about the actions that and how they will impact generations away from like the future generations. For some communities, it's the 7 generations philosophy or principle of thinking and acting in a way where we're considering the lives of 7 generations ahead of us, but also honoring 7 generations behind us. But a lot of these efforts, I think we have to also recognize and realize that like we are living and existing in a settler colonial society. And so a conversation a lot of people want to have, but nobody really wants to do, is to decolonize settler colonial societies, right? We all want to talk about it, but when it comes to decolonizing in the sense that Eve Tuck and Kei Wei Yang write about, right, the rematriation and the repatriation of Indigenous land and life, that ultimate goal of the return of Indigenous lands to Indigenous peoples, we stop, right? Like it's discomforting to think that we can, or we will, or we want to return Indigenous land to Indigenous people when it is actually a possibility. And so to kind of to your question, Manuel, like in my operating of things, in thinking about acknowledgements, but also thinking about like this project of decolonization and the the aspirations of land rematriation, I think at this point, it's for me, it's really about pulling together multiple disciplines and resources to reimagine or to rework what that looks like, and recognizing that as Indigenous people, we have to balance both the Western world and our Indigenous worlds, and then not live as separate people in these separate worlds, because we're always Indigenous people. It's not a hat you take off and put on, but it's about navigating those two to reach this ultimate goal, maybe 7 generations down the line of rematriation. And so the efforts of Indigenous Futures Institute for me right now is really thinking and working in an interdisciplinary way, in a multi-institutional way, right? Thinking about municipalities and cities, counties, states, federal government, nonprofit organizations, tribal organizations. How are we bringing faculty, students? How are we bringing all of these individuals together across fields, the arts and the humanities, the social science, various STEM fields? How are we all engaging in these conversations in a way that really helps us realize the future for Indigenous communities and starts to actualize the process of decolonization?
Thank you so much. Kelly, did you want to add something to this question of futurity, or?
No, I think Theresa got it all.
Okay.
I want to be mindful of time and not interrupt anyone else's, because I think we might.
I think Kelly, you're right. We're about 2 minutes past 11. We have till 11:15 for this conversation. So I'm wondering, I believe Pete, you are making the switch. If we could go to gallery view maybe, and see the entire group, and people can come in, ask questions if they have any. I'm really happy we're having this conversation. Part of the reason why we included this in our thinking for today is precisely because we didn't just want to have a kind of formal, let's say performative statement at the outset of this event, but an actual, a more pedagogical conversation where we are beginning to do the kind of work that's, I think, needed at the level of individuals. I think that's very striking too, Manuel, how you opened up this conversation, right? Sort of talking about your own lived history, and then also at the level of the institution. I'm really grateful we just talked about Indigenous futurisms as well, because one of the things that struck me, Kelly, when you were speaking, I think, Manuel, you came back to that phrase a little bit later on, was how this phrase Garden of Eden showed up in the conversation. which is, as far as I know, at least not a phrase that I would associate with indigenous discourses or thinking. I mean, to me, it resonates, first of all, with another kind of tradition, a theological tradition that's often stood in quite some tension with the indigenous one. And the phrase also, is obviously mobilized as part of certain nativist discourses today that are, in many ways quite problematic. So it was interesting to sort of see that and think about, or hear that and think about repair as an orientation towards the past. It could have a sort of nostalgic dimension built in, and the sort of logic of the Garden of Eden that's associated with that. And then also the sort of futurist approach, which would be more about looking forward in a way, or doing both, I think, as Theresa, you were suggesting, both looking back at the generations that came before and looking always already also ahead at those who will come afterwards. So I thought that was a very thought-provoking perspective to offer here. So yeah, I'm wondering if anyone wants to hop in. If we have any questions here, people can just unmute themselves and speak.
I could jump in. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, Églantine. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, thanks for those compelling presentations. I was thinking about the local and the land on which CalArts and California, but maybe because we're on Zoom too, I was also thinking about the internet cables and the land and the ocean as well that those cables traverse. And I think that's how my mind got to other histories of land appropriation, either by people who've been colonized elsewhere or people who've been displaced in the US. And I was thinking a lot about, for instance, about Algiers, for instance, and about that conflict between architecture and sort of spatial resistance that you guys were also talking about with indigenous land. Where in a city like Algiers, for instance, the French colonizer, when they arrived, sort of like rationalized everything, but could not touch that one neighborhood that was the Kasbah. Maybe some of you are familiar with it. The Kasbah is kind of complicated in indigenous sort of neighborhoods from where the resistance to colonialism was forming. So there's kind of like a history of attempts to resist, but also a failure to recreate a sort of claim to land. And here I'm thinking about Durham, North Carolina, that used to have a Black Wall Street at the end of the 20s and had Black neighborhoods, such as one called Haiti, that was then destroyed by the highway system in order to create what's called now the Research Triangle Park between Durham, Raleigh, and Chapel Hill, and create this kind of like powerful research university. While Duke University was the university, one of the universities in Durham, Carolina, was called a plantation by its own Black workers. So in Durham, it's more an attempt not to resist by sort of preserving the native and constructed neighborhood, but to create a new space, new neighborhoods, in order to be able to take economic autonomy within a capitalist system in a way. It was just very different sort of ways to go about a kind of decolonial, let's say, approach to rebuilding space or to claim space, let's say. And so it had me wonder too, and you guys were absolutely going there toward the end about the question of futurity, and Arne as well in your comments on repairs, like how do we, with that question of repair, how do we orient the question of repair in the future without being sort of in a kind of attempt to recover either a lost paradise or some kind of a forever sedimented, lost history. And my question for you is what kind of concrete experience in town planning, let's say, local, small, maybe, not necessarily at the level of a whole city, but has born some kind of hope as far as a visiting, a visitor way or guest way to envision architecture, but also maybe ecologically responsible way to envision architecture would look like. That would not just be about repair, about trying to protect, to preserve, to congeal or to freeze, but to really create something else that would have some kind of a rehoming effect for native or indigenous communities.
I just want to point to some conversations that I constantly have with communities around this idea of repair. And so a lot of elders that I've worked with, especially when we talk about relationships between universities and local Native nations, you know, and universities are trying to do, trying to get into better relationships. Some universities are trying to get into better relationship with Native communities, and the response to the communities is like, you can't undo the harm, you can't repair the past, but moving forward, we can do what's right. And so that's just something to consider when we're thinking about this conversation of repair. I have some comments about architecture, but I actually wanted to ask Manuel if he could share a bit about what they're doing in Canada with First Nations communities around your question.
Okay. Well, it's a great question. I think that the reason you point to Canada is because maybe there's a little bit more going on in terms of architecture, Indigenous architecture. There's just more active, a little bit of a longer waves of activism within the architecture field, where Indigenous architects are really leading, for example, whole architecture schools. So we had last year we had David Fortin, who's a Métis architect, and he was the director then. He's not anymore, but he was the director of the Laurentian School of Architecture. And so their curriculum was fully embedded with the local Indigenous communities. So it wasn't, you know, when they were setting up a project, they weren't trying to impress, you know, the standard design website, or, you know, the architect's newspaper magazine, or, you know, Architectural Digest, as other architecture schools try to do, by bringing in star architects and all this. They were inviting local elders to say, you know, this is the project that we've set the students, and the local elders would provide the guidance as to whether, and do the critique, you know, as to whether the project was being done in a way that made sense to that place and to those traditions. So that's a very, very small example of, I think, where we should be going, in my opinion. I would also point out, just unrelated, it's indirect to the question of architecture as a field, but I have been working for quite a few years with the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians in Palm Springs here in California. And they have, we saw actually with Theresa, we met with Kate Anderson, who's their director of education. She's actually a Potawatomi citizen. She's been working there for a few years, but they've been, I think, pretty much pioneering an approach to generating a local school curriculum for primary school students, I think, that really rewrites the history of the place according to the Agua Caliente cosmology, politics, history, ecology. That is a groundbreaking, I think, you know, approach towards imagining and creating a different architecture. And that's a very special place because of the desert ecology, but also because the Agua Caliente have been at this at the level of town planning from the very beginning. So they are really truly also pioneers on the national scene in terms of contesting some of the ways in which urban planning has been a colonial technology, and now posing that it's not through only in the courts that you're going to change that. It's truly by, you know, to rethink education, which goes back to, I think, Theresa's comments earlier about the need to be truly interdisciplinary and not to take for granted colonial epistemologies and disciplinary constellations, but actually to try to reinvent them in a way that produces this world that puts Indigenous futurity at the forefront.
Great, thank you, Theresa, for dropping those names in the chat. I really appreciate it. Do we have other questions? Anyone else who wants to weigh in? I think we probably have time for one more.
I'll just quickly add that a few indigenous architects that I would urge you to check out. So Wanda Dalla Costa, who's a Saddle Lake First Nation architect, she runs an indigenous design collaborative at Arizona State University and is a wonderful theorist as well as a practicing architect. And she's training young indigenous and non-indigenous architects there through that program. And also the Indigenous Planning Institute at the University of New Mexico, I think, is very important. There's so many different indigenous architects. I can try and write them in a list and put them on the chat. But I do think that it's a good question in terms of like Theresa was just doing, just giving that visibility to people who are actually trying to do this work.
Thank you, Manuel. Anyone else who has a question still or comment? No one? If nobody is going to speak up, I think we're going to wrap it up here. Theresa, Kelly, Manuel, thank you so much. Really appreciate you taking the time, being here with us, educating us on this topic. We really appreciate it. It was a really productive, I think, conversation. Wonderful way, I think, for us to get the day going. We are going to shift now. I think we're going to stay in gallery mode, actually, but we're going to shift to Dimitri Chamblas, who is with us and ready. As I see, a wonderful dancer, choreographer, wonderful teacher, thinker, theorist, somebody who I've really appreciated being in conversation with at CalArts, Dean of the School of Dance, also at CalArts, who is going to be doing a performance that I believe will involve all of us, right, Dimitri? Over to you.
Bonjour, everybody. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me, Arne. Nice to meet you all. So I'm Dimitri Chamblas. Yes, I'm a choreographer, and I choreograph everything that can be choreographed. Moving images, bodies, thoughts, objects, words. I come from the mountains, from the French Alps, and I decided to dance when I was 6, and left my family when I was 10 because I wanted to be a professional dancer. And in my little village, it was not possible. So I went to Paris, and that's the first kind of experience, life experience, that dance proposed me, changing geography, changing context, and leaving my family. And it has been, in a way, when I think about the why did I want to be a dancer? Why this relation to dance? I feel like it has always been my vehicle to travel and to guide my life. And when I see now the territories where my dance is going, from stages to museums, to nightclubs, to schools, and the different also contexts, like prison, maximum security male prisons, and refugee camps, and also traveling in some very different spaces, like commercial relation with dance and camera, different types of camera for different types of reasons and projects and medias, fashion, all of that. So I said this in kind of 3 sentences, so it seems like a lot of different territories and maybe a little spread out, but all of those material and spaces are totally unhierarchized for me, and they are really me and my research. When we turned to remote, I thought about how would I change or not the proposal I wanted to do. That was a kind of a collective practice, and it reminded me when I was artistic director at the Paris Opera a few years ago. I really re-questions the relation between physical spaces and let's say digital spaces, because at that time it was not metaverse, but we were really thinking and talking about digital spaces and really considering internet with, of course, agitated and noisy and a lot of pollutions, but thinking that as an artist and as a big house like the Paris Opera, how we could consider internet as a place where still we would try to find spaces of expression, free spaces where we could propose things that were not only an answer to the rules of internet. I was interested as well when we turned into this mode for the care and repair. The digital space as a dancer, I've always been thinking, maybe I'm a little naive, but I've always been thinking that there's this, it's very ephemeral, like everything, like one thing and another thing and another thing. And in the other hand, it's everything you do on the internet is gonna kind of stay somewhere. So there's this foreverness. So those two very different temporalities and rhythms were very interesting to me. And then I took the decision to make with you this show that I'm touring right now that's called The Slow Show. It's a 52 performers show that we always cast locally, and that is an opportunity for me as a dancer to meet different bodies, different persons, and in a week-long process to restage that show. The group is usually made by very different persons, and we always ask the institution that is inviting the performance to propose us many different audience, communities, people who they usually work with, assuming that it's a mission of a theater or a museum to be kind of largely inclusive, right? And when this project arrives here and there, it's also a good way to kind of check in with the work that those institutions are doing or not, in relation with where they are, with the communities. Two things before we go. One is something I wanted to share about a question that the Slow Show is kind of inviting about the identity of a movement, what makes the identity of a movement. And it's something that we've been working on here at CalArts in, I think, an interesting way with the animation school. For example, if I would do, let's say, I don't have the right T-shirt for that, but let's say I do this movement, and let's question what makes the identity of this movement. Is it where the movement is starting from that tells what this movement is about? Is it the rhythm of it? Is it the energy that I put on it? Is it the form that I want to design in the space? Is it the travel of the fingers in the space? Like, what makes the identity of that movement, and how? So that's one thing. The other thing is, if we think about the context for a movement, because the Slow Show is touring in very, very various contexts. If, for example, I would do this movement, and I would be under an apple tree, then everybody would think that I'm going to grab an apple. If I do this exact same movement after having been dancing with Arne like crazy, and then I do this same movement, maybe it's an invitation to kind of high five. And if I've been talking for too long, and that I would see that, for example, Églantine would have a question, I would do this same movement to maybe invite Églantine to ask the question. So how how this context for a same movement and a same body can really change the perception, and how you want to, as a creator, how you want to invite those influences. So just few little things like that about the slow show. What I would love to do, because I see that time is running, I would love us to build a version of the slow show that would be this version of the care and repair group and time. So with the thing like with camera on, off, that we've been all doing many stuff for like a year and a half. So we all know that you want to have it on, off. It's totally okay. But just take a decision with that. And what I would love to do is that we take 4 minutes to 5 minutes for each of you to identify 3 movements that are from your everyday life, like very pedestrian everyday life movement that I would take my beanie out, I would put my glasses on, and I would lay down on the floor. So for each of you to find 3 of your everyday movement, and then I'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. So from there, we're gonna start thinking about the time. In dance, we really identify that there's a time that has a certain type of comfort, and when you go to more of some extremes, the extreme fastness or the extreme slowness, it's inviting very different sensations in the body. When we talk and think about slowness, there's kind of synonymous that are showing up, like slow is comfortable, slow is asleep, slow is round, slow is. But when you go to the very extreme slowness, like you can do in some types of meditations, or when you can practice in Buto as well, then you enter in some zones of difficulties, agitations, conflicts. And I would actually love that with those three actions that you have identified, that we would work on assembling them. The three that you have, you decide on an order, and we will play the score of the slow show, and we will utilize a segment of 10 minutes to execute those three movements. It means that I'm kind of used to it. So it means that concretely, I couldn't see you moving. It's so slow to do three movements in 10 minutes that I kind of can't see the movement, right? But if I don't watch you and then I come back 2 minutes later, it's been changing, right? Because again, we're talking movement. It's not a static thing, but it's so slow that the movement is invisible. But what we see is that you're busy at moving. So the sensation is different for your. So I would love to try that. I would love for those who could be a little comfortable with the camera, just to kind of, for me, have a, I mean, first because I'm excited by that, but also, and again, if you're here, but if you're there, like, find the relation you want, the one that you're comfortable with, and we're gonna go for it. So maybe I will speak during those 2 minutes if I see that it's needed. That I do sometimes during run through or rehearsal. So I'll do the same. Could we have Rosa playing the music? And yes, again, those of you who are okay with that, open the camera. It's great. We're together trying that. And 10 minutes is very long. So.
And should we go to a gallery view, Dimitri?
Yes.
So we could see everybody? That's probably a good idea, no?
Yes. I see everybody, actually. Okay, let's go now. Thanks, everybody. For whatever reason, it reminded me something that that I speak a lot about with performers when we do more durational and site-specific works, where you do something and sometimes there's a kind of a lot of people passing by, but sometimes there's nobody. And what I always feel that it's that there's never nobody. I'm like, if you dance, there's always someone could be here or there, or dead people in the sky, or there's always an interaction. You're never alone dancing. So I don't know why it made me think about that, because I was like, is the audience participating or watching, or both? Are the persons who have camera off, did they leave, fall asleep, or did they do it very intensively? So I loved, while I was doing that, I was kind of traveling those options, and that was really nice. Time is running, Arne. I'm sorry, I've been a little, but yeah.
This was amazing. I think maybe, Dimitri, if you're okay with it, we could open up. Thanks so much for facilitating this for us. This was a first for me on Zoom. My body and my mind feel a lot better than I would normally feel, I think, at the end of a sort of long morning conversation. I mean, I was really thinking while I was doing this. I don't know if that's really the goal if you're supposed to, vacate yourself, empty yourself out from thoughts. But I felt like the previous conversation was really going through my mind while I was doing this. At the same time, it's quite intense also physically. I mean, I really felt something muscular going on in the shoulders, probably because of the movement that I was doing, lower back also. I'm standing up actually for this. So that was really, really interesting. And then also sort of noticing all the minuscule parts of the movements. One of my gestures was just pushing up my glasses, but there's this moment where my hand started pushing my face and I wasn't even near my glasses yet. And then afterwards, I was just trying to look at my watch and I had to move my sleeve a little bit to see it. And so everything became very, very complicated, complex in a way that obviously we usually never, at least I don't really typically think about when I'm doing those gestures. So it was really a wonderful way to continue this event today. Any comments people had, or maybe experiences people wanted to share based on the specific movements they went through, because it's kind of a sequence, right, that was set up here, which is quite interesting too, I think, to think about. So yeah, anyone who wants to jump in.
I think I was doing movements that are almost neurotically compulsive for me. So to do them that slowly, like smoking or knitting at that pace, where normally I'm going rapidly multiple times a day, like you're saying. And so to have that pause and sort of reverse into that action was really special and poignant.
The next one is in 2 weeks in Minneapolis, in the Great Northern Festival. That is this festival that puts in dialogues climate changes and art. And it will be on a frozen lake, so outside. And the group that now is, we have the group now because it's gonna come up soon, is a group with it's different groups actually. One is a group of former incarcerated males, so following those kind of connections with the work I do here in California, and dancers, families, like different generations coming together, and a group of persons. It's a nonprofit actually that works on persons victims of domestic violence. So we will work 1 week, and we will present it at the festival on a Saturday on that frozen lake. And the music is by a visual artist and composer Eddie Rocher, who is coming everywhere we go. He comes with us, and while we are working on the dance material, he is recording sounds and meeting persons and traveling the city and then recomposing the music. So this one that we played with is the music from the last time we did the show, and that was in Ouagadougou in West Africa, in this outside theater that was built for the independence of Burkina Faso. That was a French colony, and it's been unused. And then the Salia Sanou, the director of the West African Festival, proposed me, since it's 52 performers who are persons from there, it was like, what if they would take it and reopen that space. So that was the last time we did it. That was 1 year ago.
Thank you, Dimitri. Other thoughts people had?
Yeah, I wanted to comment on one of the movements. My movements are all, I wasn't on camera, but my movements were all involving objects. And I didn't think about it when I sort of selected them. And one of them was always adjusting my chair in front of my desk because it always gets higher. But and you have to push a red button, sort of lower it. But that's a very abrupt movement. It didn't really match the slow, you know, I can move slowly to approach it, but it's a very abrupt movement. And so this meditative kind of mental state that I had, it wasn't just disrupted, but it just made me, the point of this to me was that we can't really control the outside world so much, but we can control ourselves. And so that's what I took away from this kind of a meditative choreographed dance or whatever we did.
That's why also we rehearse, because sometimes you have desires like I'm gonna go and sit on the floor, but then just like going to the floor, then the body can't do that. Like going down in 7 minutes, then the muscles, they start to shake, like the body can't do that. So then you decide on some adaptations or some other actions, and then you design something that is doable during those, 20 minutes. And the thing is that I didn't talk about, that is very important for the project actually, is that what is building the group, there's what is making this group being a group is not I like to think that as an individual, you don't have the responsibility to build a group. You have the responsibility to be here, and the group is building himself. And in the slow show, actually, it's through just sharing this time when the slowness, when this rhythm is the same in all of the bodies, then that makes us being together and being a group. Whatever action we do, whatever style we have, if we share this time, then it makes the group being the group. If you speed it up a little bit, you're not part of the group anymore. Like there's this thing that is very fragile, but very beautiful.
Yeah, that's powerful, I think. I also noticed, even though it's a sort of group feeling, I was also seeing people doing vaguely similar things. I was wondering, oh my God, is it the same gesture? Am I going to connect to this particular person because they're also going to push up their glasses or also do something with their hair or whatever it is they're doing? So that I think is interesting too, that even though there's a kind of collective that's created, there's still individual, at least, people who are visible, individual connections, between people that are being established too. So I think, to go back a little bit to the conversation before, the issue of relationality is very interesting in this context, I think, as well, the way it gets established, through the performance. Other thoughts people had?
I was just seeing this from like a different perspective from Kulov. So I was just doing all this kind of movements that was like what you feel so natural we're doing, in normal life, but where you're doing this in a slow motion, it kind of gives you the feeling of alienation, it kind of exchange this movement from your body as if you were looking a part of you that was being kind of extracted and presented in front of yourself as you're looking at yourself, doing all this movement, but also looking at others. So I felt that was very interesting experiment for me. Yeah.
Dimitri, I wanted to ask you too, do you sometimes encounter resistance to the exercise? I mean, you have obviously right now you have a pretty friendly, I think, audience, but I'm imagining there are contexts in which you're doing this work. I'm thinking a little bit about the resistance, right, from the subjects who you want to involve in this kind of exercise. So do you have any kind of accounts around that, or objections that people might have to having to participate or be invited to participate in it?
Mm-hmm. So I couldn't hear you very well, but I think I got it. I don't think that to create you have to be in this very kind of, I would say, romantic kind of we're all together, we love each other, it's great, we support each other. We are so happy, Dimitri, that you're here to work with us. I think that I've been experimenting many types of context of, I would even say, hostility or prejudgmental situations that to me are okay. Because if you only work with people who likes your work or wants to be part of it or already have an ease for then your space of work starts to be, I don't know, very narrow. And again, I've been choosing dance to circulate different, spaces. So for example, I do a project in Marseille in the industry. It's going to premiere in a year with dock workers in Marseille and cranes, like it's going to be in the industrial part of Marseille. And when I arrived there, dancer, blah, 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 all that thing, like super like macho, toxic, like kind of, whoa, thing. But it's okay. They are where they are. And I am where I am. And let's spend time. Let's see where we could meet. Let's see, like, I wouldn't be like, oh, they're laughing on me because I'm a dancer, or they and then I would leave the space. No. And in prison, it was the same. First time I arrived in Lancaster prison, the maximum security male prison that is in Lancaster. I only had 5 persons joining because it was advertised as a lecture from me as a dancer. So they didn't really come massively, but because of, I don't know, prejudging and stuff like that. But then we started to really meet and to move together in the space and to make like super cool stuff. And then after the session, they told me, oh, next time. And I was like, I don't know if there's going to be a next time, but I would love that. But could we come with our cellmate, our cellie, to join the group and to work together? So again, like if you stop like step 1 because you feel like you're not wanted or you're not loved or you're not, then I don't know. I don't do creations to think this way. So
I think that also really goes back. I hope I'm coming through okay, by the way, because I noticed there was a kind of glitch before, but that also goes back to the discussion we had about acknowledgement before, right? And the awkwardness of those conversations, sometimes also certain vulnerabilities, hostilities that, might come up in those conversations and might precisely make it difficult, I think is the term that Manuel used before as well. So, see a very clear connection between what you're saying now and what we were talking about earlier on. All right, we have maybe time for one last comment or question. If anyone still wants to weigh in, this is your chance. I'm not sure if there's any kind of comments that have come in on YouTube. I hear there's like a 10-second delay or so with the live streaming that we're doing. So maybe there's something there. I don't know if people could check, have a look, let me know. Anyone who wants to jump in still? Nothing on YouTube, I see. So, we're with this group here.
I'll make one comment. It just made me aware of like how much I move just sitting at my desk. Because when you have to stop moving, I was having to repress all these like very small movements that I normally, I didn't realize I was moving so much just by doing nothing. So slowing it down really made me aware of that.
Yeah, in the same kind of like idea. I was trying to go for those simple movements that Dimitri was talking about, but then ended up in the last moment feeling that one movement had to imply another one. That like massaging my nose had to actually like imply grabbing a pen. It made me think about how movements are also embedded into each other, like throughout the course of a life, not just in choreographic, succession with each other, but also embedded within each other. And it was kind of super interesting. experience. And I think Damon kind of repressed, and I kind of went first, like, okay, it's going to become this complicated, complex, and movement that's going to be too rapid, therefore. So it was super interesting.
Yes, thanks, Damon and Églantine. That's super. Yeah, thanks for that. Super interesting. Yeah.
All right, it's 12 o'clock. Dimitri, thank you so much for facilitating this for us. Thank you, everyone, for participating, sharing your thoughts, and so on and so forth. Another big thank you to Manuel, Theresa, Kelly for the conversation this morning. It was super, super interesting. Lucinda, thank you so much also for setting the stage as we were getting started. You'll see Lucinda and everyone else here again this afternoon. We are starting at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Same link, we'll keep the window open. There'll just be a kind of, placeholder screen that's there. For those of you who are participating in Amy Howden-Chapman's and Mireya Lucio's performance later on, there will be a rehearsal, I believe, at 12:30, but you should have received some information about that already. So enjoy the break, enjoy the pause, have a healthy lunch, and then we'll see you back here at 1. Thank you so much, everyone. Take care. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Care and Repair, the afternoon session. My name is Arne de Boever. I am the director of the MA Aesthetics and Politics program at CalArts. We're housed in the School of Critical Studies there. Most of the work, I guess, for organizing this event and the concept behind it, but I had a couple of really excellent co-conspirators who worked with me on this. One of them you saw in action this morning, Manuel Shvartzberg Carrío, a really wonderful friend, former student, professor now at UCSD, who hosted the conversation about land acknowledgement this morning with Theresa Ambo and Kelly Stewart. And then this afternoon, you'll meet, well, you already sort of met one of them at least this morning, but two more people who worked quite closely with me on this. One is Églantine Colon, who's a visiting scholar in the School of Critical Studies, MA Aesthetics and Politics program at CalArts this year, and who will be facilitating the first of the panels this afternoon. And then second panel this afternoon involves a former student called Nicholas Nauman. He's the cook of this event. When we still had this sort of in-person edition of this planned, we were very much going to rely on Nick to provide some food for us, some comestibles for us this evening to enjoy after all the conversation. Some of that will still be happening for the speakers and performers in today's event, but Nick will be with us to give a talk about food as well and share some images from his kitchen with us later on. So all of that's coming up this afternoon. But for now, I want to hand it over to Églantine, who's going to be introducing and hosting the first panel of the afternoon. Églantine, over to you.
Hi, thank you, Arne. Hi, everyone, and I'm Églantine Colon. I also go by E, if that's easier. Arne just said it. I'm affiliated with the School of Critical Studies here at CalArts. I write, I translate, and I currently Dion's brand, the Blue Clerk, and I co-edit the journal Substance. And I'm very happy to be here with you all today, and I'll keep things short for now to try to keep us on schedule. After Lucinda Trask performance, we'll be listening to a set of a textual piece, one by myself in two different parts, one by Damon Young and one by Adilifu Nama, and these readings will be followed by discussion around 2:10. Damon R. Young works at UC Berkeley. He's currently visiting at Pomona. He has published a book titled Making Sex Public and Other Cinematic Fantasies, and he's currently working on the technological mediations of the self from the diary to Instagram. Adilifu Nama is an author, an academic, and Afrofuturist. He works at the University of Loyola Marymount. He has published books on Black superheroes, on Prince, and on Blackness in Tarantino's film, among other topics related to popular culture and the cultural politics of race and marginalization. Now, present Lucinda, too, actually. Lucinda Trask is a visual artist working across many forms, including installation, performance, sculpture, photography, and writing. Her work, including today's performance, is concerned with reimagining the relationships between humans and what we perceive as inanimate material. Lucinda, over to you. you, Lucinda. Okay, we're going to come back together. Love the sound of the outdoors that Lucinda plays. Okay. I'm going to start with making a couple of comments on non-reparative care. And it's also going to be a couple of comments on the piece that I'm going to read a little later in 3 minutes, The Problem with Breath. And I'm going to go a little over time, but we can for that in the program. So the first version of the piece that I will be reading in about 3 minutes dates back to the early stages of Trumpist America. And I was so burnt out and heartbroken and depleted by everything back then that I caught a pneumonia that wiped me out for weeks. And one of those pneumonic afternoons, feverish and coughed out, I started to write a short text titled The Problem with Love. And then I let it sit for years. And I picked it back up in the midst of our eternal global pandemic a few months ago for the 50th anniversary issue of the journal Substance, that we decided to devote to the question of breath. And the problem with love logically became the problem with breath. So the piece in all its version was always informed by care, in the literal sense of the term inform, which etymologically means to infuse with form so as to transmit a capacity for action. But what kind of action? The text didn't cure my pneumonia, it didn't increase, it didn't restore anyone or anything's capacity to breathe, it repaired none of the tears puncturing our collective fabric, and yet it is an attempt at deploying an experimental practice of care. The formal decisions that compose this text, temporality, voice, tone, references, were always thought of as many gestures of cares, patiently crafted to address the place, the shape, the tone, but also the very weird vitality of the wound, of the illness, of the condition. To attend in style, if possible, to let breathe for as long as needed, to slow down, to give time and shape instead of putting back in good productive order and moving on, to prepare maybe instead of repair. Anything but subjecting the crack, the pain, the loss to the hasty, result-oriented demands of an economy of repair. Second comments on non-reparative care. Repair, from the Latin reparare, to bring back to the same level, to equalize with what it used to be, as if a return to a former state of the self, to an interiority of the wound was possible, as if too there was any acceptable zone of exchangeability between the form of the injury and the means of the reparation. Reparation is rarely an ontologically possible or subjectively desirable outcome. The care designed to progress toward a reparative solution, the care produced to achieve legible results, the care that is withdrawn once it has fulfilled its program, this form of reparative care are necessarily entangled with the forces and the logic that foreclose the sustenance of other forms of care, creative and critical. And for care to remain at bay, so to speak, from the structures of power, inequality, and recognition that inform where our bodies, our wounds, and our voices are seen, heard, where they care and are cared for other forms of care to take shape, care needs to be practiced at a critical distance from what it is when it bends itself to comply to the horizon or telos of repair. Third comment. I tend to call critical care this non-reparative care that presents itself neither as a prescription nor as a proscription. That is neither standardized, think of most institutionalized form of care, for instance, nor fully personalized, think of the appeal of personal self-care app, neither enmeshed with policing procedures, think of humanitarian care, nor reducible to the neoliberal incitements to self-care. Instead of repair, critical care works alert and open-ended to prepare the wound, the illness, the condition for a creative renewal of life capacities from within the experience of accompanied woundedness. For memory that critical care keeps contests the amnesiac fantasy embedded in repair. And the following piece, The Prime with Breath, reaches for critical care, and it does so beyond repair. Okay, the problem with breath. On day one, when my comrades and I talked about it, we couldn't quite figure out how it had happened. It just seemed as though we had suddenly been incited not to communicate or enact our love for each other. This time, no policy had been formulated, no law had been issued. It was harder than usual to locate where, to which parts of the apparatus we should direct our attention. On day two, we were at a loss. We had gotten so good at reading the apparatus. We had developed wonderfully efficient techniques of resistance. Each and every one of us had become most brilliant at crafting discrete gestures of love. On day three onwards, we were misfiring on a regular basis, falling in and out of love with the same wrong comrades over and over again and always out of sync. The loving gestures we'd compose were barely legible, and when we'd find a genre in which to communicate our love, something would break down. Voices generally, sometimes the entire figurative system, bodies always. We'd lose sleep and an appetite over love and become useless for weeks. And then the problem with love became a problem with breath. On day 6, the air got hot and busy with ashes and all sunsets turned red. At every breath, for all we knew, we could be inhaling particles of carbonized pine sap, debris of melted trailer parts, or burnt baby birds in bits. I quit smoking. I bought boxes of white masks at the construction store. The dominant smell during these days was a cagey mix of ghost paint, polymer fiber, and dry chemistry. On day 17, the air got cold and saturated with drops of viral poison. The city shut down, an incredibly sad number of lungs too. The perspective of living in pods and dying alone, disconnected from each other's breath, hyper-connected to life support machines, plunged many of us, myself included, in brand new strands of historical despair. Abnormally, no bodies of no ancestries were being captured or hanged or tortured or kneeled upon. Nothing tangible, nothing blatantly repressive this time. No gas, no gag, no name, no whip, no rope. No strangulating remnant of no sovereignty within no softness of biopower. A racist and classist brand of distributive pneumocracy is what it was, or at least this is how it initially appeared. For those of us whose lung had been weakened by bad inner city fumes, evil chemicals, or entire centuries of racialized exposure to horrendous air quality, the problem with breath became plain lethal. Our neighborhoods were saturated with wildfire smoke and unnecessary death. Elsewhere, the streets were not empty. And when I say not empty, I mean they were just not, or not yet, usual metallic densities on the bridge, geometrical glows of digital lights in the underground. On day 25, critical pandemic studies became a thing, and pod theory, a subgenre in post-social anthropology. The pod, denounced as, I quote, a white fantasy of networked individualism, and of quote, in one of its purest forms, as, I quote, domestic fascism dressed up as elective affinity, end of quote. The pod appeared to us from the get-go as a thoroughly ratchet social formation. On day 29, the pod tag emerged as a timely intervention in existing form of street arts. Equational in its form, satirical in its poetic economy, and widely efficient in its power of evocation, the pod tag proliferated on the privatized walls of certain neighborhoods, where the biggest challenges presented to breathing were unreasonably difficult Pilates class on Zoom. I need to share some pod tags with you. Unreasonably difficult Pilates class on Zoom, intersect unprecedented time equal pod. General World Strike minus Black Panthers divided by minus Forest Phalanstery divided by Montessori School equals pod. Sorry, multiplied by Big Little Lies equals pod. Pod equals Amazon Prime divided by not in my backyard. Borch party implies vegan potluck equals pod. On day 29, on day 35, sorry, the air got complex and full of knots, so straight that we could no longer count on our capacity to share the same air. The meal was being cooked, an instrument was being played, a child was being born, and suddenly the rhythm of all breath would break. Sometimes a pair of lungs would refuse stubbornly to take in any oxygen until someone else's pair of lungs had released its own dose of carbon dioxide. Other times, the quantity of air available to each of one of us would just decrease with each increase in the number of conveners. Needless to say, we took these attacks on a collective breath personally. On day 39, our conspiracy theorists made a move. They inscribed these phenomena, air scarcity, divisive dyspnea, pulmonary stubbornness within the longer genealogy of pneumatic state terrorism. Our allegorists, on their part, vowed to understand the situation as a logical and overdue meditation on the irrespirable. We were dying, hypoventilating, suffocating, mourning for sure, but quite inspired nonetheless by the sophisticated constraints placed on our breathing. Stifled realism, one of us suggested. For what? I asked. Well, to name the weird brand of oppressed materialism that everyone has sunk into. Well, yeah, it works, I answered. It works for our asphyxiated symphonies, and it works for hyperventilated polyphonies, and it works for Afro-apneic ecologists too, I added. Yeah, it worked from them too, my comment confirmed. Pneumatic melancholia, maybe, I suggested. As the main affect of a stifled realism interdependent subject? Yeah, no. Tacky, I asked? Yeah, definitely tacky. By day 41, we were full-time conspiring, acknowledging that with each gesture of creative love of bird persistence came the risk of being responsible for the asphyxiation of the other. If I cough, I told one of my beloved comrades on day 42, if I cough to dislodge bits of burnt baby birds from my bronchioles, if I have a fit of coughing for whatever reason and your lungs are chiasmatically set on mine, then your respiratory system won't know whether to inhale or exhale. Simply put, if I cough, you die. Okay, let's first bring the economy hypothesis to a sub-paranoid level, she suggested. Then let's talk cough drops. But when I cough, I said, the legibility of my breathing impacts the possibility of yours. What if you die because I cough because of dead baby birds? I asked. Listen, hypercausalism is a syntactical manifestation of delayed or anticipated trauma, to declare. You're spooking yourself. Plus, dead baby birds are an effect, not a cause. Get a grip. Are you calling me emotional? I asked. Well, you shared your hormonal iCal with me, she responded. Well, regardless, I added, at about any moment, our pairs of lungs can engage in about any morbid symphony. Random death is the stuff of trauma. And we all started to wonder which part we had played in these failures. To love, to communicate or love to each other, to breathe the same air, to inhale and exhale peacefully ad libitum. Failure, one of us said, is when struggle no longer seizes knowledge. Failure, it was offered, takes when knowledge stops articulating love as struggle. Failure, it was added, is whenever we start going aphoristic where we used to remain analytical. Failure, one of us responded, is whenever we start going meta where we used to remain in it. Failure, as I intervened, is what happens to our entire respiratory system before we die alone. Failure is being lulled into nothingness by the beeps and the beats of outdating breathing machines concretely. So failure had become a thing, and it was all sounding like a dysphony of competing positions and opposite intentions around a bad concept, as it were. A bad concept, as whenever an anti-revolutionary proposition takes up the close of negative dialectics, one of us said. We declare we're not sure about the clothing metaphor in particular and metaphorical devices in general, someone else has declared. Negative dialectics is a bad concept, Comrade jabbed. Bad concepts are dad concepts, I continued. There is no such a thing as bad concept. There is only bad conceptualization, someone else added. Let's be clear, a comrade concluded, bad concept and stuff is not helpful. To counterattack, we sharpened strategic lines. On day 58, we went cartographic about it. To map out the attacks launched on our respiratory systems, we helped out our cartographer disappear into the interwebs in search for the most obscure contributions in counter-mapping warfare. From the cartographic undergrounds that emerged red-eyed, out of breath, just alive enough to sit our debriefing meetings. Their cognitive functions were detemporalized and sensorial functions decoordinated, indifferent to anything that was even remotely related to rhythm, repetition, or duration. They showed very little interest in their own breathing, which thoroughly limited their ability to report their findings. Symptomatically, they could only speak in line language, lost as they were in their own brand of monoglossia. Breathless, half-crazed, barely back from their cartographic apneas, they needed translational care. Problem was, our best translator were also the worst. To translate efficiently, say, an utterance made by one of us in line language, to convert a deeply constructed spatial images into temporal sequences, a whole lot of loving intuition was required. So we paired those of us united by a spatial bond, a heartbreak usually. Our problem with love was forcing us to navigate highly unpredictable journeys in intellectual empathy before we could achieve clear results. On day 87, I was assigned to perform a simultaneous interpretation of my beloved comrade commentary on CMAP number 0RT243864. It was a cognitive map of global warming that we all knew was poorly elaborated, confusing in its orientation, and for these reasons, most likely crafted by the alternative cartographers associates on some sub-average open source software from the early 2000s. We were all clearly upset to be devoting any time at all to such prodigiously inefficient instance of liberal mapping. But our depleted comrade had grown obsessed with the details of the map. They were zooming in on one pixel to try and demonstrate in our dialect of all languages that the liberal origin of the map was a strategic simulation. My broken love for them allowed me to see that they had in fact sunk into a Baudrillardian delirium and were trying to get out of it through early postmodern methodology, using that one pixel as an aleph from which truth would be unveiled as totality and origin as mere absence. None of my knowledge, compassionate or theoretical, was helpful. My skills in our dialect were far too rudimentary, and the specialists among us were thoroughly useless, caught up in their own zone of stubbornness, intellectually paralyzed by the simple possibility of the liberal provenance of the map. Not uncharacteristically, we were on the verge of wasting our breath on that one recurring debate that divided us like a dash between those who proudly believed in the purity of the origins and those for whom the proximity between the proper and property could only be subsumed by properly repurposing the properties of the enemy. This very debate had always driven us directly to dark, schismatic aporia, which systematically triggered in us bad class struggle memories and severe divorce trauma. Meanwhile, our depleted comrades was getting frustrated, not to be understood, and I was trying hard to intuit why they would have chosen the Aro dialect to decode the map of global warming instead of more traditional trends in line language. The heartbreak strategies paid off at first. Lovesick over the eyeliner circling our comrades' eyelashes, I figured that they had started from the premise of a metonymic relation between the Aro dialect and the red arrows on a straight Chinese map of Paris titled The Naked Sea. Testing the subtitle of the map, the illustration of the hub hypothesis in psychogeographics, I then identify the three main hubs of the map, the Latin Quarter, the Saint-Germain-des-Prés, and the Marais, which led me absolutely nowhere. I ended up inferring that our suffocating comrade wanted us to isolate the hub as the paradigmatic configuration of our respiratory hellscape. From there, we start to compose another cognitive map, CMAT number 0RT24386 for beta, that we titled The Naked Lungs Illustration of the Hub Hypothesis in Racial Capitalism, to show and project the distribution of suffocated life from early settler colonialism to exoplanetary extractivism. The process was going well, until my broken love for a depleted comrade kicked in. I started mistranslating, and it took a while where it took another comrade's broken love for my broken self before everyone realized that I was now mentally superimposing the precious map of Tender onto the situationist map on which we had projected CMAT number 243864, creating a palimpsestic mess that made us lose track of the matter at hand. Hey, you, my heartbroken comrade interpolated me. Time to update and decenter. First, you reduce the interpretation of the arrow to some red Germanopratin and self-referential play on the urban derive. Meanwhile, it was clear that if her sister's diasporic psyche was drifting, it was in the streamline of the middle passage again, along with thousands of dozens of water-filled lungs and choked memories. Your Pompidou hub, their Elmina. Your Aleph, their Aleph. Their door of no return, review and resubmit. Fair enough, I acknowledged. Did you say second? Well, now you're taking the weirdest and most misleading of cartographic detours to a 17th century artifact in pre-affect theory, getting us stuck in all the murky waters and the COVID bushes in town. Indifference lake, tenderness, inequality, seriously? What about inequality, I asked. Not an affect, she's called it structures of all affects, if anything. But I thought we were above, post, and beyond. We have no distinct sense of where we are or not, she concluded. On day 90, everything stopped. By stop, what I really mean is that everything resumed. Business as usual, retour à la normale. Pretty much how we had anticipated it, not without a fair amount of dread. We were able to enact and communicate our love to each other again. The apparatus, along with its usual techniques of counterinsurgency, disciplinary and biopolitical, regained some workable level of legibility. Breathing was working just fine, unless gagged or stifled or kneeled upon, or just as racially exposed to horrendous air quality. Our radical meditation workshops would safely resume. The world could end again. And every now and then, a cut tag still appears on the privatized walls of certain neighborhoods. Bud is isomorphic to gratefulness, union aperosum multiplied by keto for 2 weeks. Pod plus self-care is different from multitude divided by naked lungs plus bubble bath. AirPods equals good air multiplied by good pods. Okay, so I run all over time, and I'm now going to with an abrupt transition to Damon Young, whose talk today is called "The Greatest Love of All." Thanks, Damon.
Thank you, Églantine. That was wonderful. And thank you to Arne de Boever and to you, Églantine, Rosa, and everyone at CalArts REDCAT for organizing this event. It's very nice to be able to listen to and learn from thinkers and artists that I deeply admire. In ways that Arne anticipated in his introduction this morning, my response to the terms that organize this conference, care and repair, is anxiety, which is not personal since it's part of the historical structure of feeling that accompanies their rise. We live in the age of anxiety, medicalized in the form of proliferating diagnoses and treatment protocols, and generalized to the extent that it is the only reasonable response to the confluence of precarious conditions that constitute our very unevenly shared present. Care and repair, which stoke my own anxiety, seem also to be responses to this all-pervasive anxiety of our historical moment. Part of my anxiety is that care, seemingly non-selfish by definition, is a term always at risk, as Maggie Nelson points out on Freedom, of tipping over into moralization and righteousness. But also, the discourse on care seems to lead all too swiftly, even teleologically, as I will suggest, to self-care, in which the constitutive non-selfishness of care is reversed or perhaps sublated. I, of course, recognize the potential political value of this term self-care, especially for minoritarian subjects who have historically been required to do the labor of caring for others while being structurally positioned as selfless. In that context, self-care can be a practice of resistance, but as a discourse, it circulates all too easily free of that context, thanks to its compatibility with the contemporary ideas of self as entrepreneur, self as product, self as an asset to be invested, an instrument to be optimized. In other words, the obsessions with individual power and individual freedom that are central to the reigning neoliberal ideology within and to which we are all made subject. Perhaps related to this, I worry about how the discourse of care, like that of reparation, manages to suppress the violence that it excludes by definition. To consider the complexity of the phrase, often used at the end of an email, take care, sometimes redundantly emphasized as take good care, as if there was some other kind. Insofar as this always is a way of concluding an exchange, exiting the sphere of interlocution, it inevitably seems a euphemistic way of saying, take good care of yourself because I am not going to, or more simply, I don't care, or even fuck you. I start sweating when someone tells me to take care. But since I'm more of a historian than a phenomenologist, I want to return briefly to the 1980s to two rhetorical scenes of self-love and self-care from an earlier pre-digital moment of neoliberalism. I'm interested in how self-love in these scenes, expressed as an imperative, loving yourself as a therapeutic and a moral obligation, how self-love erases itself in its very articulation. The first is the song that gives my presentation its title, The Greatest Love of All, written for the Muhammad Ali biopic, The Greatest, by two white songwriters, Michael Masser and Linda Creed, in 1977, as Keynesianism was falling apart and neoliberal ideology firmly taking root, preparing the ground for Reagan and Thatcher and everything that followed. The song reached the status of a global hit in Whitney Houston's epochal, I would say, rendition in 1985, at the height of Reagan's presidency and at the height of the AIDS epidemic in the United States and globally, which 4 years into it, Reagan was yet to publicly acknowledge. I wish I could, I'm not going to play the song, I'm just going to recite the lyrics. I believe the children are our future. Sorry, it says that as good when I read it out. The song begins with this ode to reproductive futurism, the ideology described by queer theorist Lee Edelman, according to which the idea of the future, embodied by the figure of the child, organizes the apparent meaningfulness of the social order. Reproductive futurism works, according to Edelman, by abjecting queerness. So not so surprising that a #1 hit at the height of the AIDS epidemic begins by saluting the children who figure the opposite to the deathliness and non-reproductivity associated with queerness at that moment. But all the more poignant in our retrospective knowledge that the singer of these hyper-straight lines nurtured her own queer secret. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Here, the listener is enjoined to practice good pedagogy, teach them well, and to let them lead the way, which, since the song is devoid of irony, can only be disingenuous, since if children need to be taught, then they're clearly not ready to lead the way. The injunction thus disavows the structure of authority embedded within the pedagogical relation it promotes. It's thus self-contradicting or hypocritical, setting the tone of the whole song, as we will see. Given the importance accorded to children in the opening stanza, the news that the speaker doesn't plan to have any, or if she has them, that they will never be primary for her, is like a grenade dropped into the third line of the next stanza. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone who fulfilled my needs. In between the cracks in the edifice of reproductive futurism that here appear, the I is enunciated for the first time by way of abjuring romance, which it casts as a form of delusional hero worship. The speaker continues, I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believed. So here, acting in integrity with one's own belief, doing things my way, as an earlier anthem had it, is established as the ultimate value, reflecting the insistence on personal liberty that underpins American liberalism with its Randian mistrust of the collective and hatred of the welfare state. The accompanying idea that to be in a relationship is to walk in someone's shadow is an interestingly perverse addition, sounds almost feminist, except that it equates to a refusal to be in relation at all. Relations, however, are inevitable. Next, the song takes a darkly paranoid turn as an ominous they is introduced, compounding the sense that hell is other people. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. We're not sure who they are, but one thing is clear, they get in the way of exclusive self-relation and they want to take. They will take absolutely everything, her house, probably all her money, her reputation, but the speaker cannot be dispossessed of the non-material asset of her dignity, which is secured simply by affirming it, which is to say is purely performative. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. Queers hearing these words might be secretly pleased that the speaker has so quickly dropped reproductive futurism, bypassing heterosexual love entirely in her rush to a self-love that collapses subject and object, the greatest love being the name for that collapse. But who or what is this self that loves itself? It appears to be reflexivity itself in the mode of affirmation, that because it is unconditional, based on nothing empirical, can only be rhetorical, devoid of any necessary content, beholden to no one. This self as subject and object of love is a pure but deeply felt tautology. I want to suggest that it's also an ideology in the sense of an imaginary relation to one's real conditions of existence. The song ends in a coda that is a masterpiece of circularity, finally shifting to the second person. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of leads you to a lonely place, find your strength in love. I, as a listener now directly interpolated, learned that I have been dreaming of a special place, a seemingly romantic dream that might, however, by chance, lead me to a lonely place, which the song in fact presents as inevitable, unless I'm a fool who wants to live in someone else's shadow. So this lonely place that turns out to be the special place is the best possible or only imaginable outcome of the dream of romance, since it is there that I will find my strength, paradoxically, in love. The song's last word and the value it affirms as paramount, but a love that has been strangely emptied out, made into a pure reflexivity, an empty affirmation. In seeming to attach love to reproductive futurism while ultimately ripping them asunder, the song's pathos gives aesthetic form to an irony that isn't one, a contradiction. Far from a harmonious whole, this masterpiece of popular music evokes an abyss-like negativity, a contradiction of the principle of non-contradiction. The multiply resonant negativity at the heart of Houston's sublime performance eviscerates, even as it affirms, not only reproductive futurism, but also the ideology of neoliberalism, whose rise to cultural dominance it documents and furnishes with a powerful affect form. The song's non-ironic subversiveness lies in the way it suggests that the telos of love, far from other-directed, is self-love. Maybe this is why it haunted me throughout my childhood in Australia. The second scene, very briefly, comes from Todd Haynes' Safe, a film made in 1995 as part of the new queer cinema movement, but set in 1987 in Reagan's America, just a year after Whitney's ballad topped the charts. The protagonist is the aptly named Carol White, a housewife in the San Fernando Valley, played by an almost translucent Julianne Moore. Carol, like the narrator of The Greatest Love of All, begins in the normal world of reproductive futurism, but her identity as a loyal wife and mother comes into crisis when she starts to develop mysterious physical symptoms, leading her to a realization that that world is toxic, both literally and metaphorically. So although I have to save a longer analysis of Safe for another occasion, I want to conclude with the film's conclusion, a scene in which Carol, having moved to a safe house, a dome impervious to environmental toxins, confronts us with the tell-us of the film's narrative of care and repair. I'm going to share my screen. And this is how the film ends. Moore's looking directly into the camera. She repeats the phrase, "I love you, I really love you." Oops, gotta stop that. But while this choice of framing suggests that the director means to implicate us, the diegetic you is addressed to itself as Carol searches her reflection, trying to speak the greatest love of all into being. Here we become aware of the fragility, what Paul Damon called the fundamental irony of speech, as Carol's timid, tentative voice, a whisper really, tries out the phrase, testing the performativity of language, perhaps saying it makes it true. In fact, only saying it makes it true, as Roland Barthes once observed about the phrase, "I love you." But the conundrum Barthes identified runs even deeper when the phrase is addressed to the self, since who is the you that I love and who is the I that loves? Are they different agencies housed within me? In which case, the fact that they need to articulate a love relation would seem to indicate some tension between them. Or are they the same, meaning love is the affective saturation of a purely formal reflexivity? A little bit earlier, we accompanied Carol to the group meeting where the residents of Wrenwood uttered the mantra, "We are safe and all is well in our world." But again, the fact of saying it, intoning it, designed to make it true, throws the statement into question, raising a doubt compounded by the mise-en-scène with its silences and eerie long takes that seem to register a dissonance in the two worlds it depicts, both the world of heterosexuality, houses, furniture, lunches, and aerobics classes, marriage and money, that she leaves, and the ascetic world of safe houses, self-care, and chemical-free living that Carol retreats to. The film's brilliance lies in the way it does not take a position of overt irony or overt critique in relation to either of these worlds, preferring to simply register a dissonance, as in the shot that lingers for too long after Carol's last utterance, as we just saw. Just as Houston and the song's many other interpreters extol the value of the greatest love of all, every night the residents of Wrenwood sing "Give Yourself to Love" in a communal ode to positive affect that masks the ineradicability of what it attempts to suppress, conflict, dissensus, doubt, the hell, as Sartre put it, of other people, but also the hell of the hell of having a self, the self as a hell, the ego's inexorable narcissism that we carry around with us like a carcass. More on the side of undoing than of repair, the film suggests that Carol's cure is another part of the symptom, her pursuit of safety in the rhetoric of care and the tautology of self-love, the very expression of the deathliness that consumes her. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Damon, for the highly suggestive talk, and makes me want to go hear the song immediately with the Houston song. So maybe if we take a break, we can all do that in our own AirPods or something, and just like have a sense of it. If Adilifu Nama is ready, we're now going to hear him. His talk today is entitled "Bright Moments Rasa and Roland Kirk in the age of COVID. Adilifu, are you around? Adilifu?
I see Adilifu in the group, but I'm not quite sure if anything needs to happen on the tech side for the camera. I see there's something that was dropped in the chat about the camera.
I give it a couple of minutes or a minute or two.
Rosa, are you with us? Could you update us on what's going on? Is there a technical problem or?
Yeah, I see Adilifu on the call as well. In order to spotlight, we need his camera on. So I'm not sure if he's here yet. So let's give him one more moment here.
All right.
There we are.
Okay.
Are we good?
We're good. You can start, Adilifu.
Okay. So, right. A little ahead of schedule, but that'll work. Listen, first thing I want to do is express my thanks to the CalArts community, certainly to E for inviting me to be a participant today, particularly alongside performers and artists and poets. And so and as well as academics, have a few of us sprinkled in there as well. And so I just want to express my my appreciation for that. And the title of what I'm dealing with here is Bright Moments, Rashawn Roland Kirk in the age of COVID. And so let me first start with a poem, because let's set it up, look for these themes. And in actuality, given the CalArts community, I'm going to, in that spirit, offer you a mashup of a genre that is, I would consider this a spoken word lecture in the spirit of CalArts. And the astronomer said, "Master, what of time?" And he answered, "You would measure time, the measureless, and the immeasurable. You would adjust your conduct and even direct the course of your spirit according to hours and seasons. Of time, you would make a stream upon whose bank you would sit and watch its flow. Yet the timeless in you is aware of life's timelessness and knows that yesterday is but today's memory and tomorrow is today's dream. And that which sings and contemplates in you is still dwelling within the bounds of that first moment which scattered the stars into space. Who among you does not feel that this power, his power to love, is boundless? And yet, who does not feel that very love, though boundless, encompassed within the center of his being, and moving not from love thought to love thought, nor from love deeds to other love deeds? And is not time, even as love is, undivided and spaceless? But if in your thoughts you must measure time into seasons, let each season encircle all the other seasons. And let today embrace the past with remembrance and the future with longing. Khalil Gibran, the prophet. So for me, this has a real resonance because, when I first got invited to do this, I had this vision of what the future is going to be, what the future should be. right? And I was so giddy to because we were going to do this in person, right? We're going to be back in terms of fellowship and community. That it seemed like this COVID crisis has robbed us of that. So I'm like giddy, I'm like prom queen giddy. Like I'm so giddy. I'm like, this is how you feel prom, you're gonna buy your dress. In fact, I felt so giddy. I was thinking about bringing in the scepter, real special. And then later on, I was informed that, life has other plans, right? And there's this thing called, another variant that has made a variant of how we do what we do. And we had to go from live to virtual, right? And I'll tell you right now, I was crushed. I was hurt. I was so hurt, I started looking around for a nice, fat, fluffy pillow in the pack. I was gonna fluff it up real nice and bury my head right in the middle of the crease and cry like a baby. Because I had envisioned what it was supposed to be, and now it was not that. So happiness, or the moment that I had envisioned, I thought I was robbed. But on my way to my solo dolo pity party, I heard a whisper, and that whisper was the voice of Rahsaan Roland Kirk, saxophonist supreme, musician extraordinaire. And I heard him say, I heard the whisper of a track called Bright Moments. Bright Moments Right Now is the refrain. And the track, it's like it's a jazz track. It's a live track. Came out, he recorded in like 1972, a live gig somewhere in San Francisco. And the track itself, in terms of musicianship, was like 10 minutes. But there's a portion of the track, kind of, the kind of like a banter between himself and the audience. And in that banter, he relates like what a bright moment is, And so I'll paraphrase for a moment. A bright moment. He says, a bright moment is like when when a couple is together, and they're sharing the last bowl, the last dish of ice cream, the last scoop, or 2 scoops of ice cream, right? The last. And as they share it, the other person, the he or the her, they take the last scoop, right? And you look at them and say, oh man, it's like that? I thought I had dibs, But the person that you relate to and love has taken the last scoop of ice cream that you were sharing. And in it, Kirk says, well, then the bright moment is when the person extends their arms and they embrace and they get the ice cream in a more intimate fashion. Bright moments right now. And that is an intervention to me, right? That is an intervention. Bright moments right now. It wasn't the moment of being satisfied by completing the eating what you had to treat and the pleasure that you received from it. The bright moment wasn't the fact that you're like, voila, ooh, we got the last of the last, let's go all in and splurge, right? No, the bright moment actually came in a process in which you were actually thrown off balance, right? You looked at him or her and was thrown off by what you thought might have been a moment of selfishness or a moment of not being considered. And then that moment turns into something else. That's Rahsaan Roland Kirk. That's his ethos, that he's imploring us to preserve and be vigilant for the bright moments. And what's so cold about it, right? If you know anything about Rahsaan Roland Kirk, is that the person talking about bright moments is blind. Roland Kirk is blind. He was blind since the age of 2. Now you think about what you remember from 2, right? Roland Kirk was blind, right? And he's talking about bright moments. A man whose life is cascading in darkness, right? Where he is 24/7, 365 days of a rolling blackout. And yet he can reach out and claim bright moments like fireflies in the dark. Right? And so if Rashawn Roland Kirk can find a way in which to bring light and find a way in which to be vigilant and appreciate these moments, right? Not way in the past or what might be. You can think about, yes, yeah, I was happy, when I was 10, right? And you can project into the future. Yeah, I will be happy when all of this COVID crisis is over. But that's the happiness. But in between that in the past and what you want in the future are bright moments right now. That's the refrain. The immediacy of our lives, regardless of whether this was going to be live or we are going to be recorded or we are going to be on virtual platforms. It's not about, the was or the when or what will be. It's about these bright moments right now. And so to me, that type of ethos is one to take heed to, right? That bright moments have to be, you have to be vigilant for. The bright moments are not all in the past, all in the future, they're right now. And that, to me, is why it's so important, regardless of whatever type of tone inflections I bring to try to convey the profoundness of what Rashawn Roland Kirk has admonished us to do. I think what we need to do then, and this is probably the most mundane element and aspect of being academic and possibly even of my personality, but I'm going to do the most mundane thing that is usually associated with academic. And so for all of you out there in Zoom land, for all of you out there in the digital, landscape, you know what I have for you? I have homework. Indeed, I have homework for you. And your homework is to go and track down Bright Moments, the 1973 version that was played live in San Francisco. That's the version, not the remake, the remix, or the screwed and chopped version. No, the OG original track. And I want you to go find that track and listen to that track in your space, in the car, at your home, at your apartment, with the person that you like, or maybe you're not sure about. Whatever the case is, I want you to check out that track in your space, okay? And for, I know how it is. There's some people out there who aren't gonna do their homework. And this is what I want to tell, and this is what I have to say for all you people out there who won't or forget or make up an excuse or got a canine who wants to take out your homework. Make sure you go and talk to somebody who did theirs. Bright moments right now. And so in that regard, I think when you have opportunity to engage Rashawn Roland Kirk, hopefully you will be able to reflect and maybe revitalize a type of attitude and a type of attentiveness to the immediacy of your life as it is, and be able to appreciate the subtle smile or something that makes you giggle out loud, because that is a beautiful, bright moment. Right? And so I'll ease out of this conversation in homage to my man, Roland Kirk. He died at the age of 42, right? And towards the end, he could only play. He only had one arm that could play saxophone, but he recreated an instrument that let him play. By the way, I'm sorry to let you know, I'm sorry, I forgot to let you know, this master musician, the saxophonist supreme, musician extraordinaire, not only was he blind, but he played 3 saxophones at the same time. That's Rashawn Booker Kirk. And so my presentation has been for all the beautiful people in the world and the universe who don't yet know anything about Bright Moments, but they need to check it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Adilifu. Thank you so much. I wonder, should we all take a moment to listen to Bright Moments in our own space, or no? What do you think?
I checked it out before, I saw the title and I checked it out, and it was amazing to hear the performance narrated in a way today, because it, this changed something if you get it reported, obviously, but I was blown away by it, I have to say. Kind of an amazing, I think you're right, amazing track, amazing kind of introduction to the track. Also, the way he sort of starts talking, engaging the audience and listening to people's responses. And so I loved seeing that. I thought it was a really inspiring track. So very, very powerful. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. It's something that I think, this is kind of the way you presented it too, but it's something that I think we need today. It feels necessary as a track. Also, the sort of feeling of live performance. I mean, I'm sure I'm speaking for others in this session also when I say that's one of the things I've missed the most. I mean, I've started going back to the cinema, but I'm not going back to concerts yet. I have friends who've started going back to concerts, but have gotten sick, and then afterwards it's like, well, it's not worth it. And so I'm not quite there yet. I don't feel comfortable yet going back to live performances. And so more and more I've been actually listening to live recordings. I've been watching live performances through various channels. And I think it's partly as a way to make up, for these, bright moments which we're getting at live concerts, interacting with people, performers, and that have kind of cruelly been cut out of our lives. At least it's been cut out of mine. I know some people have been continuing that, but one of the, I don't know, we could go to the track, but we could also use our time to discuss. I'm sure other people have looked up the track before, since it was in your title.
Let's chop it up, man. Let's talk.
So any questions people are having, comments, thoughts you wanted to bring to the conversation? We're all here, so this would be the moment to chat. Anyone who wants to open up with a question? Maybe I could jump in real quick while people are gathering their thoughts. This is actually something.
Listen to the track, man.
Well, yeah, that's what people are doing probably. Whitney Houston and the other track, absolutely. But I wanted to ask a little bit about this distinction that you laid out, Adilifu, between on the one hand this kind of future projection of a bright moment, right, at the end of time, if you will, which is a sort of typical, for me at least, theological messianic motif, the sort of future realization of the dream of freedom, for example, which you might get in Martin Luther King Jr. or any kind of thinker like that who might have a sort of future oriented, right, understanding of, and there will be a day when all of God's children will be free. This is actually a quote that Maggie brings up in her book on freedom. And then there's a sort of other approach, which I feel you are really encouraging in us today, which is more Adilifu present oriented, right? So find those moments in the everyday, right? And my question then becomes one about what exactly is our role in finding these moments? I mean, are we making those moments? Do we have agency in terms of producing them, or is it more that we are in a kind of, let's say, more passive, open position of receiving them, right? I mean, the scene that you evoked, the ice cream scene, crucially develops between two people. It's not one person on their own, so to speak. There's somebody else involved. And so there's a sort of question of you're doing something, but something's also being done to you. And so a lot seems to depend on your openness to the bright moment. But then maybe also there's this idea in there of you are actually producing the bright moments? And then a related question I had goes back to what Dimitri was asking us to do this morning. You know, Dimitri asked us to focus. I don't know if you can't recall if you were there, Adilifu, for the performance this morning, the kind of collective thing that we did, but he asked us to focus on 3 very ordinary gestures, right, that we do during the day. And I focused on pushing up my glasses, looking at my watch. I can't remember what the third one was that I had. And by having us slow down these ordinary moments, they became quite extraordinary moments. I mean, you know, there was something that brightened up about these very common everyday gestures purely by virtue of the fact of slowing it down. I mean, I'm thinking of it because it's rhythmical. It has something to do with music also, you know, which of course you're working on. So one of the questions I have too is, you know, is it really about extraordinary moments, or is it about looking at ordinary moments differently? You know, this has something to do with the sort of background of the miracle, I think, that's there too in a discussion about, you know, bright moment. And that for me, again, has sort of theological resonances as well. So I don't know if you had any thoughts on that.
All right, my man, you brought the you brought components to it, man. It's like Das Kapital, man. It's like
that's my job. That's my job. That's what I do.
Volume 1, Volume 2. No, listen, man.
I can't play the saxophone though. So you know, I do the concerts, but I can't play the saxophone.
No. Listen, your questions are real and rigorous. But let me get at it. You know, in a way, I hope that you know, for the intellectuals and for the everyday folk. You know, I mean, what you're asking to me. Is it distills down to, it takes 2 to tango, right? I mean, it's not only just you as a thing, as an object dealing with, or as subject dealing with the object of external, you know, forces, right? So you know, it's the couple in that type of setup, right? It's two things, right? And so we can say it's the person who's experiencing the, like, oh, damn, it took my ice cream. And then we can deal with the other thing, like the external forces, right? The person or institution that took your ice cream, right? So, I mean, so there's a way in which there's external forces at play. What I would argue is that it takes 2 to tango, right? It is not just COVID imposing its will on us, right? But it's about what type of engagement are we going to have in terms of dealing with this imposition, right? And the imposition is one of struggle. And I would even go further to say the bright moment. If you want to talk about bright moments, we're really talking about the beautiful struggle. That struggle, right? If you want to talk about movement struggle, you want to talk about ecological struggle, you want to talk about sexual rights struggle. Struggle involves hard work, right? And the promise, right? The promise is that at the end of the struggle will be that salvation, that prize, that gold ring. You know, everything will be accomplished once you finish the line, right? You cross the line. And what Bright Moments is saying, if we depend on crossing the line for our happiness and for our acknowledgement of our human rootedness, which is in relationship, right? If we're waiting for that to happen, then we're actually missing part of the process of evolution in terms of our own human growing and potential. The bright moment, the living of life, the beauty is in the struggle, and it is in the doing, right? It is in the exchange, right? It is in participating, in creating and recreating and imagining and reimagining, right? So for me, you know, bright moments, it's a tango. Right. I mean, for me, like the bright moment for me was like, I was crying the blues about, man, this is not going to be, you know, we're not going to do this in person. Right. And I cried the blues to E. I was like, oh, you know, we got on the phone. I was like, yeah, man, I tell you, this is really bust. And then she commiserated. Right. And in that commiseration, that was a bright moment. I was like, you know, we giggled, we laughed. Right. But it wasn't like we were, you know, in my mind, the happiness would have been, hey, when I see you in person at the spot. But it wasn't that. I had a preconceived notion of what it was going to be. And I had that bright moment on the phone, planning, discussing something that didn't turn out the way I had imagined it would. right? So for me, that's Rashan Roland Kirk's edict. That's his admonishment. That's his perspective. They're right now. And if we don't acknowledge that, then we're dulling our own experience. That it's going to the freedom of crossing that line. That might not happen tomorrow, next week, next year, 10 years from now. And I can't wait 10 years to acknowledge and be happy about the moments that I have made and had up to that 10-year period. I'll stop there.
Very important, I think, especially in the view of many of us, I think, sort of waiting for this thing to be over. And when the hell is it going to be over? You know, are we going to keep postponing living until this thing is over, right? All right. Anyone else who wants to jump in with a question? I have a couple of others for both Damon and Églantine, but I want to, cede the floor to the audience. So go ahead, people. Unmute yourself, ask questions. Maybe Églantine or Damon, do you have questions for each other, for Adilifu?
I can start. I just a thought for now, but I was thinking about I think in different ways, what we read, what we talk about today, the three of us, had to do with sudden changes, of sudden reversals, something that shifts. And I'm thinking about the kind of conversion of the twist even you made, Damon, between sort of the idea that self-care might be actually the telos of care, or the moment where the camera films in Safe, the camera films the mirror, and there's this kind of sudden reframing of care into a kind of divided image of self-care. But I'm just being sensitive to the contrast between repair on the one hand and the way we insisted on slowness this morning, the very patient work of reparation and recompensation, and something that reads more now this afternoon as a kind of like a burst of novelty, or we have this term in French, and it's fulgurance. Do we have fulgurance in English? Like, yeah, okay. The kind of like the burst of the novum into a situation, that kind of like moment of aesthetic switch, which is, I think, also kind of temporality of care. If depends how we go about care, obviously. But yeah, I'm just kind of touched right now by our attempts also to get out of the repetitivity of this pandemic, and the sort of homogeneous, sticky time that it imprints on us, the kind of homogenization of everything on Zoom as well. There's the repetitivity and the stickiness, I think, kind of does invite for a desire to want an immediate conversion through aesthetic means in the now. And I'm wondering if that generates any thoughts for you, Damon, or for you, Adilifu, as well.
Damon, I defer, man. I've talked a lot. Go ahead, my man.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's super interesting. But what both of you have just been saying about, I'm thinking now about rhythm, and Églantine, you marked that contrast between the slow rhythms we began with this morning and what you described as the patient labor of care, actually, in your opening remarks, to this idea of the sudden reversal, the unexpected, the surprise that comes in improvisation, but also that you staged, Églantine, in your own literary piece. So, I mean, as I was listening to these quite different pieces, I was struck by the way that we're all thinking through what aesthetics does, right? Like what, okay. So Églantine, I hadn't heard your paper, the critical remarks on care before writing my much more cynical take on care, and in fact, you convinced me before I even began that like I shouldn't lump care and self-love together, and I shouldn't lump care and repair together, because you gave us this idea of a non-reparative care or critical care. Okay, so care deserves more care, actually, as a concept. But we were all thinking about how aesthetic form does something worthwhile, which we could think of as care in your sense, Églantine, of formal care. I mean, even in my talk, which is the most negative or cynical, the film, what I call the dissonance that the film is registering, that is giving form to something very productive. It's exposing something that is irreconcilable, and that's where my thought is attaching. And so that, that there's something that's taking place there through the work of aesthetics, what the camera is doing, what the rhythm of the piece, the disjointed nature of the performances. And Adilifu, you gave a very different account of the bright moments, the kind of the vitality, the life that is given aesthetic form in that musical piece that I now need to immediately listen to. And Églantine, you're talking about literary form, like what literature does, both talking about it and enacting it in your quite amazing literary piece that really needs to be reread, because it's just it's such a complex and nuanced and multi-tonal piece, right? There's humor, there's irony, but anyway, I don't know how to describe what the tone is of that piece, but I like the way that you framed it as a form in relationship to this idea of formal care. And so I guess what I was thinking about throughout this panel was what we're all giving voice to our belief in what art or aesthetic practice can do, most appropriately for a panel at CalArts, right? We're all committed to this practice, and there's so much resonance there actually across our different positions.
Indeed. One of the things I noticed I thought was interesting, maybe it's not at the level of synchronicity, but I think one can make an argument, is that we all, and we're talking about love. I mean, self-love, love in relationship, and certainly, the poem that I start off with is this whole thing about how time and love are these both kind of like qualities that are similar and overlap. And so I was really, that to me was an interesting point of overlap. I don't know, and my connection that went out earlier, so I missed the portion beforehand. But that to me, and if you want to widen the aperture up and open this up for some more light, so to speak, I think all of us are really talking about a type of reaffirmation of our humanity, right? In situations and in framings, whether they be whatever the form, that are diminishing or seem to diminish our vitality, and certainly our attitude, and certainly maybe even our kind of like psychological, emotional well-being. Right? And so this is about trying to like reframing and finding a way to make sure our humanity, our humanness stays intact.
In relation to that, I'm just struck by Andrew Culp's comment in the chat about this image of plague city described in the Panopticon chapter of Foucault's Discipline and Punishment, isolated people locked in their homes, fed through tubes and buckets by technicians and city magistrates. And he's suggesting, I think, are the aesthetic forms that carried through the various talks always the subject of your research? And if not, why did they come to the fore here? But I think that's such a powerful image for describing this way that this pandemic and these relationships to technology that we've all had to develop has created this feeling of this weird, surreal, science fictional feeling of total isolation. I mean, I think that's what Églantine, that's what your piece is also thinking through. What does it mean to speak of a comrade? What's the collective? What's a pod? What forms of collectivity survive? And so Andrew's asking why we all turned to aesthetic forms. It does seem that like aesthetics is offering something here that in what you were just saying, Adilifu, that maybe that something we could attach our humanity to, something to create bright moments, something to give us hope. But I hadn't really, I hadn't thought about it directly. aesthetics as a kind of remedy or even reparative thing in this at the end of this long crisis that we've all been living through.
I mean, for me, man, just real quick. I mean, it's like for me, I can't wait until the COVID is over to put on music and dance. I can't wait. I can't. Man, I gotta turn mine on. I might have to turn on a Friday after I do a REDCAT. I have to turn the music on. I might have to dance and do my thing, right, and do my Friday thing. So for me, at the end of the day, COVID is real. It's all there, but I can't wait to be alive, right? And that to me, you know, that's Roland Kirk's admonishment. Don't wait to be alive, man, right? And you don't have to be alive on the roller coaster. You can be alive, you know, sipping some tea and being reflective, man, and having that moment of breath. And you're like, man, that was a bright moment, right? And keep it moving. So there we go.
I do want to add something real quick. I know Amanda has her hand up for a question because the reference to Foucault came up there in Andrew's question. Églantine, I want to make sure I got this right. You talked about pneumocracy, right? In your talk, pneumocracy, I think you called it, right? So I think that's a brilliant notion. I don't know if that's your notion or not, but I really do feel we're in this sort of moment of crassy, a governing, a ruling of our very breath, you know? I mean, this is something that's really interesting about Rassan, Roland Kirk also. I mean, breath is very, very important. I mean, there's multiple, you know, instruments hanging around this guy's neck for which he needs, obviously, his breath to play, you know, with the Whitney Houston track also. I mean, obviously, it's about singing, so breath becomes really crucial. And so in a way, we've moved really beyond this sort of Foucault image of people being fed through tubes. It's the very air, right, that has to be given to people. And I don't know how we're going to technologically provide that over time, right? I mean, you talked about complex air, Églantine, at some point as well, which I think is an amazing notion to keep in mind. But I was thinking of Peter Sloterdijk and the work that he has done, the German philosopher, you know, politically quite problematic, but in this book called Terror from the Air, he talks about air design. So designing the air, right? I mean, a form of air conditioning that's going to have to happen on a kind of planetary level in order to just keep us alive, right? So this idea of pneumocracy and what that's going to produce in the future, I think is really, really interesting. It's almost too much for theory. I think you need literature or science fiction to get at it, you know, to write it out and to think it through. So I just wanted to put that out there to confirm that term and, you know, say it's really important notion, I think, to think about. Yeah.
Yeah, just to jump in, I'm going to be super brief because I also want to hear Amanda's question and others. But yeah, that term that kind of came up in writing that piece of democracy and specifically distributive democracy. You know, I think it was an attempt to also register what is happening during the pandemic very, very clearly, but also what has happened for centuries. About the right to breathe and where breathing as a metaphor, actually as a physiological manifestation and condition of life. I'm thinking about I'm thinking about lynching too. I'm thinking about different kind of moments in which breath become a kind of instrument of not just subjugation but destruction. And so I think like things are opening right now, and I think the about how to conceptualize air too, and the book that you mentioned, Arne, is doing that too, and not take air as a kind of granted, already, you know, given earth element, but that's something that's actually produced, that can be manipulated, that can be distributed, that like the mnemonic pneumocracy is also a striation of air in the piece that I was writing, kind of Deleuzean sense of the striated space, you know, that is structured so that different modes of control and power can circulate. So it's kind of interesting moment for all those questions revolving around breath and the aesthetic. I think I'm completely with Adilifu and Damon. We count also on the aesthetic and what you said, Arne, to either to think something that theory cannot think, or sometimes to experiment with something that theory really doesn't always give the form of the codes to do, the kind of experimentation, you know, surprising metamorphosis of an idea or notion. I don't think I would have found democracy if I had been writing a theoretical piece, for instance, you know, but just an example. So, yeah.
All right, Amanda, go ahead. Good to see you. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I've really enjoyed this whole session and the morning. It's been really great. And I guess I just wanted to pick up on this kind of conversation because I don't really have a question. I just kind of had some thoughts, and I guess this implication of Foucault in a lot of the conversation has been interesting to me. And of course, you know, it was obvious that he would be appearing today in some form with the title of the conference. But I guess, you know, as we know, all know already, you know, from the history of Foucauldian critique is that, you know, the project of care, you know, is, as we've heard from Nancy Fraser many times, is the project of a young conservative. And it has its own conservative aspects to it, in the sense that a care of the self is an engineering of the self. And we can think of, you know, that figure of the Homo Faber, the production of the self through aesthetics. And when we, you know, as you were just looking at, Honor, I appreciate you thinking about what is the undercurrent of this Foucauldian kind of sense going on. And for me, the answer would be Nietzsche. And I guess it gives me this kind of question about the presence of Nietzsche, not Foucault necessarily, in our thoughts, and how aesthetics manifest in this kind of other side of modernity, and whether it was where we were, you know, and these aesthetics so far, as other people have also referenced, have been the monastic, you know, slowness of aesthetic contemplation, or the, let's say, the temporality of being in the moment of a kind of modernist ecstatic condition of sound, whether it's the nihilism of, you know, Whitney, or kind of this idea of being inside the sound of the temporalities of improvisation. And so I think it's interesting that these aesthetics kind of manifest, and I'm kind of like very fascinated with how it seems to me to be connected with a kind of critique of modernity, which brings us to this space of privacy or non-community space, this kind of being in the moment of the aesthetic, this kind of retraction in the aesthetic. So it leads me to question, like, this, whether we can make this cut, let's say, a productive line of demarcation between care that is in this Nietzschean modality and a concept of the we, or the community, that is more in what I might frame as a kind of critique of Nietzschean thinking. And therefore the aesthetics isn't just this space of the self, or this kind of hiatus from community, but is actually public in a profound sense. And I know art struggled with this forever. And I guess this is what the papers made me wonder about, this, like, what ontology are they kind of sitting within, if you like. I'll stop talking there. Maybe there's just stuff to like riff on as we go. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, man. Does anyone want to comment, or maybe people have other questions to drive along the conversation?
Yeah, there was so much there in what you said. So I'm just kind of like taking it, but it seemed like your question at the end was or comment at the end was about aesthetics, whether we conceptualize it as a something that takes place in the sphere of the private, or I suppose is distance from the world, like in that idea of like aesthetic judgment or aesthetic autonomy, as opposed to something that is in the public or that belongs to the group. Is that right, Amanda?
Yeah, I mean, I know that, like, in the history of aesthetics, and you know, when I say the history of it, I mean practices as well as the theory. Yeah. That it's highly okay and popularized to take it from a Nietzschean philosophical perspective, as most post-structuralists have done, you know, and just talking about Foucault as one of them. But what aesthetics are produced tend to be extremely worrying for the context of the public. And I know that it's just been talked about, this kind of space of violence, but I guess what I'm trying to work out here is that what camps people are like in, if there is one, you know, if one is kind of appealing to a background ontology for your papers, and if it does sit within this Nietzschean, this Foucauldian space, then don't we all then have massive anxieties about the concept of a community? Because if it does produce a community, it's a community of violence, right? As we know. So is there another way of thinking community without thinking about this idea of a Nietzschean self in aesthetics?
Well, let me jump in real quick if I can. Like I said, I want to keep it everyday folk style. I would distill it. Yeah, aesthetics can be a very imposing thing. I think of the Nazi regime, the Third Reich. And they had that's a domineering aesthetic. You know, we had in architecture, you had the brutal aesthetic. But you know, I'm more down with the aesthetic with Woodstock. I'm more down with the aesthetic of George Clinton, right? In terms of when he sets a concert up, right? And so I don't think the aesthetics is necessarily the boogeyman. It's what are these aesthetics put to use for? So the aesthetics can be an aesthetics of alienation. We can look at the Third Reich for that. The whole aesthetic is about the society is towering over you, right? But then there's the aesthetic of Woodstock, where it's like, you know, free love and peace, and let's be wavy gravy and let's be groovy, right? And so I'm giving you two kind of like pendulum pieces here to work through. But I just feel a little bit in terms of uncomfortable with a blanket type of indictment of aesthetics as the bad guy.
Oh, right. Can I just be super clear about that? I'm not going to condemn aesthetics. That's my business. I couldn't live without. I'm an artist. But what I'm saying is I'm actually queering the way in which we should think about condemning Nietzschean aesthetics, and
you're way ahead of where I was. So I'll go in and just say that I think I'm condemning Nietzschean aesthetics as well. So I think we might be on the same page on that one.
I guess thanks for responding. And I guess what I was thinking of when you were talking about the kind of wavy gravy form of alienation is that, that is a form of alienation. It's not necessarily, it's just another manifest form of alienation. So it's one can take LSD or whatever and, retract within to one's self within a different parallel reality or whatever. And of course, that doesn't form a community. That's another way in which alienation is lived.
That's the escapist, retreatist version of it. I'm not an LSD advocate, but I know people who do, and they would say they do LSD for the exact same opposite reasons that you just said, right? That it's all about having an expansive notion of what creative community can be. And the only way you can get at that is through another type of experience and the opening of the doors of perception. So, tomato, I'll fall back.
About this, so I mean, the perception perceived by the self, which is taken as a category. And that's kind of what I'm trying to work out here. What category of the self do we presume as a kind of starting
That's
point?
right. That's what I gathered from that question, which, is interesting, certainly for us to talk about, even just with reference to the terms care and repair, right? I mean, what notion of the self Do we assume, for example, if we think of that so-called, what I call neoliberal imperative to take care of oneself, that Damon, you brought our attention as well, that seems to already assume a self that's split into two, right? Because it assumes that you can somehow take care of yourself, so that there's a part of you that can somehow isolate itself or separate itself from the part that's diseased or ill or needs care and get the job done. So I think, these questions are very, very interesting to consider. There's one question I'm keep in mind time also, that's come in through the REDCAT stream that I wanted to run by our panelists to see what people have to say about this. So here it goes. With regards to collective struggle, this person is asking, is there ever a risk of focusing too much on bright moments as opposed to grappling with dark times? Anyone who wants to respond?
I'll jump ahead on that. Yes, that's my response. Yes. Keep your eye on the road, man, because if you don't, it's a possibility you're going to go off of it. So yeah, definitely. Can't get caught up on the radio. Listen to bright moments. So don't do it, right? Keep your eye on the road as well.
Maybe I want to jump into here, and the answer would also be yes, but there is a way that care, I think, is also an invitation, or thinking from care, and we could define what we mean by that, but it's also an invitation to adopt a logic that's not a either or logic in some way, where one, for instance, can grapple with dark moments while at the same time using bright moments in order to regenerate, maybe be in the kind of a moment of revitalization, a moment of reproductive labor of one's own capacity to grapple through the kind of brightness of aesthetic moments. So I don't see it as an opposition. And in the same way, to kind of go back to my last question briefly, same with the aesthetic field. It can sound a little utopian, but I would also feel yes, maybe there is a kind of case to be made, not for art as a separate realm that stays untouched and bubbled up in a kind of Kantian, disinterest, but more like a kind of the experience is always to go in art and to go back to the social world, if art is a separate world. And there's a kind of constant movement between the aesthetic and the social, and bright moments and dark times. And I think thinking from care and with care is also a way to say, okay, we have constituted a theoretical field through oppositions, that it's not just that we want to deconstruct those oppositions, but care allows us, and I think invites us to think about the point of context of the movements between different concepts, different tradition of thinking, or different ideas that may seem opposite or impossible or incompatible. So yeah. Same with the subject. One of the way in which I envision the subjects in the piece that I was reading is that they're all kind of very singular voices, but very singular voices, but also I think are some kind of collective subjects that have been exposed to a very common historical experience, or that they decide to put in common a very very singular historical experience. And I think there is in there an attempt to collectivize the subject, or to be both in the kind of singularity of the subject and the commonality of the collective subject through those voices, for instance.
Damon, do you want to comment still before we wrap it up?
No, you both said it beautifully. Keep your eye on the road, while listening to the bright moments. And what Adilifu and Églantine said is just more than I could have said myself. So thank you.
Yes, great advice. I think, Damon, I wanted to ask you, it's just a reference. Have you seen The Lost Daughter yet? The Maggie Gyllenhaal film?
Did watch it on the plane on the way back from Sydney recently. Yes,
it seemed to resonate for me with some of what you were talking about. That final scene that you showed us also from the Todd Haynes, that I love you moment, and I was thinking of this idea of the good enough mother also, right? Winnicott's notion of the good enough mother versus the sort of weight and that sense toxicity of certain notions of what the mother or the father for that matter are supposed to be, that can really create such a burden for parents. I know you took the Lee Edelman line, so you went a little bit, further out there with that. But I do think those notions are important for Maggie's work as well. You started, Damon, by talking about anxiety. And one of the really productive ideas that I got from Maggie's text, it's on the closing pages actually of the book, is she starts setting up a kind of opposition, some of you may remember this, between freedom and anxiety, in fact, which I think is really interesting to think about. So, what is our understanding of freedom? Perhaps it's a certain kind of liberation or emancipation also from the anxieties that burden us too. And then, of course, it becomes a question of thinking about where those anxieties come from. In any case, I'm sorry to have triggered you, Damon, with the titles of the event Care and Repair into, possibly even more anxiety. But I do hope that the conversations and meditations that we've been involved in can also contribute to assuaging those anxieties, at least somewhat. My thanks to you all for your presentations. It was a wonderful conversation. Really enjoyed it. We are at 2:45, so I'm wrapping up this part of the afternoon in order to move us into the next section. We have a performance coming up, work by Stephanie Mei Huang, who is a Los Angeles-based interdisciplinary artist. Initially, Steph had envisioned doing a live performance for us, but they have, in the generous spirit that characterizes how so many of you have responded to the fact that we had to go remote, Steph has re-envisioned their work for this particular remote edition. I think we are going to see some video work now, and afterwards there will be some time for us to discuss. So Steph, over to you. There is no sound, at least on my end, there's not.
Hello, I'm Dennis Bright. I'd like to welcome you to another segment of Bright Ranch Reining Horses. Today, we're going to demonstrate how to hobble your young horse. A viewer had asked, what's the best and safest way to do it? So I'm going to take you through 2 steps. One, with Diamond, who's a young horse in our rope training program, who's never been hobbled. 2, we're going to go from a rope hobble to a regular leather hobble. Here with Diamond, and we're going to play with her a little bit. I have a 1-inch cotton line. I'm just going to spend a moment getting her used to it. All of these horses should be comfortable with ropes around them. And again, she's going to be a rope horse, so I'd really like her to be confident and comfortable with this rope. So I'm going to start off by just rubbing her with it, making sure she can handle the contact. You can see that's a little different. Now, if she had a back cinch on, and I grabbed her right there, she might be a little upset, but we think that just working with her for a couple minutes, she'll be able to realize there's no harm for her. So I'm just looking at her expression and telling her everything's fine. And then I'm just going to bring this rope around, let her look at it, reach around here. Now, she's not a completely untrained horse, so I'm able to do some things with her on the ground that I might not do with a horse that I'm handling for the very first time. But what I want to demonstrate with this line is I'm going to come down here Just make sure she's comfortable with having a rope around her feet, and she seems to be taking it fairly well. Now I'm going to start again by just taking the rope on the off leg, and I'm going to create a couple twists between the right foot and the left foot. I'm going to snug that up. And I'll take one more twist right there. Then I'm going to come back over here. Just going to tie this off in an overhand knot. Now, I've got a lot of extra rope out here, but I'm not too worried about that right now. I'm just going to let her feel this and see how she responds. I've got this rope out here I'm just going to kind of hang on to, because that way I've got one piece I can kind of help her with, and I can put a little pressure on it, and really I'm out of harm's way, hopefully. It's pretty good. It's kind of realizing that she's pretty limited as to how she can move her feet. And at the same time, I can create a little stimulus in terms of moving and pulling on the rope, snugging it up like this, loosening it, waving it around. Ask her to walk forward, which she is. And again, because it's a big soft rope, there's really no danger of her creating a rope burn on her pastern. And I can help her with a lead rope. That a girl. That's really nice. Good girl. I'm pretty happy with that. I mean, you know, obviously there's some thought process going on here, but she gets the idea that it's going to be a little limit. I'm going to pull on her again, just see if I can get her to move a little, one step at a time. Very nice. And I can still guide her, whoa, with my lead rope. Now, do be careful about being in the flight path. If that horse jumps right at you, and you want to stand off a little bit. I'm pretty happy with that. So what I'm going to do now is, again, I'm going to untie my line. And all I have to do is push this here and pull this out, and it'll come right off. Just like this. Okay? An older Texas cowboy many years ago showed me that trick. And another one that we use on occasion is we'll actually hobble them on a long line like this and tie a slip knot to it so we can climb up in the saddle, and then when we're ready to take the hobbles off, we can just pull that line and it'll untie itself. Of course, sometimes the interesting results. Now, once these horses have figured out using a rope hobble that there's going to be some limitation to their ability to move, and they're okay with that, I'll move to this hobble right here. And again, I want my horse pretty gentle if I'm going to reach down, handle their legs. So again, I start with the off side, which is the right side of the horse. The near side is the left side of the horse. Be careful about not allowing your face or your head to get in front of this knee when you reach across, because if she picks that leg up like that, it's going to hit you right in the face. Now, that's kind of nice because I was able to reach across there. And again, just holding that foot and letting her make sure everything's okay. Keep in mind, they have hind feet too, so stating the obvious, you want to make sure that let her play with that for a minute. Not too concerned. We're in a round pin right here, so I'm not too concerned with her running off on me. You can see I'm staying out of what I consider the red zone, which is underneath the horse, to the best of my ability there. Now I'm going to bring this around and secure it on her other leg. Ask her to pick this foot up. Bring this one back just a little bit. Thank you, dear. A bit more. Thank you. And whoa. I'm cautioning you to stay on your feet, so if you do need to make a quick getaway, you can do that. All right. So I'll just secure the hobbles, and I'm actually going to take my lead rope off her and encourage her to move around. It's my girl. Now, this is just my opinion, but you'll hear some people talk about hobbling them up between the knee and the fetlock over the tendons, and I don't particularly do that. I find that most of the time they're just going to slide down anyway, and I want to be real careful about not creating any pressure on those tendons that could injure the tendons between the knee and the fetlock. So again, not an overly dramatic response. Just kind of figured out, hey, I got something there on my front feet. She's a real smart mare. Now you can see her licking her lip and watching me and kind of coming back over here. She's really unsure what exactly is happening, but she knows me pretty well. So she keeps checking in. Now what's interesting is you can see how she gets her weight transfer on the hindquarters and lifts her front feet up. So I'm just going to move her around just a little bit. And I feel pretty good about how she's handling the pressure. Now I'm going to just ask her to walk slowly towards here, towards the center. Come off the rail. Just one step at a time. We'll just take baby steps. Now keep in mind that when you do hobble a horse, it doesn't mean that you're going to stop them, they're going to stay there stationary. They will learn how to move around in them, and they'll learn how to hop with them. But it will slow them down quite a bit. When we're out on the ranch gathering cattle and we want to take a lunch break, or we want to turn the horses out and let them graze, many times we'll, instead of trying to find a place to tie them, we'll just hobble them and let them hang out. And we know they're not going to go too far because we're keeping an eye on them. Okay, again, when you want to go down to take the hobbles off the horse, stay out of the flight path, stay off to the side of the horse, reach down, unbuckle, keeping in mind that she's still attached on the other side over here. So if she takes off running, you're going to have to watch out for that. So another thing I'll do is I'll just pick her foot up here, hold her foot, take my buckle out. Okay. And you can see she stood there pretty well for me. I didn't really have to hold on to her lead rope. So thank you very much. Okay, well, this concludes this segment of how to start a young horse with a rope line and then how to move them into regular training hobbles. Thank you very much. Stay tuned for more.
All right, very good. I think we're back. Thank you so much, Steph, for showing this work to us. You know, Maggie's book is subtitled, has these notions of care and constraint in the subtitle. I think this could be almost like an additional song of care and constraint that we could add to the book and the various songs that we find there. Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. I'm sure people in the audience have as well. Steph, did you want to say something before we open it up for conversation?
Not unless you have a question, but otherwise I'm just happy to open it up for conversation.
I do have some questions, but I want to, talked to already. I want to leave it to the floor is to everyone who's here and who wants to contribute. Anyone who wants to jump in and comment, maybe run an idea by us, ask Steph something about process, or go ahead, unmute yourself and speak. Floor is yours.
Hi, Stephanie. I was wondering a little bit about the process of it, and I really liked how you were kind of mirroring and almost ad-libbing the video, the found footage in the beginning, and then you began slowly to break away from it. And I was wondering a little bit about how you chose the moment in which to begin bringing a new narrative into the film.
Right. Thank you. That's a great question. And I guess I also did want to say that the videography is by Gabriel Bruce, and then that I did have movement development support with Lucy Kerr, who also went to CalArts. And I think what I was really interested in was the ambiguousness of the Simeonized her. And having this gradual transition in which his instructionals became ambiguous to which her. And while, Arne smartly pointed out about the most obvious moment about being entering the red zone, but there are a lot of staged cues that, the shifted mode of videography allowed for, the matching cuts or the unmatching cuts and the matching zooms and the unmatching zooms. And I think, there are earlier moments where it just sort of snowballs, where initially there is, the baby steps. Is it, the horse taking the baby steps, or am I taking the baby steps? But ultimately the horse cannot take the baby steps, and the licking the lips comes beforehand. And I think a lot of when I was thinking about the development of this performance in regards to the aesthetics of care, I thought about Sian Nai's book, Our Aesthetic Categories. And one of the categories is cuteness. And so in thinking about the way the American West has objectified and casted a cuteness upon the Asian femme, I was interested in casting that upon the American West, or upon the characters like Dennis Bright. And so there's this quote she says, in vivid contrast to beauty's continuing associations with fairness, symmetry, or proportion, the experience of cute depends entirely on the subject's affective response to an imbalance of power between herself and the object. And so, returning to Arne's question of constraint and thinking more about the politics of bondage, he has this access to the horse's body entirely in the way that normally a figure like that in its power relation with me would have access to my body. And so I think rather than a moment of entering the red zone, it was always embedded there that he had access to both of our bodies, and that his voice, it just was a slow unmasking of my initial desire to play this drag Dennis Bright that transitioned into a desire to also be constrained.
I thought it was interesting also when I looked up why cowboys hobble their horses, that the exact expression was to give them freedom to roam, which is a strange like oxymoron, but also brings up ideas about, yeah, like the elasticity between constraint and freedom. So yeah, the subject matter also was perfect, right on.
Thank you.
Other thoughts people had or questions? I mean, you know, I love so much about this, you know, the language, the poetry of the thing, violent as it may be, is very interesting, you know, very specific technical terms that are being used. To go back to the discussion of aesthetics before, you know, I think some of the sort of awkwardness and crossover that you're talking about stuff happens in the realm of the aesthetic when there's talk about the soft rope and rope burn and things like that, you know, which are all sort of terms that are obviously they're related to a technique or practice of constraint, but, you know, clearly include a lot of care as well. And, you know, go to certain bondage BDSM practices also, you know, certain carefulness practice on, you know, how to knot, what kind of ropes to use, and so on and so forth, all of those things. So there's a lot there, I think, that starts working as the performance moves forward. And that's just really, really interesting, I think. Yeah. Other thoughts people have?
This is also about process a little bit. First of all, you know, it just, when I was watching it, it worked so well as a video and the way it was superimposed. And I started watching it laughing, and then it just got really disturbing. So my mood and my feelings just transformed throughout it. And then when you changed the narrative, when you became kind of bonded in one with the horse, and also shared the carrots as well with the live animal as well. And that's kind of elevated it in a different way. But I'm curious, actually, how would it have been as a live performance if we were live? You know, because it works so well as a video.
Thank you, and thank you for appreciating the video format, because we did just film this week. And just in light of the shift, and I think that's also the larger discourse on care in the digital age is like, and the bright spots that we were speaking to earlier is that I'm still so excited to show you this all virtually. And I think I've had to shift my expectations into everything that I go into as an artist now. I assume that I will have to pivot. And so while initially the REDCAT stage would have had the projected performance behind me, and I think a lot of the performance would have been similar, but I think the tension would have come from being in the room of affective constraint rather than from the cuts that rely on comedic timing. And that brings us back to temporality in the virtual space. And so I do think I had to shift really quickly temporality in the performative space versus temporality in the virtual space. I think Patrick had a question.
I did. Thank you so much for noticing and for sharing that work. I was really made so aware of the attitude that the horse handler had, that he was somehow truly caretaking, or being compassionate, or something like. It was almost like caring for a child or something. It was so strangely insidious when paired with your performance, and I really enjoyed the horse that you used, or I guess the miniature horse doll was miniature. At first, I thought it was just a dwarf horse. Like, oh my God, she got this little horse, and then it slowly dawned on me somehow that it was a puppet or a maquette or a representation of a horse. And but I must applaud you that you treated that maquette with the liveliness, and like there was a response to it as if it were there standing in the ring. I thought that was really interesting to create that simulation of, like, you were re-simulating the care that the horse handler was doing, but then at the same time being slowly brought under the purview of that very sort of insidious language, So thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, I also was really struck by that, to sort of, raising questions of what's the difference between the animatronics horse or the automaton horse, because it was moving, right? I mean, I saw its ear do some things at some point, and
That's
so,
true,
and then
the eyes.
That's right. And then the actual horse, which, let's not forget, some philosophers have thought about as automata also, right? Have thought about animals as automata. So I think that's a kind of interesting thought there as well. I also thought it was very striking how the horse handler talks to the horse almost as if he's expecting a response at some point, but the response is obviously not going to come in the form of language, as you're also not going to get it from the toy horse or the animatronics horse. So then thinking about the differences and certain kind of impossibilities or limits to communication that exist within these separate scenes, and then also across, obviously, the two superimposed videos are, I think, really interesting to consider. All right, I think I'm going to, in view of where we are with time, end the conversation here. We will no doubt come back to it as we move forward, but we're going a little bit over time here into the break that we had anticipated. So we're at 3:11 now. We had anticipated a break from 3 to 3:30. I would like to stick to that 3:30 starting point for the next session, just so we don't go super late. Some things are going to be happening during the break. You don't have to be here for them, but just so you're aware, there might be some movement on your screen that relates to the next panel. So Steph, thanks so much again for sharing the video work with us, for being here to discuss also with us. I hope you'll stick around so we can talk more about the work later as well. Thank you all for your questions and comments, and then we will have a short break now. See you back here at 3:30. Thank you, everyone. All right, I think we are back. Can people hear me okay? If you could give me a thumbs up, that would be great. Yes, we're there. Thank you, Pete. Thanks for confirming. All right, we're at 3:32. I wanted to share with you some minutes of Nicholas Nauman being active in the kitchen. He is preparing a delicious hot broth and some nutritious biscuits for everyone who spoke and performed at our event today. Those will be distributed at an undisclosed location somewhere in Los Angeles tonight. That will give us at least a little bit of an opportunity still to come together in person under COVID-safe conditions, a kind of drive-through food situation, even though we had to go remote for this event. I am here to introduce the last panel of the day. We'll have a roundtable performance and a roundtable still afterwards. Nick, who is a writer, cook, and musician, also an alum from our program, is going to be speaking as part of that panel. Following Nick, we will have a presentation by Jia Yi Gu, an architectural historian, curator, and designer, also director of the Mack Center for Art and Architecture, among many other things, here in LA. And then finally, we'll be joined by Anders Dunker, who is a writer, a thinker, a theorist, a reviewer, a painter. Also, I hope you don't mind, Anders, my mentioning this. He is currently visiting scholar in our program, so the MA Aesthetics and Politics program housed in the School of Critical Studies at CalArts. But before we launch into the presentations, you've become used to this by now. I'm going to invite the visual artist Lucinda Trask to set the stage for us. So Lucinda, over to you. All right, very good. While we're waiting for Nick to join us and speak, I think he's getting out of his Nicky chef's, whatever you call that, tablier in French. What's the word for that in English? Anyone can help me out here? What's the word for that? An apron, that's right. That's the word I was looking for. Tablier, I think, in French. No, Églantine, is that right?
I don't know the French.
Yeah, I don't know if she's on the call with us, but yes, there we go, confirming that it's tablier in French. Really struck by what Lucinda has been doing here for us throughout the day. We should take a moment also as we move forward to talk about that. There's one more performance coming, so maybe after that one we can take a few minutes to discuss kind of narrative that has extended over the day. Seeing this object and its various iterations has been very interesting. Even just seeing the light change in the background and sort of realizing that the bodies in the skies have moved as we have been participating in this conversation has been really affecting as well. Nick, are you ready to go? All right, go ahead. Floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Arna and everyone. So, as you might have heard, I was asked to provide some food for the participants of this conference. And so, among other things, I'm making broth. I want to communicate that I've been making something delicious, something significant, something that performs and challenges the themes of care and repair. So these are my reflections as I've been working on this. And I want to do something here that addresses the confrontation of globalized danger and individual fear, the situation in which people are born of and into a history that must radically transform in order for its conditions of existence to persist. This is our situation, in which we refers to the stuff of the earth, and at least those of us speaking and listening here. So I'm not sure that to say I've been making some broth quite does the trick. I looked up the etymology of the word broth. It's from the Old English broop, and from the Proto-Germanic bruton, meaning liquid in which flesh is boiled. It also might be related to the Middle English brata, meaning violence, impetuosity, anger, and rage. And this is not exactly what I had in mind for the broth I'm making. For one thing, I did not boil any flesh to make this. And part of the reason I didn't is that I think violence, impetuosity, anger, and rage have had way too much to do with what happens to flesh in general on this planet and in this history. Which is to say that meat cooking animal flesh, is a non-starter for the cook that I am. Not only for its viscerally horrifying violences against the creatures who exist because of forced reproduction, who live entrapped and are killed to please people, or against workers imperiled for the same, against ecosystems altered to function not for the perpetuation of the planet's self-making living systems in general, but for the terminal engorgement of only one of them. But also because the meat industry is a perfect crucible for the exercise of determining that some stuff of the earth can, with absolute legitimacy, be turned into objects to be used and murdered for the production of abstract value and fleeting consumer pleasures. So in this history that some we shares, the physicality of the planet has been made subject to the proliferation of a very particular kind of self, one which knows and makes itself through the destruction and/or incorporation of its others. A self that sees itself in this self that knows itself through the engulfment or annihilation of the other. That is, coloniality, race, gender, the submission of anything at all to commodity status, has yielded this present in which the earth in all its parts and its entirety is easily rendered material for incorporation unto destruction. This is our situation, the rendering of reality haunted and vivified by essential dualisms: self-other, subject-object, presence-absence, black-white, life, non-life, etc., etc. So, from where I cook, as who I am, working with meat reiterates the bloodthirst that undergirds the white supremacist masculinist history that bears me. And this isn't to say that I think no one should ever cook and eat meat in any circumstance, but I decided a long time ago to decide not to do it as often as possible. To decide is to make a decision. Decision, to move from a cut. A lot of cuts happen in the kitchen, and I've been making a lot of them here. To decide is to perform the gut-wrenchingly profound act of foreclosing a certain set of infinite possibility, or maybe even a set of sets or two. And then you find yourself in the condition of another decision, and another, and another, and another. The conditions of the broth are bits of what's around, kitchen scraps. Garlic paper, onion skin, carrot butts, apple cores, corn cobs, cabbage hearts, bay leaves and peppercorns, salt. A cook is never really starting from pure scratch. Precedent decisions put things in the pantry, fill the fridge, sharpen the knife. Even the most austere renunciant of industrial farming practices doesn't start a meal by inventing the millstone or discovering fire. And even when cooking is a matter of scraps and bricolage, it requires further decision in a field of possibility already cut through and formalized by matters of land use, agriculture, colonies, monocrops and genocide, factories, exploitation, exhaustion. The banality of the pantry is the legacy of the world. What's in the fridge? So many choices, not enough, just right. Who is the you who decides? Another word for broth is stock. This word has a lot of violence behind it too. They all do. But it's grounded in the Old English for tree trunk. The phrase taking stock, as in making an inventory, goes back to the 18th century, but livestock goes back to the 16th. To take stock in, meaning to treat as important or meaningful, is only as old as the 19th century, which makes it more or less contemporaneous with the emergence of modern industrial capitalism. That is, when the stock market, once a place to trade commodified animals, became the place to trade value, to deal in abstractions made real by the power of the people who took stock in stocks. To take stock of a situation is to understand its parameters, to get a sense of its conditions so that actions may be determined and the situation might change. Careful considerations, reading through the lines, examining the history and its records and its interpretations, and the theories of for living and thinking and being, conventionally or otherwise. These are ways to take stock. To take stock of so many contemporary situations, the general situation of a globalized we, is to encounter a seeming impossibility in the freeze of fear. What to do? An individual capacitated to take stock like this has the opportunity to assess countless insights, recommendations, predilections attendant to the situation, to correspond their own thought and feeling and action with representations of others' thought and feeling and actions. This capacitated individual will like some of what they encounter, dislike some of the rest. That's a part of taking stock. Can I say that I like stock? Well, yes, I can, because taken as it is, I find the broth delicious. But it's also a condition for further deliciousness. and cook some rice in it, put some beans in it, save it for an experiment or something like that. So there's a lot to like in the kitchen and a lot to find disgusting. To take stock of what's around to make stock is to take stock in my capacity to decide what's for dinner. I like it, sure, and I think you might like it, but what matters, what makes the matter of the dinner a real material concern, is that I decide that the carrots are going in, but the kale stems are not. I like corn cobs, but what matters is that I put them in the pot and let them simmer until they're kind of goopy and gray. I don't like the old apple core that has ants crawling on it. There's not actually that in my kitchen. While the constructedness of revulsion is fascinating enough, to valorize dwelling on it here in this kitchen with a flame under the pot would mean taking stock and taking stock of. An endless apparatic enchantment that disavows the way I can make a decision to throw one thing in the trash and another in the stock or broth. So the secret ingredient in any meal is always what's expressed in such statements as I like this or not this. It's the preference of the cook. It's what leads decision in the kitchen. I've been attracted to suspicion about decision. A decision seems like it's wholeheartedly dualistic, asserting one reality over the dampened others never to appear. And preference is an apparent dualism. But to cook is to occupy the capacity to act on the emergent dualism of preference and aversion, at least. And I make this stock because I like it, again, and I think you will too. A decision is the process by which a semblance of dualism yields fields of possibility. A decision is an either-or that coexists with and has a particular relation to an infinite and. A decision puts the lie to the fantasy of totality that conditions rhapsodies over pure multiplicity and the stasis and inaction that often accompany them. Which is to say, to get stuck in taking stock is to maintain and remain in the circles of thought that talk about multiplicity while always deferring to a lurking dualism that works disastrous wonders via its occlusion. There is always an outside to the encircled, no matter how capacious. And meanwhile, in any meanwhile, while someone positioned to do so can take ongoing stock, things happen. Countless futures are foreclosed and countless futures become themselves. Call it the functions of history, biology, geology, the contingent movement of the real that is unilaterally immanent but never without the infinite, potentially realizable multiple. Or at any rate, things happen. Decision, though, as I'm coming to understand or describe it here, does depend on an acting subject, a thinking subject. A someone who is different from a something that. Someone who can, in whatever limited way, take stock of the situation. And the situation is scary, it's overwhelming, and it's all too real in its crushing sense of an ending. The fear of what might not happen greets the fear of what might happen, and the subject, the someone, can be displaced from affecting the difference that will make what happens happen in the way it does. They might take refuge in ambivalence, spend all day taking stock and never doing anything with it. So fine, leave the stock in the fridge till it molds over or you move away. But ambivalence is the anxious disavowal of decision, and it is destroyed by that which it disavows. Ambivalence is the effective regime of those of us positioned with the capacity to remain in anxious attachment to the fantasy, however submerged or disguised, that the relations between individuals and systems are intractably fated to mutual exclusion. Ambivalence isn't good for dinner. There's something about stock or broth that seems almost like it's nothing, even though it's made of almost everything and can become almost anything. Just as the withdrawal from action that can typify thoughtfulness, the careful consideration of outcomes, the attempt to map conditions and possibilities, can seem like it does a lot while it addresses everything and affects only the reiterations and returns to the self that would prefer not to make a decision. But care and repair are matters of decision, of what happens regardless of how well every possibility is addressed. To respond to the crises of suffering on which global history thrives with care, and to repair and repair people with conditions of possibility beyond what is known, to make individuals with groups and matter with meaning. To do all that is to take stock and decision, to make and move from a cut through the expansive convolutions of the realizable morass. This is hardly a recommendation for the valorization of always acting as if the self is sure of what the always unfolding conditions could be. The self isn't the only one deciding, and doing nothing is doing something. But to cook at all is to practice decision. It is to take stock of the ingredients, methods, and preferences at hand and to act to produce a material reality that would not otherwise exist. It was possible, sure, but until the cook makes decisions, dinner remains an idea. So I'm making this stock, and I'll give it to those who will take it. Do with it what you will, but take stock in decision. And that's my talk.
Thank you so much, Nick. That was almost meditative for me, I have to say. It reminds me of what a great writer you are. So it's really excellent to hear this text, and from your kitchen, no less, which seems the appropriate location to deliver it from. So how often have you guys seen that at a conference? People speaking from the kitchen, you know, live streaming from the kitchen. Probably hasn't happened all that often, but thank you so much, Nick. Really appreciate it. We are a little bit ahead of schedule. Jia, are you ready to go? Because it would be nice maybe to catch up on time a little bit now, and then we have a little bit more time for discussion. We may want to take a quick break after this panel before we move into the performance afterwards. We have to set a couple of things up also. I'm participating in it, so I need to make sure my screen's good and all of that. So if you're ready, I would just propose we move forward and then have a little bit more time for discussion, and can schedule in a little break afterwards. Does that sound right, Jia?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Over to you. Nice to meet you, by the way. Good to see you.
It's really great to meet you. Thank you for the invitation. Let me find the screen. And that was really so lovely, Nick. Can you guys see the care repair? Okay. Yeah, I'll jump right in. I am an architectural historian and curator, so I feel a little bit out of my usual air and water in this group, but I've really appreciated this really wonderful transactions and conversations that have occurred over the past few hours. When I say I'm an architectural curator and historian, people typically think I'm an expert in buildings, but what I mean is primarily the ideas and processes that lead to the built environment. And so this can mean material artifacts like buildings, but also topics including land back and property provenances, material supply and logistic chains, software and digital environments, and representations instruments. But my presentation today is not so much an overview of my scholarly work in architecture. It's a little bit about architecture and care, but maybe it's more about care than it is about architecture. And it forms a constellation of different thoughts and ideas that have been the foundations to my work, both within institutions and within teaching institutions in architecture itself. So I often speak from a place of architecture, speaking to an architectural audience, and I hope some of this will resonate also with people outside my usual field. I'd like to start with some scripts I've been thinking about that I've collected over the past few years. Much of this was indebted to a program I was invited to participate in 2019 in Berlin. That summer, a group of feminist practitioners convened in a rainwater basin of a defunct airport in Berlin-Tempelhof. This basin, constructed in the 19th century to collect the water of neighboring buildings in order to return it to the canal, was a piece of disused public land converted into an experimental urban school called the Floating University. In this architectural constellation of untreated lumber, borrowed scaffolding, and muddy waters, which still stands today if you're ever in the city, over a dozen artists, curators, architects, and students convened for a program called Formats of Care, organized by Elke Galgale, Elke Krasny, Gili Karjevsky, and Rosario Talevi. Formats of Care invited participants to address care theory through practical and non-practical engagements, embodied in the activities of writing, listening, dining, touching, silently conversing, recording, and documenting. Some of the participants organized action-oriented engagements, including Gili Karjevsky's collective writing exercises, silent conversation, while others performed their activities of care, such as Fiona Shipwright, who recorded and archived the actions of the event through the format of minutes, recording what was done rather than what was said. Building upon a history of feminist artistic and spatial practices centering on care as practice, the working symposium opened with a set of questions. What is care ethics? What is feminist about theories of care? And how can we understand care theory in relation to artistic, spatial, and architectural practice? The framing question, what makes a format the format of care, asked how well-known formats such as the dinner, the walk, the salon, the classroom serve to become spatialized relations. A room full of desks facing the front where one person is standing to give an hour-long lecture is widely recognized as the format class. When unpacking formats such as the class, the dinner, the salon, the walk, we shift the attention from the what to the how we do things, how we shape our bonds, how we give forms to our worlds. This requires that we carefully revise our roles and conditions of work, representations, as well as reprogramming materials and immaterial spaces of our practice. And I just want to point to this idea that the symposium positions care as an activity, a practice, or an exchange, and that's formats as modes of encounter that link social activity with spatial ordering, thereby become the governing systems by which both exchange and experience are generated. In formats of care, the term caring with, caring for, caring about, giving, taking, receiving, sharing, asking for, asking how one cares, who does the caring, and who receives the care, became the central terms within the scope of the working symposium. This list of caring acts reminds us that there's not a universal or singular relationship to care, but that care is mired with prepositions and propositions that begin to define it as a relational act, that there's both a caregiver and a care receiver, and most importantly, and most oftenly, a gap of competencies between the both. Recognizing that care is a wide site of exchange where representation, labor, and ethics are intertwined echoes a widely shared definition put forward by political and cultural theorists Joan Tronto and Bernie Fisher in their book, Caring Democracy. Care is a species activity, writes Tronto and Fisher, that includes everything that we do to maintain, continue, and repair our world so that we can live in it as well as possible. Such worlds include bodies of species, but also selves. It encompasses the environment and our relations to it. I'm ultimately very attracted to this notion of care as activity, as an action, rather than a mood, a morality, or an emotion, and the practices of articulating choices that center on making care visible. And I think from there, we're deeply actually indebted to feminist practices and thought that make the invisible more visible, first by noticing gender, but you'll see that it's not always, let's say, situated there. In the 1990s, Joan Tronto was really fixated on the questions of care as labor, but from the perspective of reproductive versus productive labor rather than moral judgment. Most widely known for her work in political thought, Tronto's theories evolved from a really counterintuitive perspective. As a feminist scholar, I kept thinking about the political cost of women deciding that they should join the mainstream of American society in equal partnership with men. What would we lose as a society if middle-class women became just like middle-class men? I began talking to my students about my feminist nightmare when women, no longer constrained by the caste barriers that had kept them out of some occupations and professions, passed the caring work in society over to poor women and men and people of color. So I was paying attention to care work. Tronto observed that the ascension of women towards middle-class aspirations is part and parcel with the societal devaluation of caregivers. So here you can see how certain notions of feminism actually undervalue care. Her anxiety around the positivism of women entering the workforce is centered on this critical question: who will do the caring at home if the caring at home has always been made invisible? Toronto is obviously not advocating for women to continue doing women's work, but to remind us that in valuing women's entry into the workforce, becoming productive laborers, we're also foreclosing recognition on another type of labor. And this is something, of course, we've seen throughout the past few years, especially acutely as our work and our homes collide. So the caring associated with cleaning, cooking, repairing children, senior citizens, disabled and differently abled, typically associated with the domestic sphere, reproductive labor has historically been undervalued and rendered invisible, particularly in capitalist systems, because care has not been understood to be a value generating act. So this idea of care as labor, of maintaining, repairing, cleaning, caring, permeates almost all modes of production, not just the activities of the household. And a lot of my thinking is how it enters into institutions, especially through forms of administration. Institutions are really good at making labor invisible. So some of my work is to think about how we clarify our labor, how we communicate our work. Previous to joining Mac Center, I was part of a much smaller organization called Materials and Applications. And a lot of these techniques were migrated from a more experimental, resilient institution into what is pretty much, right now I'm in a pretty bureaucratic institution. As the director of Mac Center, most of my work is bureaucratic and administrative, which many people take to be non-conceptual, but I tend to think otherwise. My tolerance for bureaucracy, procedures, financial statements, reporting is made possible only because I can conceptualize the purpose and meaning of these activities within a larger framework. And I think of administration as a means of struggle towards comprehension, thinking about what it means to build an institution that is as legible on the front end, but also on the back end. And so a lot of my work is to ask what are the appropriate institutional frameworks by which specific ideas can achieve legibility, and what are the frameworks by which an institution can make new work, explore new processes, and think new thoughts. I joined Max Center last year in 2021, and this year we've been sort of fulfilling a number of programmatic commitments in the past few years, and then this upcoming year will be predominantly the new programming that starts with my tenure. So last year we didn't do much programming from our own initiation, but we did do a lot of back-end work. So one of the actions we took in my first year was to take some of the institutional labor and make it visible. And one of the processes we engaged in, which is still ongoing and unfinished, is the collective production of an organizational flowchart, documenting, adjusting, and reinventing some of the procedures that make up 90% of our institutional work. This is kind of a living document, so it's not finished, and it doesn't really finish because the work doesn't finish. Every week, for the beginning of my tenure, we would dedicate a few hours to sitting down together, identifying actions taken in the organization, and begin to map out how actions connect to one another, how one person's work feeds into a larger process. And this helps us understand not only the value of each person's work, whether administrative or creative or manual, whether such separations exist, but most importantly, makes certain forms of tacit knowledge more explicit, makes certain forms of invisible labor more visible. In the words of historian of science Melissa Lowe, it's a means of processing our process. This technique was borrowed from the Feminist Organization's Handbook, a publication put forward by the Feminist Center for Creative Work here in Los Angeles. The self-published volume is an exportable model of their organization, and it articulates their thoughts, administrative protocols, and their ways of working in order to benefit others trying to do the same work. But it's also helpful to remind ourselves that in thinking about how you inscribe labor onto a diagram, that not all diagrams, in the words of Melissa Lowe, give people good reason for doing what they tell you to do. Indeed, one of the great challenges of being a person is the attempt to move from paper worlds to bodies to communities and back again. Additionally, some diagrams operate on the presumption that abstraction is best, thereby holding feelings at a distance. In all my work, I'm really stuck on this idea, how one moves from institution within institutions and how one moves from systems to bodies and from personhood to profession. Just to close out really quickly, thinking about the work we do in relation to the visible and invisible forms of labor, which buttress and circumscribe architecture and its institutions, is a thought that is deeply indebted to feminist theory, to the noticing and troubling of labor as it relates to gender. And recentering our thinking about care as a form of labor deserves inquiry, though perhaps not morality, allowing us to attend to questions such as representation, labor, and ethics. Theories of care ask how we can bring the values behind reproductive labor into our frameworks of thought to be transposed into action, to serve as generators as well as encapsulators of new relationships. And that really concludes my talk. I don't know what my timing was, but I hope it was paired to yours, Arne.
We're all good. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. I see that Rosa pointed out that she's not sure if Anders is here yet, but if he's not, we can. There we go. Yeah, I figured you would be here, Anders. We could also take some time to discuss. This is really the moment, I think, Jia, to talk about what you've brought to the table here. I just mean the pandemic, the moment that we're in right now, what's going on with institutions, with workloads and so on and so forth. I think it's really powerful to hear about what you're saying. I think, you arrived at the Max Center at quite the time to, take on this project and map that out with people. So just hearing you talk about it makes me realize how grateful I would be to see something like that happen in our school, in our institution at large, and to see what you call working on the basis of others, of course, this invisible labor made visible, right? Because I think there's something that happens at the level of psychology, also recognition that people are getting for the labor when it is obviously made visible in that way, right? This is not always about increasing salary or talking about numbers in that sense, but just acknowledging what people are actually doing. And a chart like that, I wish I could have seen it from a little bit more close up because it was quite far away. seems to hold that promise of being able to do that. So thank you so much. I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about in the Q&A after. Anders, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, I know you always are. So, I'm gonna pass it on to you. I hope, people don't find it too troubling that we're a little bit ahead of things, but it'll give us more time, as I said, in the Q&A. And then also we can schedule in a little break before Amy Howden-Chapman and Mireya Lucio's performance later on. So Anders, over to you.
Very good. I have a little PowerPoint. I was told I could have it on the side of my face. It's not absolutely necessary, but if that can be done, it would be good. It's possible. Good news. Yes, so I conferred a little bit with Arne about the title of my talk. One idea was to call it the cogito of the landscape, referring to Descartes. Maybe a bit too odd, but thinking landscapes is, it can be read in two ways, obviously. It can be read as thinking about landscapes, and also about landscapes somehow thinking, which is the trickier part. Thinking about landscapes, though, is maybe the main topic, and the occasion for thinking about landscape in our times is obviously the Anthropocene. It's the crisis we're in, and we have just started the decade, the United Nations decade of ecosystem restoration. And you have organizations like Global Landscape Forum and many others discussing how to engage local populations and how to engage the states and how to engage everyone in this very fine-grained work of trying to improve landscapes and stopping the deterioration of them. Now, what I'm going to try to do is to set out some propositions or sentences to try to follow up on both these parts of the task of thinking, both thinking about landscapes and somehow circling in the notion of thinking landscapes. So the first important thing, I think, is that thinking landscapes today means taking part in some kind of reversal, and this reversal is world historical and planetary, and it has probably just begun, and things are moving very fast. So in the back of my mind, with the idea of thinking landscapes, I would assume that landscapes think very slowly, and if they think at all, if we are to imagine they are thinking, whereas history moves very fast, and most of the destruction and deterioration of landscapes have happened in 200 years, 300 years, very fast in historical time. Ecological consciousness as such is also very young, and the ecological movement is very young. And what is happening right now is that the movement of rewilding and notions such as decolonizing nature have become very popular and widespread. And it's not entirely clear if they will make a lot of difference right away, but it is sort of a beginning of something. So much like colonies attaining autonomy, political autonomy, was the beginning of something, whereas colonialization and all the problems it brought is something that is still very much going on. In the same way, we can imagine rewilding beginning to be the turning of the tide somehow, because what we see here in this picture is a landscape in England, I believe, that has been rewilded, and well, it's gone from tidy to messy somehow, and this is also part of the point. The tidiness and the sort of geometrical transformation of the landscape into some kind of map, into something imagined, into something architectonic, is part of the problem. And this transformation of the globe and the living landscapes into more or less geometrical maps, very evident in the American Midwest, for instance, has gone on quite unimpeded. And it's gone on for a long time. And what we see here is my home country, Norway. And this is sort of a rough mapping out of how much wilderness there was in the year 1900, in 1940, and in 1994. And you see it's really disappearing fast. And wilderness here means land that is something like...
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm actually not seeing the slides. I don't know if there's a...
You're not seeing the slides?
No,
Oh.
I heard you refer to it before. I thought maybe that was just to something.
Yes, I was told it was
like
possible. I was told it was on, but then I'll stop referring to the slides, and I'll tell you what.
Well, let's wait a second. Rosa, would you be able to enable that? Or I'm not sure.
It's
Maybe you're
enabled.
not. Go ahead, Rosa.
Anders, can you share screen from your computer?
All right, let's go. Okay, I was not aware I had to share screen. I wanted to be on it as well. But does it look better now?
There we go. Yes, very good.
Perfect. Okay. So what I've shown so far is not much. But this is the picture I'm referring to with the two landscapes.
Anders, is it possible for you to unshare and then share just the PowerPoint rather than your desktop?
Yes, should be possible. How do I do that?
You'd have to stop sharing and then reshare.
Okay, stop share. Very sorry about this. So not share screen, but share what?
There should be a PowerPoint option. You can do that. Do you see that?
Do not. Ah, got it.
I think we're still seeing your desktop.
Okay.
Or somebody else's desktop. I'm viewing Pete's desktop. So 1 second, stand by.
Right.
Pete, I think we're seeing your desktop now.
Sorry, everyone.
Stand by.
There's nothing embarrassing. We're good. You know,
This is the classic. I had some doubts.
And we have some extra minutes, so hopefully we'll get this resolved soon.
Okay.
All right.
Can we try again to share screen from your computer?
Does this look right?
That's great. Thank you so much.
That's
Perfect.
great. Beautiful. Okay. So if everything goes right, these are the two landscapes, and it's just one of many pictures I could have shown. But this is a landscape in process of rewilding in England. And England is one of those countries that have really embraced rewilding, probably because they have very little wilderness left and much to gain. But even a country like my own, where I'm from, Norway, we have lost a lot of wilderness. And wilderness is not very strictly defined. It's like it's what's far enough from a road. So when you look out the window of your car, it will look wild, but it's not, because the animals notice, and nature as such really changes. So one of the things I think is important with focusing on rewilding and the wild is to sort of emphasize what biologist E.O. Wilson always emphasizes, that it really matters that nature is undisturbed. And it matters to make this point in a theoretical fashion in a time where the idea of the wild has been sort of debunked and criticized for being sort of fantasy of Eden projected onto a landscape, especially the American landscape, and especially in American history. And it's a very important argument because it takes on the fact that much of North America was it had gotten wild. It had grown wild because the Native American populations had been decimated. And the Native American populations, in turn, they had sort of half domesticated the whole continent, the whole North American continent, by tending it with fire, by growing things. They were partly into agriculture, partly not, but all these things disappeared. So there's been this whole argument going also concerning the Amazon and Brazil, that they have never really been wild, at least not as long as humans been there. So this is very important, and it also means that landscapes can be very healthy, even if humans live in them. So it's easy to see the problem of disappearing wilderness as a problem of human expansion, and human expansion means the decimation of nature somehow, like there is this war going on. Now, in some respects, there is a war going on, and we see this in the battle against insects and pests, pesticides, and so forth. Anyhow, we can see this whole process of disappearing wild nature as a sort of tide, and the hope with rewilding is, of course, that this tide might start to turn somehow. And the beginning of such a turn would be a major thing, and thinking landscapes needs to be done on this this horizon. So the reversal of landscapes and landscape thought, it involves not only rethinking landscapes, but it involves somehow also changing our conception of what thinking is, and changing that in communication with the landscape. So now I have a little freeze here. Can you still hear me? Yes, okay, that's good. So if we move from the question of thinking about landscapes for a moment to the question of thinking landscapes, we are in a moment in theory where a lot of books come out, and a lot of that is about landscapes thinking, or thinking about landscapes. And the argument in the 4 books that I share on the screen here are all very subtle, because this is not really a question you can be very blunt about. It's a little bit like asking if ghosts exist. If you say no, well, then there's no more riddle, no more enigma. If you say yes, of course they exist, it's sort of not interesting either. So so the question of whether or not landscapes somehow think, it needs to be addressed very delicately. And one of the books that do that is Augustin Berg's Thinking Through Landscape. He is a sinologist, and he writes a lot about China, as does Julien in Living Off Landscape. And one of the things they do, of course, is to try to look to another culture than the Western, to try to make amends, or to try to correct the mistakes of modern thought, typically initiated or seen as initiated by Descartes, who drew up a line between the thinking subject and everything else, making the world some sort of object, some sort of huge mechanism, and humans were sort of left to contemplate and to interfere and to tinker with it, but it had no subjectivity. Nothing outside humans, not even animals, were sort of respected as a possible subject, as a possible entity in and of itself. Another book that tries to address the same, not by going to the east, but by going into the jungle, into the rainforest, is Eduardo Cohn's How Forests Think. And it's doing some of the same as Suzanne Simard does in Finding the Mother Tree. It tries to go into the intricate ecology of the forest itself and see how different parts of the forest communicate with other parts, and how these in turn are observed and interacted with by humans. so that it is possible to think that signs, at least in lexicals and icons, are already a part of some sort of thought in nature itself that we can latch onto. And this idea is also present in the thought of indigenous peoples in the Amazon to a very high degree. And this is part of the point of rethinking landscapes, is to reivindicate and to give, to acknowledge, as we talked about this morning, the traditions of indigenous people. Because what happens when the modern project, with all its physical and material and mechanical ramifications, when it expands, is that also there's an erosion of culture. There's a loss of knowledge on a local level, and this is the knowledge that we now start to acknowledge that we need. So the local knowledge that is in some places at least preserved needs to be resuscitated, and needs to be continued, and needs to be expanded on somehow. Now, all this could easily lead to some kind of what should we say, primitivism, or some kind of a step back to animism. And this is also something that is happening in our time, that animism as such and panpsychism as such, the idea that everything that exists is somehow alive, that somehow has a soul. There are lots of different attempts to resuscitate such ideas. So all this is very philosophical and very subtle in a way. But there are more direct approaches. So around the world, in the last 10 years, a lot of landscape features have been sort of acknowledged and given the status as legal subjects. So you have a river, for instance, in New Zealand called Te Awa Tupua, which is given subject to it. And this is, of course, is a faster approach than sort of thinking philosophically about the matter and trying to change our whole mental culture. Never the fastest way to do things. So there's a double movement going on. There's a very practical political movement, and there's a theoretical movement that accompanies it, that tries to reach deeper into our culture and tries to diagnose the problem, where it all comes from. So one could think that there are two ways of turning the tide of destruction of nature. One of them would be to simply withdraw, much in the same way as colonizing powers were asked to and started to withdraw from colonized countries. Humans should sort of withdraw from nature. And there are problems in this idea. One of the major problems is that removing humans from landscapes is politically very suspect, and it could actually have very adverse effects. So when we try to pull out of nature, we tacitly assume that humans are always destructive, a destructive presence. And the point that indigenous groups has been making is that such efforts to remove humans in order to conserve nature is just a continuation of colonialism, as we all know, I guess, at this point. So the other way of coping with this problem would be to reach into nature more delicately, to have a softer approach, a more fine-grained understanding, and to be dealing with nature in a way that is not exploitative. And I've been thinking that if we were to really think of a thinking landscape and try to imagine what a thinking landscape is, the easiest thing would be to say that a city is a thinking landscape to an extreme degree, because it is intricate. It has a lot of communication going on. There are thinking humans in it, obviously, and it rearranges itself constantly. So in one sense, if we ask about thinking landscapes and intelligent landscapes and a landscape thought, we should look at cities. Now, when we see cities of the planet from space, they also look like neural networks. They look like pictures of the brain or models of the brain. It could also look like cancer cells, if we want to get uncomfortable about it. And if we go back in history, of course, the expansion of urban infrastructure and infrastructure has always been, it was always perceived as some kind of infringement on nature. So we can, for instance, find descriptions here from America of forest landscapes being invaded by a crawling labyrinth, an industrial cobweb, and so forth. And of course, the labyrinth is the simplest form of a completely geometricized human landscape. Deleuze and Guattari, French theorists, they draw a distinction between stripy or striated landscapes and smooth landscapes. And the striated landscape is typically a landscape of power, is a landscape of domination, it is a landscape of control, and so forth. Whereas the smooth landscape is a landscape for nomadic movements, free movements, and I would say typically the movements that nature need. We could even go further and say is the kind of movements that nature needs in order to think. Because in its simplest sense, we could say thinking, it presupposes, if it doesn't consist in, it presupposes some kind of movement and some kind of connection. And if this movement and connection is not free, it is merely a mechanism. So to the person or animal trapped in a labyrinth, there is some degree of free movement, but it is actually very unfree. As Gaston Bachelard once said, a labyrinth, it consists of two different moments. Either you're in a corridor, you can either go backwards or forwards, so you can actually just go one way if you want to go on, or you're at an intersection and you can choose to go left or right, but you have no criteria to choose. So it's an absurd freedom. It's a binary freedom, we could say. But the lab rat in the labyrinth is sort of an image of controlled nature, and it is also an image of domestication. So the idea that that we could see the city as a thinking landscape, it is interesting, but it is deceptive when it comes to understanding how nature works. So if we go to, for instance, an American deep ecologist, Eileen Christ, she's written a beautiful book called Abundant Earth. And she's one of those theorists who try to explore what a freely thinking landscape can be. And she says, for nature to really thrive and for it not to deteriorate, it needs to be connected internally, and it needs freedom of movement. So the problem with these expanding cities and these expanding infrastructures is that they fragment ecosystems. And when the ecosystems are fragmented, they, by default, deteriorate gradually. So this is why in rewilding, they're trying to build wildlife corridors to make it possible for animals to migrate from one place to another, and to make migratory routes open, and to have this spillover effect where a growing population can sort of move into a new territory. which they cannot if there are highways and fences and roads and so forth. So in this sense, the country or the wild areas, they have a complexity of their own, which is not labyrinthine and striated and controlled and geometricized, but it is a complexity that intersects with the expanding complexity of the city. But they are of different kinds. The city is centralized. It is planned. Some of its complexity is deceptive because it really actually limits movements. In other senses, it favors the movements of humans over animals, which is obvious. In a city like where I grew up, in Oslo, you would have animals coming in from the forest, and they would gradually get lost in the intricacies of the urban labyrinth until they got hit by cars or buses or something. So you can imagine how a wild animal would experience a city. It's a nightmarish labyrinth, very hard to move through.
Anders, just so you know, we're pretty much at time here. We were supposed to enter into discussion at 4:30, so it would be great if you could start wrapping up. Thanks so much.
Right. So I had a little setback at the introduction there, but the last point I want to make is that seen from above, the Earth with all its glittering cities, it looks like a planet woken up, a planet that has sort of been powered up, that has been made intelligent. And in the Gaia theory by Lovelock, the Earth is already kind of thinking. It is already kind of communicating with itself, or is a self-regulating system at least. So in the sort of minimal definition of thought, it is maybe not conscious, but it is responding to itself. It's sort of monitoring itself. And Lovelock himself, he's open to the idea that with humans, this self-monitoring of the planet's been taken to a new level. And of course, this is on a planetary level. And the question is how it pertains to landscapes. In his last book, The Nova Scene, Lovelock goes very far in fantasizing about artificial intelligence sort of controlling and sort of improving the Earth and sort of stabilizing it and giving us a safe future. And you could imagine something similar on a local level. So we have in the concept of smart cities, they are now using the structure of the brain, the nervous system, and the brain cells, neural networks, as a blueprint to try to make an interface between the human being and the city that surrounds him or her. The kind of fine-grained interaction with nature could be thought in the same way. Could we not sort of reach into nature with all our technologies in this way be more sensitive without necessarily drawing on old traditions of ecology and so forth? There's a very good book written about this by Peter Deverne, and he speaks of some such ideas and some such schemes, and the same discussion we can find in this book, Is AI Good for the Planet? Now, both these books conclude in the negative. The problem with AI is that it's geared for human interests. It's not geared for taking care of the planet. And it makes human exploitation and human systems much more expansive, much quicker. And the disruptive effects of technology upon nature are made very much more intense. So I think one of the riddles when it comes to thinking landscapes is how we are to integrate these new technologies. I'm going to end now, but Bernard Stiegler, the French philosopher, he has written a lot about, or he wrote in his last years, a lot about care and a lot about disruption. And for him, thinking was essentially caring. So you think about someone, you think about something, you try to understand things philosophically, you try to attain wisdom. It is trying to understand where to go and how to live, how to make life possible. And one of his greatest concerns was that the smartification of everything and the automation of everything seemingly makes our dealings with the planet and with our cities and with landscapes more intelligent, quicker, and smarter. But the problem is that when we try to automate things, we actually stop ourselves from thinking. There is less deliberation. There is less knowledge that is deposited in the subject, in the subject's interactions with the landscape and other people. So knowledge, learning, and interaction is what we need. And this, I believe, is also true for ecological knowledge and local knowledge in ecology. I don't think the last word is said.
We should stop there, Anders. What do you think?
Yes.
It sounds like a good way to sum up the statement.
It's a good way to sum up, and I don't think the last word is said on how to deal with the future and technology.
Let's see what comes out in the conversation. Thanks so much. A lot of great reading references here as well. I'm very grateful for the reference to Bernard Stiegler all the way at the end. Also, Stiegler actually had a kind of pun in French that he used to call up this connection between thinking and caring. He would write about penser in French, but he would write it with an A like that to evoke the connections. The French wordplay, very much in a sort of deconstructive tradition, working after one of his teachers, Jacques Derrida, evoking that connection between thinking and caring. It's a talk, Anders, that really takes us to a lot of the issues that are in the final part of Maggie's book as well, Riding the Blinds, wonderful chapter, I think, about climate change, among other things, that mobilizes the sort of distinction between extraction and regeneration as well. It's a distinction I would take from Naomi Klein, whom Maggie references in the last part of her book. So great to hear, great that you're pushing us in that direction of thinking. So let me open it up to the audience. I'm still seeing your screen, Anders. I think you might have to do a stop share screen so we could go back to the gallery view. Have we shifted already, Pete, Rosa, or am I still spotlit? I think I am. We're going to move to gallery view, and then people should feel free to jump in with any questions or comments about these three wonderful talks that we have had. So floor is open. Who would like to ask a question or a comment? People are still gathering their thoughts. I'm happy to jump in and share something, maybe something actually that will tie some of the presentations here together, kind of cuts across all of these presentations. It struck me, Anders, when you were talking about, the, I believe, New Zealand example that you gave, giving legal status to a river, right? Of course, when we're thinking in terms of legal status, the rights-bearing individual, and so on and so forth, we're very much within the logic of liberalism, of a liberal tradition. That's a Western tradition, political tradition of thought, economic tradition as well. And one of the things that struck me kind of cutting across the different presentations, starting with Nick, in fact, is that there is a certain notion of sovereignty that circulates in these different talks. When Nick brought up the notion of decision, I'm sure many of the students present here were reminded of some work that we do in aesthetics and politics around decisionist sovereignties, the sovereign being defined as a figure who decides, right? And so one of the things that struck me about what Nick was doing was he was sort of keeping a decision in there, right? Very much insisting on the fact that in the kitchen, lots of decisions are being taken, but then proposing that we decide otherwise, right? Or with different kinds of concerns in mind. I mean, I mentioned Jacques Derrida before. there's this, I think it's an interview with Derrida that's titled Eating Well. Nick, we've talked about that one in the past, where Derrida talks about the connections between the chef, as in the one who cooks, the chef in the kitchen, and the chef as in the chef d'etat, the head of state, the chief of the state. And he talks about this peculiar sort of association. He sort of gives a couple of examples of that, where the head of state is somehow expected to eat meat, and where it becomes unthinkable for us to imagine the head of state as someone who doesn't eat meat. So one of the things that I find very interesting about what you're doing is you're keeping the sort of notion of decision of the sovereign in Jia's case, the institution in there, right? But we're changing something within the institution. So there's some kind of engagement with the notion that happens rather than the notion being thrown out, right? That enables us to do institutions otherwise, making the hidden labor within them visible, for example, but not getting rid of the institution, or keeping the decision central in terms of what's going on in the kitchen, but deciding otherwise or with different kinds of goals in mind, right? And so then, Anders, in what you were talking about as well, I saw some of that continuing, a certain need for a decision, a certain need for a kind of thought, but a different thought, right? So rather than throwing these notions out, really rethinking them and trying to work within them, so to speak. So I'm wondering if people have any thoughts or comments to them. Jia, I see you're smiling. Maybe it's too much of an imminent critique here that I'm laying out, but I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
No, I just thought no one was speaking. So I thought,
I mean,
I'll
it's
speak.
a challenge to weave the three panelists together. So Arne, bravo for the effort. I do think, in terms of sovereignty, and especially thinking about the history of CalArts and institutional critique, often, and then maybe back to Anders' idea of withdrawal, that withdrawal is an action of critique that is a kind of idealized utopian notion of how to restore or return to an origin state of nature that doesn't really exist or isn't true or not. I think a lot of the ways in which I have to think about and move through, and you all have to move through institutions, I think a lot about the institutional subjects you become and how you become unable to not be that institutional subject. So I think while perhaps there is a sense of sovereignty in some of the aspirations of the work I do, I'm more often burdened by the sense that I'm deeply an institutional subject, it's really hard to find ways out of that, except for the practice of withdrawal, which I'm not willing to concede yet.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue, right? Engage or withdraw. For the students here, we came across that in the work of Chantal Mouffe, who's sort of criticizing a certain, aesthetic politics of withdrawal and saying, no, you are so wrong. You have to engage the institution rather than continuing to criticize or critique it, because look at what happened to the welfare state and look at what's happened to institutions over the years. I mean, neoliberalism has destroyed them. So isn't it time that we turn that around and engage? So I thought that was something interesting that I thought was going on and across these different presentations. Yeah. I don't know, Nick, if you want to add anything or Anders.
Yeah, sure. I mean, when you bring up the Derrida and Nancy interview, Eating Well, yeah. So he does say that that it's almost inconceivable that the chef d'etat would be a vegetarian, but he extends that as well to say that not only must that particular chef eat meat, but also they must perform what amounts to a kind of anthropophagic absorption and control over other people, where they incorporate all others as the mode of the decision of the state of the sovereign. So when I'm talking about being really serious about the decision that an individual can make, I'm not at all talking about, well, exactly, yes, as you say in the comments, how to eat well is his question, right? It's not that it's not that this absolute power to decide over others is the ideal for the subjects that he's talking about becoming possible. However, in the contemporary, like, since that was like 30 something years ago that discussion happened, and the atomization of the neoliberal world order has only accelerated to where, on the one hand, the atomized individual can find oneself seemingly powerless as the sovereign control of whatever state or economic order continues to accrue its capacity to decide. On the other hand, the individual in that, like, almost terminally atomized state is then empowered to be one's own sovereign in this way that, and I don't mean this in like a kind of like naively idealistic way about like what an individual can do and can affect, but I do mean it in the sense that that bare shred of possibility that comes from the power to decide over how oneself appears to oneself and engages with these systems that are so much broader than an individual becomes even more significant and just as a crucial way to insist on the possibility that the world could be different, whether that's through the kind of withdrawal or actual like engagement with territory and the built environment that you guys are talking about, or something as seemingly simple as just kind of emphasizing the capacity to render materiality through an engagement of all these considerations, if any of that makes sense.
Absolutely. Anders, did you want to comment also in response?
Yeah, the idea of sovereignty, I think is extremely relevant when it comes to domestication. And when landscapes are changing, and also when ecosystems deteriorate and species disappear, it's all about land use. And land use basically means we domesticate it. I've been reading some Simondon lately, and Simondon says that when you take a greenhouse plant and you start breeding it, you sort of hijack it, and you choose one quality that you really want. And what happens is that you neglect everything else. So you can make a plant very productive. You can make it flower less resilient, and so forth. And so I think there is this directionality that is imposed on nature through sovereignty, which to the extent we can give sovereignty or acknowledge the subjecthood of nature itself, we attempt to give back, or we have to give back. And I think when it comes to our eating habits and how we think about them and how we think about landscapes, I think it's gone from being sort of in the West at least, been an aesthetic concern. We're trying to protect our landscapes and the beauty of landscape. And if anything, the cities and the infrastructure is repulsive, is ugly. This was the problem. And then it's become progressively ethical. And now we see a rhetoric about it's being in our own interest to save the planet, and it's about our own survival. And I'm very concerned that this rhetoric is sort of thwarted or perverted idea of self-care, where we can only care about nature if it's a kind of self-care. And even Sir David Attenborough says, well, we have to save all these other species because if we don't, we'll die. I don't think we'll die, and I don't think anyone believes that. So we're losing like 50% of the insects, or 70% of the wild populations. Is not going to kill us. So I think when it comes to sovereignty, and when it comes to who decides, the question of landscapes and ecology, it needs to stay ethical, and it needs to be an ethical pivot where we really see it from the interests of others in a very radical way. So I think, well, when it comes to taking stock or the stocks or the sovereign eating meat and all the ideas that we try to perpetuate, it's all very easily seen as a part of our own taking care of ourselves or perpetuating or surviving in one sense or another. So it's the colony surviving,
Yes,
the
very
economy
interesting.
surviving, and so forth.
It goes back to what Damon was talking about earlier on, also when Lee Edelman's No Future point of view came up, and that book in which Edelman famously writes, "The child is the face of fascism," right? So Naomi Klein writes about this too towards the end of her book, what is it, Capitalism versus the Climate, This Changes Everything. She writes about her frustration. She's trying to conceive. She writes about that struggle in the chapter, her frustration. That so often when it comes to discussions about the Anthropocene climate change, one's children are evoked as the reason why one has to somehow take care of the planet. It's like, well, what about, you know, all of those people who don't have children or who couldn't care less about children, or right? That's the kind of version of what you're now describing, saving the planet for us rather than saving the planet for itself, right? So there's also this kind of thinking of the world without us, right? Or a kind of ethical climate action without us that I think becomes very interesting here, and that ties into the notion of withdrawal. I mean, part of the reason why I put the notion of sovereignty out there is also because of the idea of tribal sovereignty in this context. So it goes a little bit towards indigenous practices too, and what are the sort of political grounds within which tribes could reclaim land and exercise a kind of power over the land the way they would want to do that. Yeah, but let's open it up to the group. Anyone who wants to come in, I'm sure people have questions. We still have some time for those. If you want to ask a question, just unmute yourself. If you have a comment, unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, so I have a question, and it's kind of for Jia. And I know I asked Maggie, she's busy right now, but listening in, maybe she can address this later because it relates to her work, something that she talks about. And maybe Arne can fill in where I haven't read as closely as I would have liked to, but she talks a little about moralizing within care and art. And I'm also an architect. So I think that's something that in reading Maggie's book has come up for me, what it means to be moralizing while working and while practicing as an artist or as an architect, because I see architecture quite differently, and that, you know, architecture is providing a service. So I'm curious what you think about that. Maybe Arne is able to explain Maggie's position a little bit better while she's not here, but yeah, I guess I'm curious to hear what you have to say about moralizing practices of care within architecture, and maybe also, I guess I wonder if moralizing and ethics are different. So that's just kind of, yeah, my question.
Yeah, I mean, in another part of some writing, I talk a little bit about I mean, this is just standard in architectural theory, is that a lot of our origin stories in architecture come from this idea that architecture emerges from a primitive hut. You know, the building comes from a primitive hut. And so there's this a notion that architecture, rather than being a service, is an act of care or shelter. That's its origin point. And we probably have this idea. And actually, maybe to Anders, you know, that idea that architecture emerges from a primitive hut also is this early idea that separates man from nature. That the origins of architecture also has a story of the origin of language and the origin of man as distinct from beast. But I have a, you know, I don't, when we say architecture now in our present day, often what we're thinking about is the professional field of architecture, the industries and the construction and the professionalized figures that get their degrees and their licenses and go on and produce buildings. And I actively try to expand that definition away from just a very professional notion of what architecture is, and actually architecture is general knowledge, and architecture is like history and English and art history and art. And it's tied to understandings of spatial relations, or it's also tied to understandings of, again, I say ideas and processes that lead to the built environment. So I think there's a real interesting situation where in the profession of architecture, there's a sense of morality, and maybe similarly to some of the conversations earlier, there's a sense of saviorism to the field, that the profession thinks it can save itself or save the world or save the humans or save the homeless and save all this. And it's through the sense of performing good that architecture in a contemporary moment is often propelled outside of other, more intellectual or critical circles. So I have a huge problem with that in some ways, because maybe that's the moralizing aspect that you're talking about, which is that it really flattens an ability to think beyond just a pull of direction and what someone can do. And so I actually don't know if I answered your question, but I architecture as service, I have a hard time thinking of it in those terms. And so a lot of the thinking, the opportunities in care and theories of care is to think about the ways in which it's not merely performing productive labor, but thinking about all of these other ways, these values that might percolate beyond just how productive we can be in architecture.
Thank you, Jia. I can't really speak for Maggie. I think we should leave that for the roundtable and for the lecture on Monday evening. One of the things I will say that is that I really appreciate in her book how I think, in fact, through the notion of freedom, she is, for me at least, presenting a non-moralizing understanding of both the notions of care and repair. I think part of the reason why some of us have been very critical of these notions throughout the day, thinking back about some of the presentations that have preceded, is precisely the moralizing ways in which they have been used. For me, ethics, to go back to that distinction between ethics and morality, ethics is about ways of living, and I think there can be many ways of living, different contexts, different places, different times between different kinds of people, and that's up to people in different times and places to decide, right, how they live. Morality has something to do with what we typically think of as right and wrong. I mean, it's not separate from ethics, but it seems to have more of a sort of set of values already projected into it. And so in that sense, I find the realm of the ethical more interesting than the realm of the moral. I think Amanda mentioned Nietzsche before. One of the sort of, phrases that come to mind here is this notion of beyond good and evil, right? So to think of a kind of understanding of care and repair beyond precisely certain kind of limitations, if you will, that have been attached to them through our notions of morality could be a very interesting way to go about it. I think I opened the discussion this morning by talking about how artists, perhaps in the moment of making art, anyone who makes, if you will, that's at least what Maggie suggests in the opening pages of her book, opening chapter of her book, might need to not care in that moment precisely to get something done, right? And that's, I think, a very non-moralizing way to think about care in that context. The critics needing to care about the artists precisely because they're acting, they're making, if you will, from that sort of position of non-caring. So that's what I would say about that, but we'll have to see what Maggie herself will bring to this later on. We're pretty much on time, a few minutes early. I would propose that we reconvene at 5 past the hour, so 5 past 5, for a performance that we have planned. Amy Howden-Chapman, Mireya Lucio are going to perform with the help of a few of our friends here, including myself, in the meeting. So we're just going to take a moment to set up for that, and at 5 past 5 we will get going. Thank you so much, Jia, Anders, Nick, much appreciated the conversation, the presentations, the dialogue. Thank you everyone for your questions and comments, and see you in about 6 minutes, 5 past 5. All right.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for waiting so patiently. We are moving on to a section of our program that's titled The Apologies. The Apologies is an ongoing installation and performance piece that highlights current failures to locate culpability for the climate crisis. Based on research into the historical form of the public apology, Amy Howden-Chapman imagines a series of apologies from the future for the devastation wrought by climate change. This performance is part of an ongoing project developed in collaboration with the writer Andrew Michael Gorin. Its presentation today at REDCAT and in the MA Aesthetics and Politics program is facilitated by director and performer Mireya Lucio. Mireya, over to you.
We will now recommence today's session of the apologies, beginning with apology 40-25-01.
We acknowledge the Commission's recent findings, that such damage was foreseeable and that this government, in which I include all prior administrations, had a serious duty of care to institute measures to prevent such harms. We acknowledge our failure in that duty, and I stand before you today to recognize that the consequences of our past policies today pose grave danger to current and to future generations. We accept the Commission's finding of negligence in relation to our own citizens, and we begin today to repair the damage done by today's citizens, non-human species, and future generations alike. We apologize for failing to protect you.
Apology 40-25-02.
We acted with too much patience and civility. I regret not being clear in our demands and more aggressive in our interventions. I apologize for my timidity.
Apology 40-25-03.
As a representative of the scientific community at over a decade of negotiations, we pledged to accept nothing less than an outcome that would protect all equally. Many times we passed judgment on what was transpiring, publicizing the details of our views in order to counter the assessments of our detractors. Again and again, we laid out the seriousness of the problem, but it was not enough. The information we provided did not change enough minds, not fast enough. We became tired, we became disillusioned. We began to ask not for what was needed, but instead for marginal dispensations that appeared achievable. Our goals became inadequate. Our demands came to lack ambition. I apologize for my own disillusionment and for the impact such negativity will ultimately have on us all.
Apology 40-25-04. I know this apology has been a long time coming, but I stand here today as representative of the board, as well as in my capacity as a member of this community. First, I now know that the activities of this company have caused lethal impacts and continued chronic risks to human health, and for that we are truly sorry. We know that we've let you down. I want to let you know that we have committed to implementing a comprehensive response that will move us steadily towards rectifying the harm caused over the preceding decades. Apology 40-25-05.
We accepted the delays without question. We were disappointed and angry, but now what we carry with us is much worse. Now it is sadness, sorrow, remorse, and regret that stays with us. I apologize here for my own lack of perseverance and for my own hesitance, which I see in retrospect affected so many others.
Apology 40-25-06.
The decisions of this Parliament were made in accordance with the values and customs of the state. Legislation was produced and enforced in light of those principles, and yet it failed to account for impacts on all citizens equally. For this, we wish to publicly apologize. I speak these words here today in order to begin the process of righting a wrong, a great wrong. As I pledge this correction, I do so in order to reaffirm our commitment to addressing the inequitable impacts from this crisis as rapidly as possible.
Apology 40-25-07.
I apologize for my actions, for all those actions and public statements made over multiple years. I can see now that I am in part responsible for a series of ill-fated and, you could say, harmful decisions. I want to acknowledge my contribution. If I had the chance to right these wrongs, I would do so. I would do anything to be able to do so.
Apology 40-25-08.
I know this apology may fall on unsympathetic ears, but I believe that it is important to state that the use of my research for the advancement of further surveying, exploration, and ultimately extraction is no longer a position I can defend. It's a position that I regret taking. I apologize.
Apology 40-25-09.
It has been accepted that such loss and damage were inevitable. Preserving what is left was now enshrined in our laws. But all agree that these new laws come too late. Much has been irreversibly lost. We are citizens of a venerable and trusting country. We trusted our leaders and they neglected their duty to us. I'm sorry for those I chose to support, for their behavior and lack of foresight, and for stating my own support so publicly.
Apology 40-25-10. We have resigned ourselves to the fact that our designs and implementation of those designs significantly increased the pace of destruction. And here I know that I speak for many of my colleagues also, regret the personal and intellectual support we gave to the advancement of technical research and the development of so many patents that were ultimately used for ill. Our sector has been accused of not doing enough to prevent the crisis, and here I am willing to fully admit our culpability and apologize for my role in contributing to the destruction. Apology 40-25-11.
We fully acknowledge that this crisis has ruined so many lives and the role our company has played. We are truly sorry to everyone who has lost a family member or suffered loss or damages, be it the life of a loved one or damage to homes and property during recent events. The Foundation is now turning its full attention to providing relief to those individuals, families, and communities most affected, but I apologize for the inadequacy of our efforts to date.
Apology 40-25-12.
I was one of those in a key position who reformed the entire architecture of the agreement. I had delusions of executive effectiveness and even grandeur. I now see with the benefit of hindsight that my behavior was short-sighted and misguided, even reckless. I failed to heed the warnings of my critics. For the events it instigated, I am deeply sorry.
Apology 40-25-13.
For years, we played our small part. We did our jobs. We tried to take from them a sense of meaning and indeed dignity. As people, we don't always have so much control as we would like over what we contribute to. I mean, the individual life is of such a small scale, but I have come to greatly regret who I was serving and the blindness with which I acted for all those years. I apologize for my own actions, and I hope my family, most of all my family, but also my community, can accept and forgive me. I hope in time other folks will be able to learn from my mistakes.
Apology 40-25-14.
For far too long, my actions showed a lack of judgment and foresight because we did not know how to see what was coming. We didn't know what it looked like when it came. We failed in our very lack of imagination. For someone in my profession, it is this failure of courage, failure to look unblinkingly at what was occurring, for which I am most repentant. I would like to offer my sincere apology.
Apology 40-25-15.
My regrets are many, but it is my lack of perspective on the nature of the crisis for which I now find myself most ashamed. I apologize.
Apology 40-25-16.
All my life, I have given the best of myself to my work, but now, here, at the end of my career, I want to acknowledge that I did not have the correct perspective on my times. I was unable to see that all along, the expertise that I was contributing was producing so much harm to so many. I apologize for being complicit in the destructive work of which I now understand I was a part, and I regret that I was too narrowly focused to foresee the nature of the harm it would cause.
Apology 40-25-17.
I apologize firstly for our past dealings, but most importantly for the breach in our obligation. I recognize here our company's extensive failures and those impacts these failures have caused. I would also like to take this opportunity to publicly acknowledge that this company's failures are also a reflection of my personal behavior on my leadership. We have previously acknowledged our obligation to remediate specific sites and make restitution payments to impacted counties, and we today reiterate our commitment to all partners to reverse harms where possible.
Apology 40-25-18.
It is not any specific action that I regret, but inaction. I apologize.
This concludes today's session of the apologies until we reconvene.
All right, there we go. Thank you very much, everybody. We are a little bit, I think, behind schedule, just a little bit, in fact. I do think we should probably take 5 minutes just to, stretch our legs, get everything set up for the roundtable. We will have Lucinda, as usual, preparing the stage for us. So let's say we take 5 till 5:29, 5:30, and then head into Lucinda's performance and the round table. So see you all in 5 minutes. All right, it's 5:34. I think we are ready for what will be the final section of our day. It has been quite a day so far. It's a roundtable section where we will be joined by Maggie Nelson to continue the conversation about care and repair. It looks like everyone's ready, but of course we have not set the stage yet. So I'm ceding the floor once more for the last time to Lucinda, who will kindly do that for us. Lucinda, over to you. All right, very good. Thank you so much, Lucinda, much appreciated. I think we are all set now to start the conversation. Églantine, Maggie, are you here with us?
Hello.
You are, there we go. Hi, Maggie, how are you doing?
I'm good. It feels like a hilarious, like I've been here all day, you know, doing various things. So it's hilarious to finally be a part of the picture. So thrilled to be here.
Yes, multitasking. I've been doing some of that also today. I noticed you you were there for so much of what we had going on. So thanks so much. Really appreciate that. It's so rare to see
I got to
someone
hear,
do that, you know. So it's lovely to have you have had you with us all day. So thanks so much for that.
Yeah, no, I got to hear, you know, I got to hear most everything. I just couldn't like participate, but I you know, I wouldn't have missed it. So that's great. I've never spent a day like this before on Zoom. I don't know if you guys all have. I mean, I've been on Zoom a lot, like 2-3 hour classes or something, but not really like a, you know, from morning to night engagement. It's kind of cool. It's kind of changed Zoom for me. So,
you know, we try to do different kinds of things to vary the modes of attention a little bit, but you know, I'm still feeling it. So it's also nice to see Lucinda do what she just did, lying down and sort of thinking, yeah, I'm going to be ready for that probably at some point soon after this. So yeah. Maggie, I remember the last time we had a public conversation about your work, it was about the art of cruelty. It's a long time ago. It's maybe over 10 years ago, maybe not quite, you know, it's a long time ago. You know, we were days away, I think, from becoming parents, you know. It was just around the corner. It was right around that time, I think, you know, Iganeda being born very shortly after that. It feels like a very long time ago to me. It seems like we're in quite a different world in some ways today. I think what we're going to do today is really keep it very colloquial, conversational. Églantine and I might just have a few questions for you just to get us going. And then we really want to open it up, allow people who have been in the room here with us all day to ask you some questions and, hear what you are going to do with those. We're here, of course, due to your new book on freedom, your work overall, but we really would like to have a conversation with you about some of what's transpired really during our event today in relation to some of the topics that you talk about, you write about in your work. So I wanted to start by asking you, very straightforwardly in a way about these two notions, the concepts, if you will, practices also around which our event has been organized, care and repair. I know these have been important terms for you. So, it's maybe too simplistic to ask you for your take on these notions, but what are some of the thoughts, maybe questions that you would want us to keep in mind when we are thinking about those notions, when we're practicing care and repair?
Oh Lord, you're just going to start with the big enchiladas here. Well, there's so much, and I've taken so many notes all day, and I think one thing that's been really striking to me, which I knew about when I was writing my book, was just how how words, like freedom, but like care and like repair, how words mean so differently, and just get beveled and like valenced and animated so differently as they move through different realms. And I think that it makes sense, and I think it's been like enormously productive to have a whole day of like hearing about them activated in so many different arenas. I think because I'm a kind of natural like parser and like Wittgensteinian-ish like thinker, I have a hard time thinking in I'm somebody who looks a lot of the times for like internal differentiation or distinction, and so I think a lot of my book was not so much like care, repair, pro, con, up, down. Like it was really like I say in the introduction, like how in these 4 different arenas, because it's not one way in each arena either, it's many ways, but like in how are these words circulating right now? Because I guess 2 things. One, that I'm riveted and bothered by the way that we try and communicate with words when we don't mean the same thing by them, so I always want to like slow down and know what we're talking about. And then secondly, I wanted in my writing of this book to try and offer, especially like in the art chapter, something more of like a kind of workbook, like a genealogy light of the word care, so that before jumping into kind of cheerleading or critique, we could just kind of understand a little bit, not the long history. There's obviously, as you know, Arne, and you both know, a very long history of these words, but also just maybe like, as was brought up today with Jia and the Toronto, like maybe kind of like a 50-year history of how these words have become activated. And so, yeah, I didn't address either word specifically, but that's just kind of some methodological questions,
Yeah, I know, Maggie, in this context, one of the mantras that sort of circulate through the book is this line, think we must think, right? So to me, the book really, even though it's titled on freedom, works as a sort of effort also today to precisely think about and with these notions and the people who have developed these notions, care, for example, repair, freedom, constraint also in their work. So I'm wondering also if what you're describing in terms of, laying out these genealogies of those notions, thinking about how they're being used right now, if for you, that's also central to the project of thought today, or to what we might mean by thinking today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, as I was putting together the talk for Monday, I had a lot of thoughts today from the last session about what you were talking about, Arne, about thinking as caring, and Derrida, all the way to, Nick and the thinking as decision, and then the thinking landscapes. This book was in some ways a kind of, its sleeper subject, in some ways was thinking about thinking. what we mean by that. We can talk about Monday, or, it's a whole other thing. But I do think that, I'm jumping around, but I do think that in the last discussion that we were having, and the question that Jackie asked about ethics and morality, and your response, Arne, that it was really important to me that, like, there's something about the thinking that stops the kind of rush of moralizing, and that I think that the kind of rush of moralizing around, opposing freedom and care, or aligning freedom with the individual, or care with collectivity, or care is good, and then those who don't care is bad. I feel like we've just kind of seen the poverty of this approach, like, over and over again. And I feel like I was interested in what the poverty of the approach seemed to me like, what the roots were, And so I became very interested, and I felt like these 4 topics provided a very rich environment to look at how that opposition is mobilized, and how it comes out in some ways of a gendered, racialized, and so on, but idea of freedom as, like, the unencumbered, and yet at the same time, I don't think the need to be without obligation, or like what Moten and Harney, I recently read an interview where they said, we're interested in holding each other without holding each other to anything, and that, like, difference, I feel like, is important to many, many people. And I see, and in some ways, I think, for the populations for whom the edict to care is not new, it's not going to land the same way and with the same, like, elan. And so I think that all of that seemed to me worthy of taking quite a bit of time to slow down,
Yeah, absolutely. That beautiful line there from Harney and Moten, holding each other without holding each other to anything necessarily, really goes back, I think, to exactly what you were saying. Jackie was asking about morality versus ethics, or moralizing approaches to some of these notions. So that's very productive to me. Just to clarify, the 4 topics that you were referring to before, those are the 4 topics to which each one of your chapters is dedicated, right? So art, sex, drugs, and the climate, I guess we could say, right, as the 4 areas across which you operate in your inquiry into the notion of freedom, and then also care and constraint. Églantine, you want to follow up here?
Yes, sure. Hi, Maggie.
Hi, so nice to meet you.
So nice to meet you too.
Yeah.
It was quite an experience, reading your book too, also because it goes back to, I think, such old questions in aesthetics. Like, it kind of, puts us back in touch with that very question. Okay, like, should art be utilitarian? Does it have any kind of goal or sake beyond itself? Like, and of course, there's a whole art history of that, like, between sort of the Kantian perspective on the kind of disinterested satisfaction that art should provide, or the modernist moment of art for art's sake that you kind of quote. And I was wondering, like, okay, on the one hand, care is central to your book and central in the kind of critical way. At the same time, sometimes I felt, okay, but is it care that is central, or is it any, mission that one would ascribe to art, that in a way you're trying to ethically negotiate and kind of grapple with in the book? Because I think politics is also something that you're trying to organize some kind of a dance with in your own work. So that's one, of my inquiry here. It's like how you kind of moved through those questions. There are aesthetic questions, there are also ethical questions, because I was also thinking, okay, reading you, for instance, when you do express that some reluctance toward reducing the utility of the work of art to defend a cause that would be based on identity politics. I'm putting that in the kind of the most simplest term. And you kind of say, for instance, at that moment, that for a lot of your racialized, gendered friends, marginalized for racial and gender causes, what's been kind of most challenging, it's not just to be heard on the kind of a critique of a certain kind of marginalization of suffering, it's to be recognized when they were trying to do something else, such as something formalist or something more abstract. And the formalist and the kind of abstractist in me is like following you absolutely. And at the same time, I was like, okay, but what do we do? And I guess that's also a question you asked yourself. What do we do when there is a history attached to formalism versus matter, for instance, or to the autonomy of art versus the heteronomy of art that is also implicated institutionally in the kind of capture of certain kind of aesthetic norms by specific subjects. I think it's its own brand of identity politics in a certain kind of way, you know. I think, okay, and then the matter, the kind of like, you know, the vibrant, unpredictable matter that's been sort of objected by a whole part of art history, and that was also objected in the racialized other and in the gender, woman, queer other, you know, as kind of like wild, bestial black continent, as Freud would put it, about women sexuality, but in a way that was also resonating with the colonial history, you know. And because something like matter has been repressed with such violence, it's tricky to know exactly like how to replace those terms. And okay, why is the kind of privilege of form over matter, for instance, in the context we're in now, does it have the same kind of valence or value than before? And, you know, I'm just kind of I was trying to grapple with those questions as I was reading you. And so I wanted to share that thought process with you and see what you thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's super interesting. And I think a lot of things, I think that, I mean, something that maybe for those people who haven't read the book yet, or that, you know, or that just might be important to like throw out there, which is that like, and maybe it's irrelevant because, you know, I taught at CalArts for 11 years and also have, you know, my insecurities about conferences like this are that like, I don't know if I can't like break it down by percent, but I would say like maybe like 80 to 90% of my life is more spent in like the land of like literary makers, just like teaching creative writing essentially, than having taught art for a lot, you know, and other things too. And so I think that but I also do critical writing of a sort, right? Although, you know, a variety of ways of doing that, you know, and your piece today I thought was a, you know, really beautiful example of, you know, some of the more kind of affective experimentations and different forms of criticality that matter to me, you know. But I think, I guess I just put that out there because I think that when you say like, what do we do with this? Like my question is often like, who's the, like what we, you know, and that maybe the we is like a question for critics, you know, which is a different question than the people who are making, not that they can't overlap. But I think that some of the maybe controversy or difficulty of this chapter was that I was trying to return to a public conversation, like kind of like, I imagined it kind of like abacus beads and just like putting a couple abacus beads back on the maker side of like how things feel from the person making the art. Because I think most of the people who talk about art in language are critics, right? Increasingly artists who are asked to produce certain forms of discourse, and some artists love providing that and some really don't. We all know that because, you know, we're all in this world, right? I think that my commitment to difference, like as a kind of, you know, Eve Sedgwick's like people are different from each other, like just, or like the Césaire quote in the book about like the universal rich with particulars, like however you want to phrase it, is so like pulsing and constant with me that I can't, that any formulation about like artists thinking about the political or the ethical, like to me, I'm always like, there's a lot of different kinds of artists. There's a lot of different, like it's always just gets very immediately refracted through difference and through the kind of maybe like disavowed aggression of wanting everybody to be doing the same thing, I guess. So those are some of my concerns, if that is helpful, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's like the sort of thought and process and the kind of the commitment that you have in looking at things in situation of language and kind of this Wittgensteinian, you know, perspective that you were deploying earlier is really striking in the book of a kind of commitment to try to situate and situate also your own voice. There is a etymology of care that I actually love. It would come from not cura but from gar, the kind of Proto-Indo-European roots that means cry and lament. That's and I think there's a whole interesting thing that's going on in your book at that level as well, kind of protecting oneself of the pathos of the lament and the suffering audience, but also managing to move through difficulty. There is a moment that I think in your book, page 207, you're talking about the anxiety provoked by climate change and the whole somatic logics that accompanied it, and you talk about this feeling as flailing attempts to get through the first darkness, unaided, and the first darkness, I think, of climate change and climate doom, unaided by the skills or solidarity that can keep one from collapsing into the whirlpool of individuated suffering. And that was so interesting to me, because that would be a function that the thinker, the writer that I am would be tempted to ascribe to art and to the writing or the reading of theory. And a kind of interesting way you assign it to feelings and to the complexity of feelings that come from climate fear and anxiety.
I mean, that's why there's like this earlier part of the book where I'm kind of getting on like a Nussbaum for the like the writing about Beckett and like solipsism or something, because, to me, if you have like a certain like swarm perspective on like what we're doing here, then like people who are writing about like profoundly individuated whirlpools of suffering, when we read them, we feel the less alone, but for whatever we were having as ours, but they may be entirely buried in the wormhole of their suffering as they write it, and so there's not if the writer were trying to be like, let me try and do all these things we love all of our fancy language to do, like let me try and construct a collective and a solidarity in which we can all care for each other, whatever, in the writing, and it comes to art with the kind of indirectness of the kind of services it provides. It may or may not have provided the function that I teach my students with writing, we talk about this all the time, that like you have to let go of the thing you want the writing to do, and you have to go fully into its problems, like its symptoms, and just like really be with, it's kind of like, it's a form of staying with the trouble and being in those risks of it. And so far as I know, as a writer and a teacher, writing that preempts what it's trying to do before taking those risks just doesn't really end up doing it. It's a kind of strange magical property, but it has seemed to me to be something of a rule.
I find that so interesting, and Maggie, I'm really grateful to you for bringing up the students also, because this is something that I feel, teaching at CalArts as you did for a very long time, I do feel, but there's a lot of students in the room, so they may want to comment on this as well, that there is this kind of way in which students today seem to feel like they're being held in check somehow, or they can't fully go for it, maybe because of a sort of rush of moralizing that's going on, as you put it before. That's your phrase that I'm using here. Maybe because of other things in the contemporary culture that prevents them from really jumping into it, as you were putting it before, and fully going for it. So that's a sort of question, not so much of constraint, I think, so a constraint that one would adopt oneself to, for one's practice might be a formal constraint or whatever it would be, but of a certain restraint, I think, that people are experiencing when it comes to debating things, I think, in the public sphere, when it comes to making art, putting work out there. That seems very, very characteristic of our moment. I may be exaggerating or speaking, just for myself and not for everybody else. But I was also struck, to go back to what Églantine said before about this, going back to certain key questions in aesthetics too. You mentioned the word genealogy before, Maggie. I was thinking of, I think it's the third essay of Nietzsche's Genealogy of Morals, where he precisely takes on Kant for being too much focused on the spectator when it comes to thinking about art. And so Nietzsche says an art for artists, right? Let's focus on the artist's experience and what they want to do, that's what he is proposing at a particular moment. It goes back to some of the conversation we had earlier on about Nietzsche in this context as well. So, I mean, that might be a way also to open it up to people, other people in the room here, right? Is this sort of feeling that people are having that at this particular moment, creative writers, artists, maybe critical thinkers also feel that they're being restrained by something in the culture? They can't fully go for it in their work, if you will, because of the moment we're in? Or does that seem like an exaggeration, maybe also a potentially risky statement to make? Because, as I said at the outset of the conference too, that's a cause that's really been taken up by a contemporary right also, right? I mean, I don't think it should be the cause only of the right, but it's certainly there. We need to acknowledge that. You do that too, Maggie, in your book. So I think it's an interesting sort of nugget of issues to consider. So I don't know, Maggie, if you want to respond to this, and then maybe we could hear from some other people who might want to weigh in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I was trying, I mean, a lot of this book was about, you know, what felt often like high wire act, or like threading impossible needles, or like a lot of really difficult things where you know, one of those threads was kind of like acknowledging, I mean, this is true of everything. It's true of like you know, the economic situation our students face, with particularities about history of debt or different things, while also understanding that, okay, what am I trying to say? That the particularity of surveillance, like feelings of internalized surveillance and its difficulty that poses to making, is both specific to our moment and its particular technologies, and also, of course, age old, right? Like, and all artists have had to contend with. And the surveillance, I mean, that cops in the head part, you know, where Boal talks about, like, you know, the cops might be in the head, but their headquarters might be outside. So like, there's always a kind of relationship between the cops and the headquarters, right? The headquarters may be, and the cops may be like literally at your door, putting you in prison, right? Like, I mean, that's a situation that's obviously a very literalized, you know, brutalized physical, you know, degree of domination that some artists face. You know, we don't face that in quite the same way at this moment. You know, I think it's important to make distinctions, but I do think it's also, you know, in that cops in the head section I was interested in. I mean, you know, in part from like a lot of psychoanalytic reading of, I mean, there's like the Boal tract about the cops in the head. And then there's a lot of, I mean, I was just reading today an essay about, in between sessions, not over a session. I was reading an essay by Ken Corbett, a psychoanalyst, about Winnicott and play. And I had just written an essay about Tala Madani, a painter whom I really adore, and play in a very kind of severe, brutal sense is very important to Tala, and the idea of the painting as like the transitional object. And this idea of like the Winnicott sense of like a true and false self, where the true self is spontaneous and can play, and the false self as the self that is so internalized, the need to comply, that it eventually, you know, that it becomes a kind of toxicity to itself, you know. I think, as you're saying, Arne, that as the right has taken up this, and my, you know, book really talks about it, and vis-a-vis Wendy Brown, who I think has been most articulate, or one of the most articulate people about it, really, as the right really takes up this notion of disinhibition, you know, saying the real say, Trump speaks what's on his mind. Finally, we can say, you know, all this, you know, bigoted speech that, you know, I think I'm really interested in how this Winnicottian notion of the true self cannot get lost like in this environment, because I do think that the perils of the false self are like real, you know, they're on an individual and a collective level. So I think a lot of this book was like, and again, this is like the tight wire act, was like how not to cede that when the language of disinhibition, we're in this particular moment, which is different than when I came up and like the AIDS era and like silence equals death. And like, there was a whole different notion of what disinhibited speech meant that I clearly came up with. And that's my generational mark. So part of this book was also about, you know, not just being like, oh, back in the old days, you know, we, you know, like that's not interesting, right? But I do think that there are lessons that we all can take from certain things that we know well. And so that we have more of an eye about the kind of gains and losses of a particular moment, and what we might want to kind of keep an iron in the fire with and not cede, you know.
So interesting, if I may jump in to think about Winnicott in this context, actually. isn't he saying too that the true self, the kind of capacity to play and to experiment can happen in the presence of the other.
Mm-hmm,
and I think there's something that's actually kind of relates to the ethical problem, where the sort of disinhibited, outright free speech absolutist is not disinhibited in the presence of the other thing, disinhibited against the other. And I think that like that's also the question of otherness that flickers in your book constantly, how to negotiate relationality, motherhood being one form of relationality, and a kind of a need or decision to protect oneself from the demands of the other. And I think, yeah, that's the Winnicott reference is wonderful. I may just share that thought.
Yeah, and as you're talking, I'm also thinking about, and Arne, in your evocation of like restraint, that I mean, it sounds so cheesy, and we're so bored by the idea of like getting out of binaries. But whenever we construct one, I just think of it as more like an invitation into like what have we done, And like when we pose restraint against a certain kind of disinhibition, we also imagine that the self that all restraint would like hide a true self, which I don't think is also true. Like, I think that there are ways of grappling with, certain forms of self-examination. I mean, Arne and I were talking about this earlier about in this part in my book where I'm talking about Kathy Opie in this session at UCLA that a New Yorker journalist is writing about, witnessing, where someone says like, this work just, reifies colonialism, and the guy's like, well, damned if I do, damned if I don't. And she's saying to the student, come on, man, stand up for your work. Like, where are you? Like, what do you mean, damned if I do, damned if I don't? Like, what's that? Like, you made it, right? And part of what I guess art or writing to me, especially because of the care that it takes to make it over time, is it's not that you won't like air or like your shit won't stink or whatever it is, but hopefully with the amount of time in it is that you're kind of using the process to express and restrain, and restrain maybe meaning like edit, to make it what you want it to be over time, so that the art seems disinhibited. And like, I mean, I'm very interested in this, just like as coming from like performance poetry or stuff, like it feels like an uninhibited expression of something spontaneously in the moment, when the work is really anything but, right? You're reperforming that somehow and transmitting a feeling of spontaneity, but it's actually the product of a lot of restraint and editing and formulation. And I think that's one thing that the process of art can offer. So it can like destroy this binary of it either has to be spontaneous disinhibition or restrained suppression,
Yeah, I think the word process is really key there as well, sort of stepping away from the moment, where art emerges, and then, a different kind of temporality where, sure, the work is being made, but the work is being made over time. And there's so many different conversations, with actual people and people writing books and other artists and artworks that feed into the work. And then, of course, once the work is out, the process kind of continues when one is interpolated about the work. And, one learns to stand up for the work and for oneself making the work, and so on and so forth, in that process that extends through time also. So I think thinking about temporality in this context is really useful as well. I'm wondering if anyone in the audience would like to jump in. I'm sure people have questions, it doesn't necessarily have to be related to what we already talked about. People could also, come in based on their reading of the book, other questions they might have about Maggie's work. So anyone who would like to unmute themselves and join the conversation.
Arne, I had a question for you actually about something that you said.
Patrick, could you clarify whom you're talking to? Who is the you are addressing?
Oh, sure, to you actually, Arne.
Me? Okay.
Yeah, you responded to Maggie describing that students, or that you found that at times students or maybe young people, I think the word that you used was like have a hard time going for it. I wasn't sure if you were talking about engaging in political debate or the act of writing, sort of like allowing one's position to be heard or seen. or exactly what it was that you were describing there. Because
what I was
interested in
referring
that
to
conversation.
specifically, I'll just give a kind of a example. Is, for example, an art student sharing with me that they are making work that I will see when I go to the studio. I do studio visits, but they're telling me while I'm seeing the work and critiquing it that they would never share that work in a critique because they're terrified of the response that might happen. Might be a moralizing response. There might be a Twitter, what Byung-Chul Han calls a Twitter shitstorm afterwards, right, about the work. And so even the classroom or the critique session, which should be in a way be a safe space where people can share and really truly debate their work, is no longer a free space. I mean, in a way, it never is, right? I mean, it was always restraining, constraining oneself, as Maggie is saying, one's thinking, one's editing oneself. What happens in a critique is always the result of, lots of other conversations and critiques that one has already had with people previously in other contexts and so on and so forth. But I still feel that over the time that I've been at CalArts specifically, that's intensified. I have a sense that the sort of cups in the head phenomenon that Maggie was talking about before, which is of course much earlier than today, has intensified in recent years. So that's the only thought that I wanted to put out there. I'm curious about, whether students are actually feeling that. I mean, I know some students do because I've had those conversations, but it might not be a general phenomenon. I do feel, though, when we're thinking about freedom in this context, a certain freedom to make without being too bothered necessarily by the critics. What will the critics think? It relates to this particular moment. Is that clear, Patrick?
Definitely clear. Yeah. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. So I wonder if people have thoughts on
interesting.
this, other questions. Go ahead. Yeah. Nick, go ahead. Yeah.
Sure. Hi, this is a question for Maggie. Hello.
Hi, Nick.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to hear about the broth earlier.
Okay, good. Yeah.
I was there.
So having to do with these questions of the self that is revealed, that is more or less of a true self, and also whatever limits are perceived as far as going there. But there's also limits as far as on one side, the kind of breadth of knowledge and prior insight, like your sources, in relation to some limit on to whom you're communicating to, like a question of an audience in a way. And in your previous work, you're so, I mean, not all of it, but a lot of what you're so well or widely read for is exactly about this question of what self you communicate to an audience, and how that self is both formed and revealed through the writing of it. So in this book,
are you thinking of a book in particular?
Well, like in the Argonauts or Bluets, there's a much different representation of who you are and how you and your social situation and your understanding of how you have come to be who you're presenting yourself to be in the writing. If that makes sense, if you agree with that. And in this one, I would argue, and on freedom, just as much of that is going on, even if it's not, as narrativized or as full of stories about you and the people you know. I mean, of course, there is a lot of that, but it's not nearly as much. It doesn't take up nearly as much. So my question has to do with, in a book like this, where yourself is just as present, but somewhat less explicitly so, how do you understand your communication of that self to an audience, and what that audience is as like a vessel of these insights, theories, knowledges that presumably this audience might not have access to otherwise? Like, how do you construct that persona as a vessel for these otherwise inaccessible truths, as a matter of representing who you are, if that makes sense?
Yeah. I mean, I guess, again, I would kind of put the abacus bead, like, I think it's very different from the writer's perspective. Like, I don't think I'm alone. I think it's a very shared idea that, most writers that I know don't think about audience when they write. And then usually when their books come out, the very first question they get asked is, who did you think was the audience for this? And it's kind of like a writerly conundrum of like how to describe that you write, like Gertrude Stein says, like a lot of people for them, you know, for yourself and for strangers, and that's kind of the extent of it, you know. And I think that for that reason, you know, no book of mine modulates well-knownness or accessibility or anything of any text. The only determination is like, you know, does this book need Deleuze in it? Like, does this book need, you know, Audre Lorde in it? Like, does this book need, like, you know, does it make sense for the book that is being written? You know, there's no, I don't, because I came up, you know, one of my writing teachers was Eileen Miles, and who remains a dear friend. And Eileen always talked about the power of like prognosticating an audience, and the way that they kind of brought into being a queer audience that didn't exist, but that Eileen's work somehow summoned into being, or in a certain way. And I feel like, I mean, this is getting to, you know, creative writing technical about like publishing and stuff, but, you know, since all of my books have been, you know, since you hear from publishers like, you know, like The Argonauts was turned down by everybody, Bluets was turned down by everybody, and you know, people will be like, oh, The Argonauts is just full of this arcane, you know, feminist and queer theory, nobody will want to read this. You know, it's not, it didn't end up to be true, but that's because you have to have faith that like you're prognosticating something, you're not serving a pre-existing audience, you know. So then you have to have, to me, a certain faith that people out of their own curiosity may rise to be interested in what you're interested in, you know. And I think, and then to your other point about, you know, self and like, you know, what, you know, I've been a student of like autobiography for a long time. I wrote my undergraduate thesis on confessionalism and notions of the self constructed by the confession in women's literature. So like, it's been like with me since I was like 19, thinking about constructions of self and about notions of kind of performances of intimacy and disclosure. I have done so many different kinds of writing that to me, they're all like one flow, you know. And again, the only question is like, how much does this particular topic need of anecdote, of body, of, as you say, like, you know, should people, if they exist, be named allegorically? Should they have their own proper names? Like those, they're all like formal questions that like the piece answers. But I don't personally think of any of the work as like more autobiographical than other things, because I think of ideas as very revealing about what you think about. And like, I totally agree with you. I think for me, a book like On Freedom is, you know, way more exposing in some ways than writing about like what kind of sex you like or something, you know.
I think Damon has a question. Go ahead, Damon.
Hi.
Hi.
Reading the book was like drinking a fine broth, just to come back to Nick's earlier presentation. It really takes us, it takes us on a journey through so many different positions in these kind of contemporary cultural debates. And as I think as Anna said before, and as you said, you don't really, it's not polemical, right? You're not advocating a particular position. It seems to me that what you're doing is asking us to think, and writing is the form that thinking takes. So, you know, the form of this book is the critical essay, which I really deeply appreciated, because it seems like it's also responding in the rhythm of its own thinking, which is not fast. I mean, you move far, but it really, we have to go on a journey with you, and that seems to me somewhat a response to the formats that are available in the public sphere for contemporary thinking, which is like, you know, the hot take, the take down, the tweets, the polemical blog post. There's not a lot of space for this kind of nuanced passing of different positions without having a particular polemical investment, although you do take positions along the way. So anyway, I want to say thank you for that. I was thinking of Susan Sontag. I'm sure you've heard that resonance before, Hilton Als and some other great writers of critical essays, which is such a marginalized form among the current scene of, of literary genres. But my question was, when you're talking about the practice of art making, which you do in the book, and which you also just did in your comment, are you also referring to the practice of writing? I was often hearing that echo as I was reading those parts about artists facing police in the head or worrying about reception or what they can and can't do, and staying up late, and the different ways that you characterize art making as a practice. Are you including in that writing as your kind of form of, because I know you've worked with visual artists, but also your writing is your art form. Am I right to hear that there?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, there's maybe there's also, maybe Arna, you can relate, and others, like, like teaching at CalArts was great because writing is, kind of treated like one of the arts, we don't get on the REDCAT poster, but, it's still like, but I think like socially it's still treated as such. And I think that's had a big impact on me. And then, yeah, it's like, and then B, it's interesting because since I know and like enmeshed with and like partnered with like, a lot of artists, it's like, on the one hand, I've become kind of keenly aware of writing's differences. In some ways, mostly just its material poverty of it consisting of like this Mac, like words and like my pencil. I mean, like, in terms of the vast heterogeneity of materiality that can be interfaced with in different arts. But that said, I think that you're right, that even when I was writing that chapter, it was sometimes unclear to me, like, am I writing about these artists whom I know and have worked with, and I'm kind of translating what I've been told and seen, or am I really just writing about myself? And I think it's both. I think it's both, for sure.
As a writer, I found it inspiring to think about the practice of writing as being included within the domain of art making.
And also critical writing is too, like you say, as a genre. Not all of it. Some academic writing is kind of about reproducing its own norms, but I think any thought that's like trying to be real thought and find articulation in a transmissible fashion can be a form of art and creativity.
I think that's right. And I will say that CalArts made me change I thought something different about critical writing before I was at CalArts, and having been there now for more than 10 years, it's really changed my my understanding of that. I just wanted to mention also, Damon, with reference to the two writers you threw out there, Susan Sontag and Hilton Als, both were readings that Maggie actually assigned to our students for the seminar that she's going to be teaching next week at CalArts. And Hilton Als is in fact going to be the Katie Jacobson writer in residence, I believe it's called, in the creative writing program at CalArts in just a few weeks. I just wanted to mention that. Shout out to the creative writing program and Brian Evans and its director. Its students, I think some of the people are here actually in the general audience. So Hilton Als will be with us in a few weeks. Jackie, I see you have a question. Go ahead.
Hilton is so brilliant. Everybody has to go to everything he does. Okay.
Hi, yes. I don't see myself. Can you see me?
I do see you with
your
background.
I still have this background. Okay, well, from an official capacity. So I was wondering, I'm always curious when a writer or an artist decides to begin writing about climate change. And I was curious, and I know that kind of deciding to dive into that research and that process can come from a whole number of different places. So I was a little curious about what brought you to that, and also where it left you after going through that process.
That's a great question. I mean, I think there was like a intellectual level, which was like the thrumming nature of the discourse of freedom and care through the climate that's all around us, in every day. But I think there was like, and the chapter goes into this, a more kind of somatic or emotional level, which is like I think it's very interesting right now that I'm not going to say like at the bottom, but like, but certainly at like a very deep level, I've kind of have come to believe that we feel and know what like ecological degradation and fears about the future, like that I think it's like a major contributing factor to a lot of despair that people feel. And I have a teenager and a 10-year-old, and it's been very interesting to watch how these facts get communicated and how they become absorbed, and I thought a lot about, in watching them, I thought a lot about, like, for people my generation, it was like the nuclear, winter, like we all had to go to school and watch like The Day After, and think about nuclear holocaust and do those kind of drills. And there are differences, but I think, but I became, really interested in the kind of, what does it mean to have this collective, mostly unspoken, except for in the realms of panic or repression, thing going on that like we're all actually sharing in differing positionalities, for sure. Some of us, it's more abstract. Some people have already lost land and livelihood. But I think, that chapter is also a little different than the other 3 chapters in that, I was really interested in both the morning event about the Tongva, and also in Anders's talk about landscape. I think that there's a way in which just thinking itself, an intellectual project, is being understood very differently now, in terms of, like, as Haraway would have it, like what materials are we, or Chakrabarti, like what have we been thinking with, like what is our thought kind of made of or partnering with, and that question vis-a-vis the Chakrabarti about like thinking about the way that like we've thought freedom with oil. When I read that essay, it was so transformative to me in that it kind of made all the other 3 chapters feel like little like passion plays, in this much, much greater arena. And I felt like it needed to be last, and it also needed to kind of be last as a form of maybe unsettling a lot of the kind of intellectual truisms or smugness that attend our conversation without an ecological element, if that makes sense, And I also just wanted to, and you asked about where it left me. I just wanted to address that because I think it's actually really interesting in that a lot of previous books of mine, like about sexual violence in my family or other things, I've thought a lot in times past about like catharsis and like what writing does or doesn't do, like what expression does, what linguistic expression does compared to what like somatic work does. I've thought a lot about these things before, and I felt like I had my doubts in going into that chapter, that really kind of taking myself through this research would, I was wondering what it would like, if it would really change anything about me, and I actually feel like of almost anything I've ever written, I do feel the most changed by it in a just a very like daily way that I notice, because Sylvan Tompkins, whom Eve Sedgwick took up in her Paranoid Reparative Reading essay, but has this great phrase in Tompkins' work where he talks about what he calls like burning out the fear response as a kind of different thing than catharsis. Like, and I feel like that there's some real value in burning out a fear response. Like, it's just like you just don't have the same response because you burn it out, and I feel like I really burn a lot out, like in researching and writing that chapter. And I feel like it left me not with recourse to the same emotions that were my previous go-tos,
Thank you.
That's really interesting to hear, Maggie. Thank you, Jackie, for the question. I think one of the issues that Damon also raised before that really stood out to me in that climate chapter is the issue of anxiety, panic and anxiety. And I really appreciated you foregrounding that. I think I mentioned before that I feel like you're creating a kind of, not opposition, but tension certainly between freedom and anxiety in those closing chapters of the book. And I was reminded of a book that I read with students a few years ago. Some of the students from that class are here. They've graduated in the meantime, and they did some of the performances today. But it's a book by Michael Nyland, a historian of ancient China. She's at UC Berkeley. She has a book called The Chinese Pleasures Book that you may know of. It came out with Zone Books, beautiful book. And I believe, if I remember correctly, that she talks in that book about the Chinese conception of pleasure as being opposed not so much to pain, which is inevitable in life and one has to live with, but exists in ancient Chinese philosophical thinking in opposition to anxiety precisely. I mean, this is mostly pre-Buddhist thought, but one of the things that I've noticed in this book and some of your other work as well is the frequent references to Buddhist thinkers and teachers. And so I wanted to ask you a little bit in this context also, you've talked about writing and working through things and writing and by thinking aloud with others. And what is the importance of Buddhism to you? Does that play an active part in your life? I mean, since you referenced those thinkers, and is that a tradition of thought that you are engaged with, that you actively practice, and that has helped you navigate to a certain extent our contemporary moment?
I mean, yeah, I'm not a Buddhist and I don't have anything but a beginner's mind. So I'll just say all that, at the outset. And I think that, anybody who wanted to charge me with, any kind of forms of dilettantism, in Buddhism, I would reply as Roland Barthes once replied to the exact same charge, which is to say, you must have mistaken me for somebody who acts like a master, because I don't feel that way, in the least. I would say that as a tradition of thought, in some of these spheres, and again, this has to do with what I previously was calling the kind of like cheesiness of like, oh, look at this binary, but the tradition of ways of a way of thinking that is not it's either no right, no wrong. You talked before about beyond good and evil, or that proffers these kind of third ways, either experientially or preceptually, out of binaries is super important to be found in that tradition of thought. So if those are your, it's no accident that Barth, Sedgwick, other thinkers were very, bell hooks, people who are very interested in getting out of those kind of thinking ruts, turn to that tradition for assistance. I do think that there's a real difference between like talking about the merits of like meditation or practice, and like, as anybody will know, like actually meditating or practicing, and I think that my book, it draws upon some of the more intellectual features without necessarily being a book that comes out of practice, but I will say that I've also I don't know, maybe this is like oversharing, but I will say that like in addition to the classroom, going to like Buddhist discussion groups and also going to like 12-step things are two places where I've found a more interesting discourse about a lot of these issues than almost anywhere else, like in all the intellectual reading I'm doing. And I did allow myself to bring in things that I've learned from those arenas to this project, because I feel like if there's any arena where you feel like the freshest thinking or the most useful, like often pragmatic thinking, especially say, for example, I was thinking this on my way over about care. I mean, if you've struggled with addiction or you've run interventions or anything, so many of these platitudes about like saying to someone, why don't you care about me? Like those do not work, with people, like, and people who are struggling, there are reasons why they're not exhibiting care towards others or themselves. And you have to figure those things out. You can't skip over them to make the moralized demand that people provide service or care for others. It's just not pragmatic. And it's also not, caring, in a certain way for the situation at hand. And so there are certain spheres in which I've just learned a lot, and I wanted to allow them to kind of imbue the book without centering them in any way that, again, pretended like I had a mastery of them.
That shows in the writing. I really love the fact that that's there. So thanks so much for not editing that out, but keeping it in there and allowing it to contribute to the conversation. I really feel we've only just started talking, but we're obviously in luck because the conversation is going to continue next week. On Monday evening at 8:30, Maggie's going to give an evening lecture at REDCAT. That's a ticketed event, unlike the event today. The title is Thinking Aloud with Others. So, mark your calendars. I hope we'll see some of you again for that on Monday. Then, of course, next week, our students who are here in the room with us today will have the pleasure of working with you, Maggie, in those class sessions that you're going to be teaching up at CalArts. I mean, remotely, but still, I hope you will somehow feel that we're welcoming you back into the fold after a couple of years of absence.
All day with all the performances and stuff.
Right.
Great.
Some of your former students, I hear, were even involved in the performances today. So that's a wonderful thing to know, be aware of.
Oh, it's so
well.
awesome.
Yeah. All right, 6:34. Yeah. I'm going to wrap it up here. Thank you so much, Maggie. Really appreciate you being here with us tonight for the conversation.
Yeah,
Églantine, thanks so much for joining me for this. Everybody else also, thank you for your questions, comments, interventions. Really appreciate it. All speakers and performers, students also who are here, MA faculty, do remember we have Nick Nauman's broth that will be served starting from about 7 p.m. Nick, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm gonna head over there now. So
all right, great. We unfortunately cannot share with the general audience where we're headed, but I trust that I will see a lot of the performers and speaker students who are here now later tonight. So let's keep it safe, obviously, tonight. Keep that in mind, please. Maintain your distance, have masks on when you're not eating, but I hope to see some of you very soon. Take care, everyone, if I can say that. Yeah.
Shout out to Arne for an impeccable curation organization. It was such a pleasure. Thank you so much, Arne.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, with a lot of help from my friends. So yeah.
Yeah, no, really, so amazing. And I love the way that COVID has made this like secret, unsurveilled broth dispensing space. It's amazing. So, yeah.
That's right. Yeah. All right. See many of you later. Thanks again, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care.